dry, and it will be a little warmer tomorrow across the south. Turning a bit chilly under high pressure tonight with some clearer skies over eastern England. We've got a low pressure and a weather front moving in across western Scotland, bringing thicker cloud and outbreaks of rain spread into parts of Northern Ireland also. Behind that, some clearer skies will also allow it to turn quite chilly. A lot of cloud over England and Wales with some heavier showers keeping going here. Well, we've got those clearer skies either over eastern England or northwest Scotland. Temperatures will drop, and in some rural spots we might not be far off freezing to start Friday, but we should also in these areas start off with some sunshine. Elsewhere, expect quite a bit of cloud and some outbreaks of showery rain to be drifting north over the Midlands into Wales. Plenty of sunshine though across the far south of England, I suspect. Quite a bit of cloud elsewhere too, but generally dry and bright to start with through the central belt, across much of Northern Ireland as well. And in northwest Scotland, although there'll be a few showers, generally a brighter day compared to today. Now, as we go through the day, we will see further showers. There'll be this zone of cloudier weather over southern Scotland and the far north of England with some outbreaks of rain. And then in the south, some heavy showers could develop, particularly as we head into the afternoon, over parts of the Midlands, Wales, and spreading up into northern England later on. Much of northern Scotland, Northern Ireland, dry and bright, plenty of sunshine in the south, and that's where we'll see the highest temperatures could get to 20 Celsius in one or two places. Warmer still maybe in the south on Saturday. Again, largely dry and bright here. Risk of some showers coming up later on. This cloudier zone making it feel quite cool on some North Sea coasts with outbreaks of rain over northeast England and southeast Scotland. But again, dry and bright across the far northwest, but quite a bit colder here, only single digits, whereas in the south we could easily get over 20 Celsius again. Goodbye.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
We're counting down to a spectacular summer. It's your chance to win £76,543 and 21 pence in totally tax-free cash. A lump sum that you could have in time to splash out with this summer. And because it's tax-free, you get to keep every single penny. For a chance to win, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB21 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 26th of June. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pooled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Dewbs Co weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique.
And you're fighting like rats in a sack.
But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask.
OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician.
Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
and
say,
now you've lost it.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, this Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Well, it's 11 p.m. live across the United Kingdom. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Yes, in this past hour, the polls closed in crucial elections across England, Scotland and Wales.
Will the right turn to reform? Will the left abandon Labour and head to the Greens? I'm Patrick Christys.
And I'm Martin Daubney, and this is Vote 2026. The people decide.
Tonight and over the course of the next 24 hours, history could be made.
Yes, will the country roll the dice on reform and the Greens? Is it all over for the Labour Party, the Tories and the Prime Minister?
Over the coming hours, we will bring you all the results as they happen. We'll have Team GB News coverage across Great Britain.
I'm here at Reform HQ, where they tell me they're feeling bullish as the party looks to make history tonight. But can they do it? I'll be getting all the reaction as the results begin trickling in from here at their overnight election party.
Well, here in the Northwest, voting intention is way up for parties like Reform and the Greens, but way down for Labour and the Conservatives. That's created some really key battlegrounds here in the region. We'll be bringing you some of those results overnight.
Well, the count is on here in Gosport, and in Hampshire we'll be keeping a close eye on how it goes tonight. It's one of the most important stress tests for the Conservative Party in the entire country in this county, a Tory Hartfield. So if they lose out here, it will be bad news for the Tories.
Welcome to Wales, a country that has been Labour for over a century. The Welsh Parliament, Labour since it began back in 1999. Yet all of that looks set to change.
Yes, throughout the night, we're joined by some of the biggest names in British politics, including Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg, Suella Braverman, Christine Jardine, the Labour MP Sarah Sackman, and some Green councillors.
Yes, and we'll be crunching the numbers and analysing the results from councils and mayoral elections across England.
Of course, Wales, where Labour, the dominant force since devolution, they're trailing badly to Plaid Cymru and Reform.
And in Scotland, will the SNP hold on at Holyrood?
It will be hugely consequential, a dramatic night here which will set the tone in Westminster going up to the next general election. Already drama in the leadership race, maybe to replace Keir Starmer, with Ed Miliband reportedly saying set out a timetable for leaving number 10.
Wow. Don't miss a moment. We'll have uninterrupted coverage of every twist and turn right across the UK.
Yeah, the excitement of election night starts right now.
Wow.
Well, this is going to be an epic night. May I say, Patrick, it's a delight to be broadcasting with you.
Absolute
This has never happened.
pleasure.
How did this happen?
I don't know.
What could possibly go
Just
wrong?
enjoy it while it lasts, mate. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Listen, seriously, welcome to Votes 2026, only here on GB News. And here's what I think is going to happen tonight. A night of historic first. Labour losing the greatest seats ever. That's one prediction. Reform winning the most seats ever. That's another prediction. Labour being annihilated in Wales. I think that's certain to happen. Plaid Cymru pushing Labour to one side. But the turquoise tidal wave. I have before me a spreadsheet.
Oh, there we go.
And I'm going to unleash this spreadsheet later on. We've put the numbers of all the seats being declared between now and 6 a.m. through the Electoral calculus spreadsheet. And I hereby predict the evening's going to start badly for Keir Starmer. It's going to get a little bit worse. It's going to get worse.
Right.
And it's going to keep on getting worse. With the occasional glimmer of hope for Keir Starmer, it's going to be a nightmare on Downing Street.
Well, talking of Downing Street, Christopher, we'll bring you in here because he might not be in there much longer. Ed Miliband making noises that he wants him gone, apparently. Barry Gardner's gone over the top on tomorrow's Daily Express, saying it's time for him to go.
No, Beauregard, and there's no surprise there. He had this very long pause when asked about the PM's future a couple of months ago on national television. Yeah, I think it is looking shaky right now, but we have been told the PM's going nowhere, and of course the way of making go now is saying set out a timescale. We've been here before. As soon as that happens, of course, you become a lame duck leader, but that's what the Times are saying. From Ed Miliband's side, they're saying set the timescale out, and Ed Miliband's team say this: we don't comment on private conversations, but we do not accept this account. So it's a half denial, not a full denial. It's quite interesting.
Here's a guy that had his head stone out. Is it time for the Keir stone?
Well,
I mean, this is the guy that was politically dead and buried, Ed Miliband, now making out he's going to be the saviour of the Labour Party. That's where we're at. That's how bad it is,
They
Chris.
continue. Ed has always supported the Prime Minister and continues to do so, as he delivers on his mandate. Now, the second thing happening on leadership right now is Andy Burnham has cancelled a speech tomorrow in Greater Manchester. That was going to be all about his plans, maybe to try and challenge Keir Starmer if it goes as badly as you're saying, Martin. But the numbers to look out for, 1,500 seats. Yep. If they lose that, that is meant to be triggering some form of intervention from other cabinet ministers. 2,000 would be obviously a record. We're looking at numbers surging for Reform UK across the piece. I mean, it is going to be an extraordinary night, and it's going to be broken down into England until lunchtime tomorrow, and then the numbers roll in for Wales and Scotland, and then that will be the kind of icing on the cake for a difficult 24 hours for the Labour.
OK, all right. Well, Martin's got his spreadsheets out here. He's been crunching all of the numbers. We're going to go to that in just a second, but just want to remind you of where we're actually at the moment. Polls are now well and truly closed across England, Scotland and Wales, and counting is now underway.
Yeah, tonight we can expect 46 of the 136 councils in England to declare, with the bulk of the remaining seats declaring tomorrow morning.
In Scotland and Wales, counting will begin tomorrow.
And Reform UK's use of his confidence, his party will perform.
Well, the polls have closed, and I'm feeling extremely confident. The energy has been extraordinary. No one has campaigned harder than Reform's leader, Nigel Farage. He's been all over the country. I don't know how he does it, morning, noon and night. The energy has been extraordinary, and people shouldn't forget, you know, Reform is a start-up insurgent party that barely existed just a few years ago. We swept the board in the local elections last year. We're confident we're going to do extremely well again this year.
Well, that's a buoyant Zia Yusuf there. Reform in relatively conservative poll, if you'll excuse the pun there, expected to gain about 1,580 seats. But Deputy Prime Minister David Lammy, well, he's not quite as confident.
I don't want to sugarcoat it. The message from the doorstep is this is a tough election cycle. This is a midterm set of elections with people concerned about cost of living and wanting to see the government go faster with quicker pace.
Yeah, sugarcoating there from David Lammy. And all those hypnotic eyes are also turning to the Green Party. Will there be a Green surge?
And just who is the demographic voting for what was once an environmentally friendly eco-party? I mean, we saw some things earlier on, didn't we, Martin, that have been going on during this campaign that we were not allowed to report on because of the Purdah rules. Campaigning almost entirely done in foreign languages. Urdu playing a big part there. Leaflets in foreign languages as well. You know, did you know that a vote for the Greens in Little Venice in northwest London is, in fact, a vote for Gaza?
Yeah, I mean, where I live in South London, number one thing on the ticket was Palestine. Number two was Brussels. It's like, sort the potholes out, not Palestine, lads. Sort the bus lanes out, not Brussels.
Yeah,
stick to what your job is. Weed the pavements. But I got the feeling, Patrick, that you've been waiting 6 long, painful weeks to do that video reel.
I nearly exploded.
Yeah. And the viewing figures went through the roof, mate.
Well, my personal favourite was Halal Capone, I think, at the top there, with his sharp suit on, where I think he was campaigning to stop horses in the roads, but we'll never know.
Those show council tax and potholes matter most to most Britons, but of course in parts of it, not the case.
Absolutely. What's worth noting as well, the Conservatives, meanwhile, could be braced for even further wipeout. It'd be fascinating to see whether or not Kemi had a bit of a late bounce. She has, generally speaking, I think, improved a bit, hasn't she? But it's marking the end of this traditional two-party system.
And when we start looking at that in more detail a bit later on in the night, certainly around Norfolk and Essex, I think the Kemi bounce could turn into Kemi getting bounced into trouble. I think it's going to be a bloodbath down there for the Conservatives. I really do.
I mean, 3 a.m. Westminster is huge for them. Can they take Westminster back from Labour? That's interesting. And also Bexley at 5 a.m. Those are the two ones to watch.
But they might nibble some seats that way. But the turquoise donut from Romford, could that come in and wipe out those Tory gains? It's going to be a real touch-and-go night for the Conservative box.
Could you, Christopher, just give us a little bit of an idea about what we might get when? Because you're going to be, and you and Martin are going to be here through the night, aren't you?
Well, tonight, there's 5 to look out for tonight, I think. You've got Harlow at 1:30. That's the first test, I think, of a reform surge. Your spreadsheet is calling there, Martin. 2 a.m, interesting, Reform versus Liberal Democrats in Hull. Can Reform suffer Lib Dems? That's also interesting. We don't really think of those two parties in competition in the same way. 3 a.m, Salford, Reform versus the Greens. One of those two might take that. Losing Salford for Labour obviously goes without saying, complete disaster. As I say, 3 a.m, Westminster, can the Tories take that back from Labour? And can the Tories hold on to Bexley at 5 in the morning? We're going to have about a third of the results by breakfast time at 6 a.m. And then the rest of them start counting at 9 a.m, so a pause before the afternoon when all hell breaks loose and a torrent is a flood.
And I think we're going to see very, very soon evidence of both Conservative seats from Broxbourne. That's a present Conservative seat going to Reform. It's looking that way. Then we're going to see Labour seats flip to Reform, and I think it's just going to carry on that way throughout the night. That's all the data says. And one thing I'm hearing a lot of, Patrick and Chris, is voter turnout seems to be up. I'm getting whiffs of Brexit. Brexit 2.0. People haven't voted in years. People haven't voted at all. Are turning out not just for Reform, but for the Greens, I think, and that will confuse the polling.
It appears to depend. If you're a Reform voter, you're very, very keen to vote.
And the Green.
And the Greens.
Plaid.
And the Greens. But there's less for the two established parties, and that will hurt them. But this is the first, I think, the first major attempt here for voters to pass judgment on Labour over the Mandelson affair, as you say. Sluggish growth. A dozen U-turns in policy.
So earlier on we were showing you live footage from the count in Tameside, which is underway. Some people on the ground are saying that so far it's neck and neck between Reform and Labour in Tameside. Keir Starmer has just posted on X. He's thanking all of the Labour members and volunteers who supported local campaigns across the country. Together we will build a stronger and fairer Britain. And he's used the red rose emoji. Of course, interesting, there is also a wilted red rose emoji that you can use. He's chosen not to go for that, although so far all the noise would be that that is exactly what they are going to get. Also, the first ballot box has just arrived in Flint, Wrexham as well. So they're going to be seeing whether or not they go Plaid or what happens with Reform there. But again, Labour expecting something resembling a bit of a wipeout in Wales.
Interesting, there are Thameside Reform are feeling very buoyant there. That was part of the council that butted onto Gorton and Denton, the white working class bit. Also, it's been besieged by a rape gang scandal there. I think Reform voters are going to be very, very motivated to get out and vote, so that's really, really one to watch in Thameside there.
Yeah, indeed. Just a reminder as well of some of the breaking lines that are already coming out this evening. The Times newspaper has led with the story that Ed Miliband has reportedly privately told the Prime Minister that he should consider setting out a timeline for his departure amid concerns that he will just be forced to go after what is set to be a very bleak set of results for Labour. Also on the front of tomorrow's Daily Express, Barry Gardner, not really a shock, as you were saying, Christopher, but he's saying that he's got to go. But Labour MPs, Labour councillors, there's going to be cameras in a lot of these counts this evening that have been warned, apparently, not to cry on camera.
Is that right?
Yeah, they've been warned not to be seen in floods of tears. Don't sob on camera, which tells you everything about how this Labour Party thinks this set of elections is going to go. And those Labour councillors, those Labour MPs, those Labour cabinet ministers, they're going to be looking at the front pages, seeing the rumours about Ed Miliband, seeing what Barry Gardner's done, watching some of their friends and their colleagues, maybe even their staff, losing their seats. How long is it really, Christopher, do you think, before we get this cabinet turning on Starmer?
It could happen. What's more likely is we get a speech on Monday and the PM sets out his plans to be more encompassing, listen to more people, get more people on side. I think that's more likely to be what we're hearing. I think from there. Again, we are looking at 1,500 to 2,000 seats being lost for Labour, but don't forget Wales. Wales is absolutely huge. This is a country has never been voting non-Labour any other party since 1922. It's always been Labour since devolution. That looks like it could go with Plaid winning 43 seats, Reform 34 seats, and that means it looks like, looking at the forecasting, that Plaid will become the dominant force there, supported by maybe Labour or the Greens, keeping Reform out.
And that's exactly what I'm hearing. I'm hearing on the ground that, you know, we had a whiff of it, didn't we, with Caerphilly, where there was a tactical voting. More than that, the way the Senedd falls, this alliance between the leftists could well end up keeping Reform out. And I wonder, actually, Chris, if that's not a bad thing for them, because Wales is the basket case. The country's broke.
I've been told by senior figures in Reform they are happy not to take control of Wales.
Yeah.
Their big focus, of course, is the next step, which is the general election in 2028 or 2029, and the pressure they would have on getting that right. But also, they would allow them to make the case, look, imagine if they win and they're kept out by a kind of cabal of left-wing parties.
OK, all right, and we do also have Scarlett Maguire in the studio with us, the top pollster. So go on, just remind us, what are we looking at so far? What are some of your predictions here? How seismic? What are the ones to watch?
Yeah, so I think in terms of predictions, to say Reform and Greens, the big winners of the night. So Reform will come out top, Greens second, Lib Dems quite a distant third, I think, and then Conservative and Labour both in losses, in that order. In terms of who emerges with the most important political narrative, then I think, you know, Labour are going to lose a huge amounts of seats tonight. They're going to lose a lot to Reform and they're going to lose a lot to Greens. They'll probably lose more to Reform, but I think more of the energy will be on the ones they lose to the Greens, and I think that will be those will be the ones.
That'll be in London, won't it, Scarlett?
Exactly, it'll be in London tonight. So we've got all 32 boroughs up in London. We could even see a situation in which maybe half London boroughs are in overall control, which is carnage. But 59 Labour MPs hold their seats in London.
Wow.
And so if you think about the psyches of the Parliamentary Labour Party and what's going to really bother them when they wake up tomorrow morning or over the weekend, it's going to be those London results.
And particularly areas such as Camden. I mean, this is Keir Starmer's manor.
Absolutely.
Keir Starmer's manor is currently being stomped by the Green Party. You know, the ministers, prime ministers, being consumed on a council level by a tidal wave of green around them, and likewise, a place like Sunderland, Bridget Phillipson, by Reform.
Yeah, we're going to see a huge amount of that. Now, it's going to be harder than people think for the Greens to actually take control of some of these councils in London, but I would be particularly looking out for, I think, in terms of the narrative of London, what will really hurt Labour is if places like Lambeth and Southwark go. So I would look out for those at the same time as well as they lose places like Sunderland and Barnsley to Reform.
Yeah, I live in one of those boroughs you just mentioned, and my cousin lives in the other. They've been swamped with Green activists for months. Yeah. Like they're deadly, deadly serious about taking these seats in London. And these are seats that have been London forever.
I mean, Hackney, 1 o'clock tomorrow at lunchtime, is huge. If they lose Hackney to the Greens, as is forecast, that's a major moment.
Yeah, quite. Well, we have got a guest joining us down the line now, and it's a very important one, given everything we've been hearing about the dynamics of this evening and the polling as well. We can bring in Chairman of Reform UK, Dr. David Bull. Well, how confident are you, David, this evening?
Well, good evening to you. Look, I mean, the rise of Reform has been nothing short of remarkable, actually. When I look back, we founded it 4 years ago. It's worth remembering it was only 4 years ago. We're now the largest party in this country, we're the fastest growing party in this country, the most talked about. We only have 8 members of Parliament, and yet, of course, we're on the tip of everyone's tongue. Going around the country, look, I've seen 30,000 people in the last 10 months. I've spoken in village halls, working men's clubs, in theatres. We put on those big events, and we're building the party from the ground up. And it doesn't matter where I go. I can be in Hull or Liverpool, I can be in the Isle of Wight or Scotland or Wales. Something remarkable is happening. So for me tonight, I'm hopeful that we will do well. What does success look like? Well, if we were to win 800, 900, 1,000 seats, I'd be very happy with that. Now, looking at some of the later polls, they're predicting now that we will actually win more than that. But again, is that a hostage to fortune? Because if we say win 1,000, people say, well, you didn't achieve what the polls were saying. The only poll that matters, which we say, and it's a tired old cliche, but it's true, which is the only poll that matters is getting people out to vote. And what I heard today from my teams around the country is that turnout seems to be high. People are very exercised across the country. We are seeing young people voting. That's a great sign for us. Older people voting across the board. It's going to be a really interesting night. And of course, then Wales and Scotland, again, are fascinating. Last election, we polled 1% in Wales. We are now, if you think the polls are right, we're now polling in first place in Wales. We are now a very serious contender. We're in it to win it. What I'm also hearing in Wales is people are sick and tired of Plaid Cymru saying it's a nation of sanctuary and immigrations and illegal immigrants are welcome into Wales. That's not what people want on the doorstep. And in Scotland, we're also doing incredibly well. I think it's possible we could form the opposition in Scotland. And I think the take-home message is two-party politics, the Tories and Labour, well and truly dead and buried.
Buddy, quick question to you, if I could. Tony Blair won the most amount of seats ever in 1995, 1,204. You're being a bit sheepish, mate, aren't you? You think you're going to win more than 800 or 900? And I want to ask you this as well. In terms of the bad news tonight, we're expecting a Starmageddon. We're expecting a nightmare for the Prime Minister. But what about Kemi Badenoch? Is there any evidence out there of the Kemi bounce, or do you think Kemi might get bounced into trouble?
Yeah, I think they're in trouble as well. Not to the same extent as Starmer, but I do think Kemi's in trouble. I don't think the media are concentrating enough on the demise of the Conservative Party. I mean, I find it very rich that they're sort of now singing from the Reform playbook or hymn sheet. And I just want to say to them, you had 14 years to sort all of this out. Let's look at the 200,000 illegal migrants that came here since 2018. On your watch, Conservative Party, you did nothing about it. And that is why people, and immigration, actually, illegal immigration is number one. And when I'm going around the country talking about, remember, these are council elections, talking about bins and potholes and council tax rises and all the rest of it, they want to talk about immigration, they want to talk about the cost of living, the fact that businesses are being absolutely pummeled, the rise in employer national insurance. That's what people are saying. They say the country is completely in free fall. The Prime Minister has no idea what he's doing. The Tories have no idea what they're doing. They're looking for a party that says what it means and will deliver, and that's us.
All right. OK, David, thank you very much to Dr David Bull there. He was the chairman of Reform UK. And one thing that I think stood out for me is that since that Gorton and Denton by-election, where, because obviously we have these purdah rules and you're not allowed to discuss what's going on during these campaigns. So as it was happening, we weren't really allowed to go over the top and saying, you know, they're really trying to hoover up a load of votes at the Moss. They're doing campaigns entirely in Urdu or in Bengali. But once that happened, people saw it. And I think people around the country started to think, look, I don't really like this, actually. It doesn't sit that well with me. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's one of the reasons why we are expecting a higher turnout potentially than expected here, is that people are actually fed up with the direction of travel for the country.
Yeah,
yes, that is the case. I think that there's concerns when you see foreign language being used in this country, and because our democracy is what is for us all. We all share it, and would have thought with a common language. That, I think, it is concerning for some people. But equally, if they don't have English as a first language, you must be able to communicate with them too. So there's a balance there.
Yep. All right. Well, lots to go at, isn't there? When we come back, we're going to be hearing from the spin rooms and the counting rooms across the country as all of the ballots come in. But blinking, you miss it. There might be another call for Keir Starmer to go for a member of his cabinet by the time we come back.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
I've been in Westminster for a long time. But I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show. It's not a Battlegrounds.
Yeah.
Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace to
Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Vote 2026. The people decide. Let's cross now to our GB News reporters who are with around the country for us. We've got Will Godley in the Reform UK HQ. Will's had a long commute there in London. We've got Sophie Reaper in Bolton and Isabel Fekulak in Gosport. I'm going to start with Will Godley. Will, we just spoke to David Byrne a short while ago. I think being a bit sheepish, saying our Reform's going to win 800 to 900 seats. That'd be a bad night for Reform UK. Most people have them down to win a minimum of 1,400. What's the mood like there at Reform HQ?
Well, Martin, good evening to you. The Reform HQ, the atmosphere here has been described as bullish. They are feeling optimistic here, but I think not wanting to be too optimistic too early on. They're aware it's going to be a long night ahead of them. And have a look, they've got this very high-tech tracker here that will be showing the seats as they come in. Of course, none declared yet, but they're hoping that that country map will light up in the colour of Reform here, that teal colour as the walls are branded here in their HQ. And speaking to sources in the party, they tell me that they would be disappointed with less than 1,000 seats. That's the aim, 1,000 seats, that's their benchmark. They, of course, want to get more than that. Any less than that would be a disappointing night for the party here. Sources also tell me they want to take control of 20 councils here in England, and they think they'll be the largest party in around 50 councils up and down England. But the concern amongst others outside of the room here is that those councillors would be very new, without any real teeth in the game when it comes to politics. Well, earlier on I spoke to Zia Youssef and put that concern to him. He told me people shouldn't worry.
Well, thank you
we
very,
don't
very
have
much.
that answer from Zia Youssef there. But I can tell you that earlier we heard from people here who told me that Nigel Farage, they say, has worked harder than any other party leader during this campaign. And the quote that they said is, you can say what you want about Reform, but you can't say we've not tried our best. And they've even tried their best when it comes to naming the drinks in the bar here. Let me just read you what they are. There are 3 drinks on offer here. Rachel Reeves Rita, which they say growth not included. There's also the Chemi Bounce Bellini, short-lived sparkle, now with 100% less sustained momentum. And apparently, according to the bartender, this is the most popular drink tonight, the Nigel Negroni, which they say is unmistakably strong.
All right, well, thank you very, very much. That's Will Godley there from Reform HQ. And we're going to go round the grounds here because it's Sophie Reaper now up in Bolton for us. Sophie, what's going on where you are?
Well, we've just had an announcement in the last few minutes to say that all ballot boxes are now in and they're in the process of being verified. Of course, the polls closing at 10 o'clock. And the North West is actually a really interesting one this evening because there's 8 counts taking place overnight and several of them are really key battlegrounds. And one of them is Bolton, and that is because Bolton actually doesn't have a majority, which means it is Labour-led, but they don't have enough seats to garner that majority. And so it's kind of going to be, we expect, a tale of two sides here in the North West tonight. And that is because, according to YouGov polling, there's parties like Reform and Greens which are way, way up on 2022. So, for example, the Reform are up by 23 points and the Greens are up by 14 points. On the flip side of that, parties like Conservative and Labour, Conservatives down by 14, and Labour are actually down by a massive 29 percentage points. So for councils like Bolton, which currently don't have a majority in place, they're really crucial battlegrounds where we're expecting we could well see quite a big change. We're also seeing Christopher Hope mentioned, of course, earlier, Salford. That's going to take place later on Friday in the day. That is a crucial battle between the Greens and Reform, where we're expecting we could see big change. So it's going to be really interesting here in the North West over the next 24, 48 hours to see how those councils change. So definitely want to keep your eye on, and we're bringing you all the latest.
Yeah, fascinating seat there in Bolton. A real split between Labour, Conservatives, Reform, Liberal Democrats, Greens and Independents. A real show, I think, of the fractured nation of future politics. Let's get to Isabel Fekulak now down there in Gosport. Isabel, you're down in Hampshire. This is an area where you are today, being very tightly contested, I believe, between the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats.
Yes, I'm here in Gosport, and we just had that same announcement here that the ballot boxes are in and they're being verified as we speak. The teams of counters in the hall behind me will be working throughout the night, and there already is a sense of anticipation here for these results. We'll be expecting results from Hampshire in at around 4 a.m. this morning. And here in Gosport, it's a bit messy politically. Again, no overall majority here run by the Lib Dems, but there was a by-election back in January where a Reform councillor got in with a huge majority, so that might be an indication. And in Hampshire, there's many counties many councils rather that will be fighting. It will be the Conservative councils that are fighting against these Reform and Green voters getting more seats within them. And in Fareham as well, that's Suella Braverman's constituency. She's apparently going to be making a little appearance at the count there too. So very much could go any way here in Gosport and many places across Hampshire, but a Conservative Hartfield. So it'll be very interesting to see if they do lose some hold here.
Absolutely. Isabel, thank you very, very much. And thank you to all of our reporters who are going to be giving us updates throughout the evening into the morning. Plenty to go at there as well. Fascinating when we're talking about the splits here as well, because someone produced a poll of if only women aged between 18 to 40 voted at a general election, the House of Commons would almost be entirely green, which is fascinating when you think about... We talk about sectarianism, there's also a gender divide, there's all sorts going on at these local elections there, really. But let's check back in with our political editor, Christopher Hope, because, look, we've had it all so far, haven't we? Potentially a Cabinet Minister, Ed Miliband, calling on Starmer to go. Barry Gardner's potentially calling for him to go as well. David Lammy's looking thoroughly miserable. What's the latest?
Well, nothing to add to that. It looks like Miliband himself doesn't want to be leader. He wants to be almost a kingmaker, according to the reports here. But the denial from his team is hardly fulsome. They're saying we don't comment on private conversations. Apparently there was a chat 2 weeks ago between the Prime Minister and Ed Miliband about what should happen next. At that meeting, the story says, there was a request for a timetable to be set out if it goes very badly, like it looks like it might do, according to the polling. But they don't accept this account, according to the team around Ed Miliband. He's always supported the PM, they say, and continues to do so as he delivers his mandate. The problem is, who can replace him? Can it be Angela Rayner, really? Problems with her tax affairs, or those suggestions that may be sorted out, and she may announce that at some point soon. Andy Burnham isn't yet an MP. Wes Streeting, could he really do it? Would the party want him? Same with Shabana Mahmood. There's not an obvious candidate. And what's different to the Tories when they were going through their own similar crisis was there's an obvious candidate to replace Boris Johnson or whoever the leader was then. There's not the case now.
OK, should we get to our panel now?
Absolutely.
Let's get to our panel now. Delighted to be joined in the studio by the ex-Labour Party advisor, Matthew Larser, the chairman of the London Green Party, Eugene McCarthy, and the founder of Merlin Strategy, Scarlett Maguire. Welcome to you all. I think we should start with Eugene. Let's have a probe, shall we, at the Green Party, as it were. Let's start with London. So you fancy your chances in London. Like I say, where I live in South East London, it's been bombarded with activists. A lot of them, got to say, got facial piercings and pink hair, but hey, we live in a free country. You're expecting to do well, though, on a serious point.
Yeah, I mean, London, you might not think this, but London historically has not been the strongest place for the Green Party. The last time these council seats were up for election, there's 1,800 in London. We won 18. It's 1%. This year, we're hoping to massively scale up. I can't say how many we're planning on winning. One of the things that we've noticed is that the margins are very thin, particularly where I'm based in outer London, where there's a lot of marginal seats between actually Reform and the Greens, where people are so fed up with the establishment parties, they want something new. It's going to be a matter of how well the Green Party has got out those voters and convinced those swing voters in these elections.
Do you think a lot of the people are starting to see the real Zach Polansky? He's had a graceful baptism period, as it were, but now he's made a few boo-boos, if you pardon the phrase.
Nice.
You know, on Golders...
Those boo-boos have got bigger as well.
Yeah, the boo-boos are getting bigger. On Golders Green, let's face it, going head-to-head with Sir Mark Rowley is never a good look, especially if you want to take over councils in London. On some of the spicier anti-Semitism within the party, there's clearly a problem. And yet Zach Polansky seems to go, oh, I'm being persecuted by the media, it's a witch hunt. This is the real world now.
I think Zach has actually handled a lot of this quite well, where he has made mistakes, and sometimes he has made them. He has been pretty forthright in admitting it and accepting responsibility. I don't agree with the framing that the Green Party has an anti-Semitism problem, and in fact, the public agrees with us.
You don't read the
They
newspaper.
think we have.
Check out them. I
Well,
mean,
Caroline Lucas, your former leader, thinks you have.
She never said that. She said that where these incidents do appear, they should be dealt with properly, and we are dealing with the few cases properly. I can't comment on any of the individual cases themselves.
So you're the chair of the London Greens. You can't comment on the guy who was stopped being a candidate in the 2024 general election because of his online comments, but you've allowed him to stand. Actually, so this one's in Walsall, so I won't put it on you. I'll put it on your colleagues in the Midlands, who says, why should Hamas commanders order October the 7th to then have their territory destroyed and their people killed for money? If so, who offered them that money? The Israeli government. You banned him and you let him back because the Greens have a massive anti-Semitism problem, which is what your former London Assembly member has said. And actually, like you, Martin, I've been bombarded with leaflets from the Greens. Do you know the one thing they don't mention? They mention Gaza, they mention standing up for Muslims. They don't mention the environment.
Well, let's let Eugene.
I've actually written a good number of Green Party leaflets, and let me tell you, there's always stuff about the environment.
Literally not in the ones I've been put through in Lambeth.
I mean, maybe not every single leaflet, but it's always.
They have a picture of Polanski and they talk about Gaza. I wasn't aware that my council was responsible for the conflict in Gaza.
These are important elections that we need to fight properly, and there's so many issues that we are campaigning on locally. We've got a fantastic set of manifestos.
Wow.
Okay,
where those issues arise, we are dealing with them.
You're not. You're letting them back in the party.
Gentlemen, we're going to pick this back for the break. Scarlett Maguire might need a pair of ear mufflers on there. You're caught in the crossfire there.
It's going to be an awkward break, isn't it?
Coming up in just a moment's time.
আসসালামু আলাইকুম আমি সবাইকে অনুরোধ জানাচ্ছি আমার বাংলাদেশি কমিউনিটি যারা এই নিয়মে বসবাস করেন সবাইকে
We are going to be having a look at some of the sectarianism that we've seen throughout the election and which party that is ultimately going to favour. All of that and more.
Evening. Welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. There will again be a few showers around tomorrow. Could be some heavy ones also, but like today, most places won't see them and stay dry. And it will be a little warmer tomorrow across the south. Turning a bit chilly under high pressure tonight with some clearer skies over eastern England. We've got a low pressure and a weather front moving in across western Scotland, bringing thicker cloud and outbreaks of rain spread into parts of Northern Ireland also. Behind that, some clearer skies will also allow it to turn quite chilly. A lot of cloud over England and Wales with some heavier showers keeping going here. Where we've got those clearer skies either over eastern England or northwest Scotland, temperatures will drop, and in some rural spots we might not be far off freezing to start Friday, but we should also in these areas start off with some sunshine. Elsewhere, expect quite a bit of cloud and some outbreaks of showery rain to be drifting north over the Midlands into Wales. Plenty of sunshine though across the far south of England, I suspect. Quite a bit of cloud elsewhere too, but generally dry and bright to start with through the central belt, across much of Northern Ireland as well. And in northwest Scotland, although there'll be a few showers, generally a brighter day compared to today. Now, as you go through the day, we will see further showers. There'll be this zone of cloudier weather over southern Scotland and the far north of England with some outbreaks of rain. And then in the south, some heavy showers could develop, particularly as we head into the afternoon over parts of the Midlands, Wales and spreading up into northern England later on. Much of northern Scotland, Northern Ireland, dry and bright, plenty of sunshine in the south. And that's where we'll see the highest temperatures could get to 20 Celsius in one or two places. Warmer still maybe in the south on Saturday. Again, largely dry and bright here. Risk of some showers coming up later on. This cloudier zone making it feel quite cool on some North Sea coasts with outbreaks of rain over northeast England and southeast Scotland. But again, dry and bright across the far northwest, but quite a bit colder here, only single digits, whereas in the south we could easily get over 20 Celsius again. Goodbye.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right.
GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Dewbs Co weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I don't want to sugarcoat it. The message from the doorstep is this is a tough election cycle. This is a midterm set of elections with people concerned about cost of living and wanting to see the government go faster with quicker pace.
There's no sugarcoating it. That was David Lammy. Welcome back. You're watching Votes 2026. The people decide, and that was the Deputy PM, David Lammy, on this being a tough electoral cycle. Now, let's get straight to the panel. Joining us this evening in the studio, the writer and the broadcaster, Emma Trimble, ex-Labour Party advisor, Matthew Larser, the chair of the London Green Party, Eugene McCarthy. These two have already been at each other's throats.
We've had to separate them.
Indeed. And the founder of Merlin Strategy, who's very glad they've been separated. In a sandwich there. Scarlett Maguire, welcome to you all. Let's start with you, shall we, Emma Trimble. Welcome to the studio. Let's talk about the Conservatives. We haven't talked about the Conservatives much thus far. We've been talking about the Starmageddon looking very, very bad. Kemi Badenoch's been performing well personally lately, but all the intel I'm getting from in the field is the Conservatives also could have a pretty bruising night.
Yeah, I think the Conservatives' problem is not Kemi. It's that Kemi has basically been saddled with the legacy of the betrayal of 13 years of Tory rule, to use a phrase that the left like to use. There's not a great deal that poor Kemi can do to pull this back from the brink, and I think that's showing in the polling and what we're expecting to see from these elections is that it's not just going to be the Labour Party that are decimated, but also the Conservative Party as well. In many parts of the country, as I mentioned earlier, back in 2021, 2022, we saw 3/4 of the country voting for the main parties. Now it's looking as if it's going to be under half of the country voting for the main parties. I think we're seeing a revolt, not just against Labour, but actually a revolt against the lanyard class, against the establishment, and that includes the Conservative Party as well.
Scott, I'm keen to get your views on this, because there are certain areas where I think, this is just anecdotally from people I know on the ground, where people are quite desperate to keep Labour and the Greens out, and so they're actually going to vote Lib Dem in order to do that. These are people that maybe are more instinctively of the Tory persuasion, potentially soft Tories. There's areas around the kind of Muswell Hill area of London. So I'm wondering, actually, if we might be slightly underpricing the Liberal Democrats here, whether they might actually sweep up a little bit, because people think, oh, we need to keep the Greens and Labour out, I'm going to vote for the Lib Dems.
Yeah, I mean, I think we might be. I think we're certainly not talking about them enough. I actually did a whole event on the locals, and I didn't mention the Lib Dems once a couple of days ago, and someone quite rightly picked me up on it, because they are still very much one of our now 5 main parties. I still think, though, that the Lib Dems, yes, they maybe will do well in parts of London. I think that it would be really interesting. I'm interested to watch places like Surrey, where it's going to be more of a Lib Dem Conservative fight, to see how they perform. But I definitely get the sense that there's a feeling that the Lib Dems, just generally speaking, are actually underperforming, that there was this vacuum that were, you know, normally when people are cross with Labour and the Conservatives, the Lib Dems benefit. That was certainly the case at the last election, or that was also tactical voting against the Tories. And there's something about the Lib Dems, I find it odd that they're still on the same percentage of vote, roughly speaking, that they were in the 2024 election.
It's worth pointing out as well, don't forget that 10 million people almost didn't get a vote in these elections because they were going to be cancelled.
Yeah.
Matthew Lars was tapping away on his phone there, but the fact of the matter is Keir Starmer didn't want a lot of these elections to go ahead.
Yeah,
and by the way, neither did Kemi Badenoch. And when you look at some of the results when they start coming in later on tonight, I think we might understand why, particularly around Norfolk, where the Conservatives dug in, and down in Essex. You know, it's going to be a turquoise tidal, it's going to be a bloodbath. But do you think that Sir Keir Starmer was already going to get a kicking? But will he get an extra bit of a kicking tonight? Because the Labour Party tried to cancel his
I think
election.
in some places that could be an issue. Well, I think that probably clearly there is voter anger against the government, and I think that was the case anyway. I think they were daft. Their reason was they were doing local government reorganisation, scrapping some councils, changing how it worked. It was OK to do that for a year, which is what they did initially while they sorted themselves out. But then they said, oh no, we're going to scrap the elections for 2 years, and then that begins to look not like organisation, but as running scared.
But
so I think that was not the government's finest hour.
What are you going to call for Keir Starmer to go? I mean, it looks like Ed Miliband's asked for the timetable. Barry Gardiner doesn't really want a timetable. He just wants him gone. I mean, when are you going to stick your head above the
Well, look, I've long said that the Prime Minister needs to up his game, and, that, you know, these elections are not going to add to his political cause. He's got a big speech on Monday. He's got to say something on Monday that is, frankly, earth-shattering to get over what is clearly going to be a very bad night for Labour.
Do you actually think Keir Starmer can say anything earth-shattering? Ever? He's never.
Well, he's not. I don't think he's going to say it in an earth-shattering way. That's not his thing. I think the government needs to set out what it actually is for, and I think what we don't have is a clear enough vision of what the government believes. Now, there's some briefing into the Friday papers that Europe is going to be part of this. That getting closer to Europe is going to be part of that. That will appeal to some people who've gone to the Greens, but it won't go down in Barnsley and other councils where I'm hearing. That's why I was tapping in my phone that Reform is doing very well in what were the Labour heartlands.
Are you hearing this? So go on, what is the update?
Oh, just, you know, I'm hearing that in white working class areas, it really struggling against Reform, and in Wales, I think that the faces could not be glummer of people in Wales. 27 years ago, I was there waving a daffodil, and 27 years later, to lose the Parliament is not a good look.
Just want to, if anyone is just joining us, just to kind of ground ourselves, we've got Reform are predicted to get 1,580 seats. Labour set to lose 1,597. I'll keep you updated on the Tories, the Greens, and of course the rise of the Independent as well in just seconds.
Just very quick, if that happens, that would be the biggest ever net gain and the biggest ever net loss in a local election ever. History will be made tonight.
Do you trust what you're being told? Good, because neither do I.
Those are just facts.
I'm Alex Armstrong, and on my show, we'll expose the spin.
Well, I want to answer that, because you didn't let me last time, because you always speak over me.
The broken promises.
To deny that is denying the truth.
And the hypocrisy.
Needs to stop. We can allow.
Politics, policy, Parliament. Nothing is off limits. No sugarcoating, no fear of offence, just the truth laid bare. Tune in every Saturday and Sunday at 9 p.m. for Alex Armstrong Tonight, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Tamta, thank you not only for joining us, but for bringing examples of your amazing work, because I think the easiest way for you to describe what you do, because I read that you value things not for how they look, but for the messages they give and the stories that they tell. So tell me about what you do with silk and how you get those stories across.
Well, it's very important, first of all, to say hello.
Yes.
It's a pleasure to be here again. And what's important for me to mention that I really challenge the status quo of luxury. I really believe that luxury is no longer of owning a product, but what emotional resonance it gives you. And that was the heart of Quintet. With our creations, you have no limits to what you can include in your artworks. Your dreams can truly come true here, so maybe I can show you one of the arts that we had ordered for Paul.
Who is Paul? What does Paul do? I mean, well, Paul clearly plays chess. He flies a lot. Can we see? I don't know if we can actually see this. If we can hold it up.
Yes, sure.
He's got a motorbike. He travels. He likes to drink. And as I say, he plays chess and he travels.
He likes Newcastle United as well. He likes, I think, Art Deco style period. That's why the fonts we chose. He likes red wine, and I think actually the motorbike, it's his dream. So your dreams can truly come true on these pieces. This is actually pocket square bandana, so it can be worn for men, it can be framed. What's beautiful about our creations that we can actually, many people frame them.
Yes.
And there is no monument in the world that we have drawn yet. Everything we have drawn, and every breed of the animal.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Well, welcome along to a history-making evening here as polls have slammed shut across England, Wales and Scotland for the most consequential set of local elections in modern times. We are joined by our fabulous panel this evening. We've got Emma Trimble, the writer and broadcaster, ex-Labour advisor Matthew Lars, the chair of the London Green Party, Eugene McCarthy, and the founder of Merlin Strategy, Scarlett Maguire. In the last few minutes, David Lammy has been out and said it's been tough on the doorstep. So he's kind of rolling the wicket. Not sure.
Slight understatement there.
Not sure how much longer his tenure as Deputy Prime Minister is going to last. But, Eugene, look, we can't underestimate the roles that the Greens are now playing in politics at a national level. I do want to put this to you, though. How much longer do you think this alliance of the kind of pro-LGBT wing of their party and the kind of Islamic wing really can stay together?
I don't think that's a kind of a good representation of the makeup of the party. I think where we're seeing the majority of the increase in support come from is actually younger voters. There's a huge surge in particularly young women supporting the Green Party, but also actually young men are not flocking to reform. They are in large part coming over to us. I think that we want to build a broad coalition. That includes white working class communities. It includes non-white working class communities. It includes young people and older people. We want to cut through for the people who are really struggling with rip-off Britain at the moment, because ultimately we need an alternative.
Can we just discuss a little bit the role or the ideology of younger women, Scarlett? They are green, aren't they, Lost?
Oh, hugely so, yeah. I mean, even at the last election, before Zach Polansky became leader and before the sort of new revitalised image of the Green Party...
Why?
You saw young women vote Green in huge numbers. Why?
Yeah, what turns them on about the Greens?
Well, I mean, if you look at what is driving the Green vote, and actually the Reform vote as well in lots of parts of the country, it's this sense that the country doesn't work for you, the economy doesn't work for you, that you distrust politicians a huge amount, you distrust the mainstream media in places like the BBC, and you are not happy with the current settlement and you don't think it's fair. And so I think if you look at that, then different sorts of voters just have different reactions to that. But you see that amount of pessimism is actually incredibly pronounced with young women, and I don't think the two are disconnected.
Emma, final words to you, if I may assume you're a woman. You never know these days, do you?
You have assumed correctly, Martin.
How does it make you feel that so many young women have turned to a political narrative that clearly you don't subscribe to?
Well, I, for one, don't understand it, obviously. But it is true that you are seeing... I mean, young men tend to be quite conservative, at least anecdotally. I think this is also supported by
actually, young men in this country are really left-wing too, which is there's a bit of a myth that the young men in this country are really right-wing. You see it in other countries, but in this country, young men are still further to the left than men of any other age group and demographic, and they're still... I mean, again, I think, as Eugene was saying, latest opinion polls have young men... Greens doing as well with young men, if not better than Reform.
Yeah, but I mean, certainly I find it baffling that young women are being so driven towards the Greens, but I think that this is all part of that great realignment that we were talking about after Brexit that was frustrated by COVID, and it's now bubbling up and turning into this historical moment.
Farewell to you.
Well, it is. Those votes are being counted, Martin. It's over to you. What an incredible 6 hours ahead you have. I mean, what's coming up?
60 seats will be declared. It's going to be a nightmare on Downing Street for Sir Keir Starmer. History will be made, and the most seats won and the most seats lost. Don't go anywhere. We're here till 6 a.m.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Evening. Welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. There will again be a few showers around tomorrow. Could be some heavy ones also, but like today, most places won't see them and stay dry. And it will be a little warmer tomorrow across the south. Turning a bit chilly under high pressure tonight with some clearer skies over eastern England. We've got a low pressure and a weather front moving in across western Scotland, bringing thicker cloud and outbreaks of rain spread into parts of Northern Ireland also. Behind that, some clearer skies will also allow it to turn quite chilly. A lot of cloud over England and Wales with some heavier showers keeping going here. Where we've got those clearer skies either over eastern England or northwest Scotland, temperatures will drop, and in some rural spots we might not be far off freezing to start Friday, but we should also in these areas start off with some sunshine. Elsewhere, expect quite a bit of cloud and some outbreaks of showery rain to be drifting north over the Midlands into Wales. Plenty of sunshine though across the far south of England, I suspect. Quite a bit of cloud elsewhere too, but generally dry and bright to start with through the central belt, across much of Northern Ireland as well. And in northwest Scotland, although there'll be a few showers, generally a brighter day compared to today. Now, as you go through the day, we will see further showers. There'll be this zone of cloudier weather over southern Scotland and the far north of England with some outbreaks of rain. And then in the south, some heavy showers could develop, particularly as we head into the afternoon, over parts of the Midlands, Wales, and spreading up into northern England later on. Much of northern Scotland, Northern Ireland, dry and bright, plenty of sunshine in the south, and that's where we'll see the highest temperatures could get to 20 Celsius in one or two places. Warmer still maybe in the south on Saturday. Again, largely dry and bright here. Risk of some showers coming up later on. This cloudier zone making it feel quite cool on some North Sea coasts with outbreaks of rain over northeast England and southeast Scotland. But again, dry and bright across the far northwest, but quite a bit colder here, only single digits, whereas in the south we could easily get over 20 Celsius again. Goodbye.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
There's a totally tax-free £76,543.21 in cash to be won. Cash to spend on anything you like. That's like having over £6,000 extra to spend each month for a whole year. You could spend it on a bucket list holiday, treats for all of the family, or just save it for a rainy day. For a chance to win, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB21 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 26th of June. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pooled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dewbs Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Greetings, it's midnight, live across the United Kingdom. This is GB News, Britain's news channel, and tonight the polls have closed in crucial local elections across England, across Scotland and across Wales. Will the right turn to reform? Will the left abandon Labour and head instead to the Green Party? I'm Martin Daubney, and this is Vote 2026. The people decide. Buckle in for an incredible 6 hours of politics. History will be made tonight. Tonight and over the next 24 hours, history will truly be made. For the Prime Minister, it's Judgment Day. The first real moment voters get to answer one question. Are you delivering or are you finished?
Will you resign if Labour lose thousands of seats, Prime Minister?
And is the government already rolling out its excuses for what could be a Starmageddon?
It has been tough, there has been frustration, and we will have to pick up pace and really hear the public.
Well, for the beleaguered Conservatives, an extinction-level threat hangs over tonight's results. And elsewhere, the Green Party could be about to gain councillors like they've never seen before. But will we get to the truth behind their sudden surge in support? And Reform UK is on the march, not nibbling at the edges anymore, but instead going straight for the jugular.
You know, Reform is a start-up insurgent party that barely existed just a few years ago. We swept the board in the local elections last year. We're confident we're going to do extremely well again this year.
Over the coming hours, we'll bring you all the results as they happen live. We'll have Team GB News coverage all across Great Britain.
I'm here at Reform HQ, where they tell me they're feeling bullish as the party looks to make history tonight. But can they do it? I'll be getting all the reaction as the results begin trickling in from here at their overnight election party.
Well, here in the Northwest, voting intention is way up for parties like Reform and the Greens, but way down for Labour and the Conservatives. That's created some really key battlegrounds here in the region. We'll be bringing you some of those results overnight.
Well, the count is on here in Gosport, and in Hampshire we'll be keeping a close eye on how it goes tonight. It's one of the most important stress tests for the Conservative Party in the entire country in this county, a Tory Hartfield. So if they lose out here, it will be bad news for the Tories.
Welcome to Wales, a country that has been Labour for over a century. The Welsh Parliament, Labour since it began back in 1999. Yet all of that looks set to change.
And throughout the night, we'll be joined by some of the biggest names in British politics, including Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg, Suella Braverman, Christine Jardine, the Labour MP Sarah Sackman, and some Green Party councillors. Plus, we'll be crunching the numbers and analysing the results from councils and mayoral elections across England. Wales, where Labour, the dominant force since devolution, is now trailing way behind Plaid Cymru and Reform UK. And in Scotland, will the SNP hold on at Holyrood? Don't miss a single moment. We'll have uninterrupted coverage of every twist, of every turn, right throughout the next 6 hours. The excitement of election night starts right here, right now. Yeah, why don't you buckle in, get yourself a cup of tea or perhaps something stronger. We've got one heck of a show tonight. History is certain to be made. These aren't just any local elections. They are history-making local elections that could decide the fate of the Prime Minister, could reset the entire political landscape across the UK in a way we've never seen before in history. Millions of people have now made their voices heard in an election that will change the political landscape tonight, that's for sure. And more than that, if Labour faces a complete wipeout, will this be the tipping point that triggers an immediate leadership challenge against that man there, the under fire Sir Keir Starmer? Well, both the Conservatives and the Labour Party are also braced for a difficult night, with Labour expecting to see historic losses in England. But it's a completely different story for Reform UK and the Green Party. They seem certain to capture former strongholds from the two main parties across the country tonight. Are we seeing the end of traditional two-party politics in Britain? In Scotland, the SNP is on course for a fifth term and may even secure a majority as Reform UK pushes Labour into third place. In Wales, Plaid Cymru and Reform are thought to be neck and neck. So just who will clinch power there and where else? Well, I'm delighted now to be joined by the Labour MP for Camborne and Redruth, and that's Peron Moon. Peron, welcome to the show. It's a pleasure to have your company. And may I say, I salute your bravery coming out tonight, because you must be assuming the brace position, closing the curtains, maybe getting a bottle of scotch and turning your Wi-Fi off.
Well, it's all ready to face the music over the next 36 hours or so. It's going to take a while for these results to come through. We knew they were always going to be challenging. Mid-term elections always are.
These aren't just any mid-term elections, though, are they? They are a referendum on the Prime Minister. Let's be absolutely blunt. From the left, people are switching to the Greens. They don't feel that your party's done enough on things such as Gaza. To the right, Reform UK looks set to sweep the Labour Party out of the red wall. These are seats that were once Boris Johnson's. Keir Starmer could barely hang on to them for 2 hours. It could well be a nightmare on Downing Street.
The referendum on the Prime Minister, he's going to remain in place. Unfortunately, these are the challenges that you face when you are confronted with the challenges that we faced 2 years ago and have started to turn things around. But it's painful, and not enough people are feeling the benefit of the changes that we're making at this stage in the political cycle, in the parliamentary cycle. We know that this is going to be a challenging set of elections. But this is, ultimately this is down to grinding, boring, stable government. And it's not something that we have had over the last 14 years. We had 5 prime ministers during the course of, I think, about 9 years under the Conservatives. We're not going back to that. We know that we have the challenges of the cost of living crisis. We've got the incredibly difficult situation in the Middle East. And we are not going to be diving in with both feet, as Nigel Farage and Kemeny Badenoch suggested we do. We're holding firm. We're keeping the cost of living crisis in the forefront of our minds, and that's the focus of the government before this set of elections, and it will be the same after this set of elections.
I wonder, Peron Moon, if focusing on the war in the Middle East is a distraction. How about the war within the Labour Party? On the front page of The Times this evening, Ed Miliband saying it's time to set a timeline for the departure of Sir Keir Starmer. The front page of The Express, Barry Gardner saying Sir Keir Starmer, just admit it, the party's over. Let's face it, the worst ever majority of loss of seats in a local election history was the Conservatives, the low watermark of Brexit, Theresa May in 2019, 1,333 seats. A lot of the polls have Sir Keir Starmer down to lose significantly more seats than that tonight, Peron Moon. Forget about blaming Nigel Farage, forget about blaming the war in the Middle East. The buck stops with the Prime Minister. Surely it's time for him to go.
We haven't seen any results come in as far as I'm aware so far. All we've seen are predictions, and we will wait to see what those results are. I've been out today in both Plymouth and in London, so I've seen on the doorstep myself the reaction of voters. There are obvious concerns about the cost of living crisis, but there is also an appreciation that these are difficult times and we are working through with policies that are going to change our country, but people aren't feeling the benefit of those policies yet. We're less than 2 years into this Parliament, and we will not be distracted from delivering on the promises that we made less than 2 years ago.
If you got distracted by cold, hard data, OK, the results aren't in yet. We know that. They're going to start coming in at 1:30, and I think they're going to start bad for the Labour Party. They're going to get a bit worse. They're then going to get quite a lot worse, and then they're going to end up being terrible. And that's before we get to Wales. That's before we get to Scotland. OK, you can say these are just predictions. Let's wait for the cookie to crumble. You're right. But when the chips are on the table, it's over for Keir Starmer. It's over.
I totally disagree with that. You've been quoting me conversations that have been reported in the Times that even Ed Miliband's team said they don't recognise the account of that. Look, ultimately, we've had, we have had a scenario where the media get a whiff of difficulty, political difficulty, and they kind of go after prime ministers. That is not the case with this prime minister. He's been totally underestimated when he was a very young director of public prosecutions, and he reformed that organisation. He was totally underestimated when he took over the Labour Party, when we were racked with anti-Semitism, and he changed the Labour Party and won a massive majority. He's being totally underestimated now. I appreciate this is a difficult time for the government. I'm not trying to deny that, but let's just wait and see what those results are. We will absolutely take those into consideration, but I have to tell you, we and many of my colleagues on the backbenches are just not recognising so many of these reports that we're reading in the media. We want the Cabinet and the Prime Minister to remain utterly focused on what our constituents are telling us they want us to be focused on, which is continuing to repair the National Health Service, dealing with the cost of living crisis, and reducing bills by ensuring that we get some stability from our energy production.
OK, Peron Moon, thank you for joining us tonight. I know it's one of the hardest jobs in politics to be sent out to face media like this, but you did it with aplomb. I credit you for that, sir. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Labour MP for Camborne and Redruth, Peron Moon MP. Wow, what a night ahead he has. Well, join me now in the studio for the next 3 hours. The GB News host and the former Conservative MP, Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg, the former Labour advisor, Scarlett Maguire, the Reform councillor, Natalie Oliver, Lib Dem councillor, Carl Cashman, the barrister and Green Party activist, Paul Powlesland. Welcome to you all. Sir Jacob, I have to start with you, not because you're a legend and you have seniority at this desk, but because you were watching that interview there with poor old Peron Moon, sent out into a flail of lead. It's one of the hardest jobs in politics.
From a technical point of view, looking at a politician from a politician, I thought he did it very well. I thought he did it robustly. He pushed back, but he used those phrases that an honest man uses when he doesn't want to admit something. So he said a couple of times, I don't recognise. I don't recognise means you're right, but I don't want to admit it in sort of politician's code. But he doesn't want to tell you a lie. He doesn't want to say something's untrue. So I thought he put the case as well as he could. But the polls are dire for Labour. They're not good for the Tory party, but for the Labour Party, it's a different magnitude of defeat that is coming down the tracks for them. Scotland, Wales, that they've had forever, losing councils that have always been Labour councils, and Keir Starmer's position. I mean, Ed Miliband has been a loyal supporter. When he's on the front page of the Times, written by Steve Swinford, who is one of the best-informed lobby journalists, that's really serious.
OK, thank you very much, Sir Jacob. To the rest of my panel, would you mind waiting a moment? Because I've got round the corner, as if by magic, I've got the Director of the Electoral Calculus, Martin Baxter. Martin, it's always a pleasure to have your company. You and I, earlier in the day, fed the seats into your spreadsheet, your wizardry, because we're going to have a lot of seats coming our way from 2 a.m. through till 6 a.m. We've got about 60 seats, 60 areas that will be declared. Based on the current polling of those seats, you've produced an electoral map. Talk us through it. Let's start with the scores on the doors as we are. Let's get your map on the screen now. This is how the areas that are being contested tonight look now. As you can see there, Martin Baxter, there's a lot of blue ink and a lot of red ink. Talk us through what we can see on the screen.
Thanks, Martin. Yes, well, it looks like it's going to be a very interesting night politically, and it could be as bad for Labour as 2 years ago the general election was for the Conservatives. So, as you say, the seats being, or the councils being defended are mostly Labour and Conservative at the moment, but that looks like, if the polls are right, that could change dramatically, and we could see a lot of growth of reform in the towns and suburbs, some growth of the Greens in the inner cities, and very bad news for Labour and a bit of bad news for the Conservatives as well. We'll be watching that as we go and bringing you up to date all through the night.
And Martin, let's get the second map now. So we've fed all of the projections in, and this is how it might look if all of those projections come true. We have a radically different political landscape, particularly there down Norfolk, through Essex, Tory strongholds simply turning turquoise. And look at London. London is having a political makeover, the likes of which we've never seen before. A huge tranche of seats there being lost by the Labour Party to the Green Party.
Yes, I mean, London is... the centre of London is much more left-wing than the suburbs, so the centre of London, we think, could go green in lots of places, whereas round the edges there'll be bits of reform towards Essex, Lib Dems in the southwest, bits of Conservative and Labour. But the big picture is reform potentially gaining a lot of councils, as you say, in East Anglia, but also right up there in the north in the Red Wall, outside the city centres, but everywhere else reform could be doing very well. And even in the south of England, in the home counties, there could be three-way battles between the Conservatives, Reform and the Lib Dem. So it's a complicated picture, and that's even before we got on to Wales and Scotland, where there's more parties involved as well. But it could be that one of the things we see tonight is just the loss of votes from the Labour Party to other parties in all directions.
Thank you very much, Martin Baxter. You'll be with us throughout the night, throughout the whole 6 hours, a marathon session, and you'll be using your spreadsheet to show us the changing landscape as those seats roll in. Thank you very much, Martin Baxter, for giving us a taste of where we could be going on this historic night. Back to my panel now. Let's get straight to Scarlett Maguire, if I could, former Labour advisor. Scarlett,
right.
Peron Moon there was resolute, under fire, but that political map there shows us annihilation for the Labour Party. Annihilation.
No, just a minute. Annihilation means that there will be no Labour councillors left. I think this is utterly untrue. I absolutely give it that Labour will lose over 1,000 seats, probably over 1,500 seats. Annihilation means that there are no Labour councils left. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that inner London will...
You're trying to make out minus 1,500's a good news?
No. I'm just saying that you're using the word annihilation.
What would you call it? Just a scratch?
No. Look, it's really, really bad news. All I'm saying is it's not annihilation. Annihilation is when Labour has no councils left. Now, if that happens, by the end of Saturday that Labour's got no councillors, I will say to you that was annihilation. There'll still be, but that's not what's going to happen. What's going to happen is they're going to lose lots and lots of councillors, and they're going to lose a lot of people in Wales and Scotland. And it's terrible, and there are a lot of very, very good councillors who are going to lose their seats. And I'm really sad about it, right? And I think it's very, very serious. I'm just not having you telling me I'm going to be annihilated.
Well, we can argue over the semantics, and of course it's always sad when people lose their jobs in politics. Of course it is. But perhaps the blame lies with the Prime Minister.
I think people are very, very disappointed in a Labour government, and I also think that people are very used to saying, "Oh, we don't like this. We'll do something else," and they're looking elsewhere. And I think that the Greens and Reform, because it's being hit by both. I mean, up in the northeast, it's going to be Reform. In inner London, it's going to be the Greens. That they're offering solutions. Whether the solutions work is what we're going to see, because that's the real problem, is what happens when people take over the councils. We shall see, but I do not see. I see a lot of Labour losing seats to the Greens. I would be surprised. They might get Hackney, but I'd be surprised if they got very many in the London councils.
Well, why don't we put that to the Green Party man now? I mean, you must be feeling pretty confident. I mean, your party's come from nowhere. It's an insurgent force.
Yeah.
In many ways similar to Reform UK, politically completely different. But there does seem to be an appetite out there. I live in areas where they're getting bombarded by Green Party activists. There's definitely a mood in the air for radical change.
There is, and I think what's really interesting about tonight is that we're seeing Labour collapse, not just coming from the right, being eaten by Reform in certain areas, but also by the Greens from the left as well. And I think that is causing Labour a great difficulty, because traditionally Labour could say to left-wing members of the party and left-wing parts of the electorate, well, if you don't like it, suck it up. Where else are you going to go? And now a party has come along and said, well, actually, you can come to us. And I'm not sure when Keir Starmer was as aggressive as he has been towards the left over the years, he was necessarily expecting us to take him up on the offer to go to another party. But we are doing that. I'm doing that myself. I stood as a Green councillor today for the first time, and also in an area that traditionally wouldn't have, hasn't had any opposition at all. In fact, Barking and Dagenham has been 100% Labour council, or no non-Labour councillors have been elected for 15 years. And they are going to lose seats to Reform in Dagenham and hopefully to the Greens in Barking as well. They're losing it to both sides. And I would say that does show as well, this isn't just about Keir Starmer. I think people are dissatisfied with a complacent Labour Party that's not really doing its job, that feels like it deserves certain votes without having to work for them. And a lot of people are now rejecting that and saying we can go somewhere else.
OK, let's get to Natalie Oliver now, Reform councillor. So Keir Starmer is in this kind of deadly pincer movement, isn't he? To the right, in the Red Wall, in the north, it's Reform UK, in the inner city metropolitan areas and the more ethnic minority Muslim vote areas, the Green Party. How confident are you that Reform UK isn't just a protest vote and you can actually sort of do something substantive? Because if you do win a lot of seats tonight, you'll be under a huge amount of scrutiny.
Absolutely, Martin, and we won a huge amount of seats this time last year, and we've been under a massive amount of scrutiny for the last 12 months. And, we have proven within the councils that we have been running, I'm a county councillor in Lincolnshire, that we are delivering for our residents, and we are proven now. So this isn't a protest vote. This is people witnessing the incredible results that we are having across the UK in the councils that we are already running, and how we are able to deliver that. So, people know what they are voting for, and they want reform in their areas.
Lincolnshire. You're here for 3 hours, aren't you?
I am.
Excellent, because Lincoln and North East Lincolnshire, they declare at 2 a.m.
They do.
And I think that's going to be the beginning of where we're going to really start to see, I think, this turquoise change. Tell us about the campaign in Lincolnshire and how it's going, because, of course, you have a Reform mayor up there. What is it that's making people back? Because historically, very conservative area. What's changed?
Yeah, well, it's the fact that voters have been let down, isn't it, Martin? You know, they have lended their vote to the Conservative Party for such a long time in Lincolnshire, and they genuinely feel that they have been let down. We've had 14 years without any results, and people want to see real, meaningful change. And the only way that they are going to achieve that is with Reform UK. Lincoln City is a really interesting one because it's the only place in Lincolnshire where we have got a current Labour council. And, you know, out on the doorsteps, we've been receiving the most incredible feedback, and it looks as though we will win. I mean, we're up for a third in Lincoln City, and we are in North East Lincolnshire, and it looks incredibly strong in both of those areas. And I wouldn't be surprised if we don't win all, or if not almost all of those seats.
Well, 2 a.m. is when that will start to roll in, and we'll see it with our own eyes. Let's get now to my Liberal Democrat councillor, Carl Cashman. Carl, thank you for waiting patiently next to me. The Lib Dems have been quietly nibbling away and improving in council seats for the past year. Reform UK has been the biggest benefactor of swings away from Labour and the Tories, but you've put 20 seats on in by-elections. You do well at council elections, and I think you're going to be the beneficiaries tonight, aren't you, perhaps, of that kind of home counties slipping away from the Conservatives to you?
Most definitely, and I would say that we are the party of local government, and quite often, you know, I noticed that we weren't mentioned in the opening monologue then, but we have a really good chance of not only finishing second in these local elections, the highest, second highest amount of seats, but also be the second largest party in local government. And that's no mean feat when you're, you know, a few years ago you had 12 MPs. Now we've got 72. To be the second largest party in local government would be huge for us. But the ambition is to be the largest party in local government. And I'm glad that Natalie's here for 3 hours with me, because she could maybe then list the amount of Reform councillors that have resigned off their councils. So you are under scrutiny at the moment, rightfully so. The Greens will also come under scrutiny in the months to come. But I think we need to start looking at these councils much closer. When you get a Lib Dem council, you get no chaos. You get a council that is well run, that gets the recycling rates down, and that makes sure that people's services are run really, really well.
Are you concerned, and I say this because I see this on ground games around the country myself, Ed Davey is a bit of a boring middle-aged man compared to the Green Party, is like something younger, something more vibrant. Could you turn to yesteryear's party?
I don't think so. I think Ed has been kind of a steady pair of hands at the wheel, and you know, look,
he's not very steady on the paddleboard.
Well, you know, you'll have to see whether you're more steady yourself. I mean, you know, all kinds of power to his elbow in terms of what he did in that general election campaign, raising those big issues. And look, you know, he did those stunts, but then he talked about something really serious after he did it. Yeah, and then I think now we're hopefully moving into a period of being a really serious party that wants to become the second party, as I said, in local government and also potentially national government as well.
Superb. So, Jacob, let's come back to you now. Let's talk about the Conservatives, the fate that lies ahead. You saw on that map there is going to be some grim news, we fear, for the Conservatives across Essex, across Hampshire, across Norfolk. And it has to be said, they were areas where the Conservatives wanted to cancel these elections, and they were accused early doors of
Kemi didn't, to be fair.
Well,
some of the councillors did.
But she didn't order her councillors to get on with the blooming elections.
Unfortunately, you can't order councillors. Councillors aren't sort of military types who do as they're told. Councillors are quite independent-minded. I was always very strongly, as a Conservative, against cancelling elections. I thought it was a terrible mistake last year, and was delighted that Nigel Farage won the legal action to stop it. But Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the party, was against stopping them.
So we need now to talk about that Kemi bounce we hear a lot about. Undeniably, you know, she's a much more polished performer at PMQs. I think everybody of every political stripe can agree she's got better in that context. But the election results tonight look like they're going to be quite bad for the Conservatives.
Yes.
And is that the problem? It's not the leader that's the problem. Is it the brand? Is it the party?
Well, we had a very bad result in 2024. This is the continuation of that the base got reset at a lower level. and that takes time to turn round. But I would look at the success of the right as a whole. There's remarkably little difference ideologically between the Conservative Party, as led by Kemi Badenoch, and Reform.
There will be in terms of seats won tonight.
Yeah, there will be, and Reform will do much better. And Reform will be winning in areas such as Essex and Lincolnshire, which historically have been properly Conservative, not sort of pinko Conservatives where the Lib Dems may be picking up the odd seat, but proper, true blue Conservative areas will be remaining in what I would like to call the broad Tory family, and I don't think that's the end of the world.
What's a disaster for Kemi Badenoch tonight in terms of losses? Some people have it down as if you pick up 300 seats, it could be a disaster. The Tories are defending 1,300 seats.
I would expect us to go down, obviously, but the story tonight is not about the Conservative Party. We are the also-rans. It's about the Prime Minister, and it's about whether the Prime Minister, on Saturday morning, when the results are through, goes to Downing Street, stands outside, as David Cameron did after he lost the Brexit referendum, and says, I've got to go. And that wouldn't surprise me. I think it's looking so bad for Labour. If the projection's even halfway right, he could easily be making that announcement without the royal coat of arms on the front of it.
OK. Well, the first results are starting to come in around about 2 a.m. The counts are now fully underway. 60 areas will declare in this show from 2 a.m. onwards. Let's get to my next guest now. I'm delighted to be joined by the Liberal Democrats MP for Edinburgh West, Christine Jardine. Christine, a pleasure to have your company. How do you think you're going to fare tonight, the Lib Dems?
Well, we're looking forward to tonight's results. We stand to make gains, and this would be our 8th year in a row where we'd made gains, and that would be a record. Now, we know people are crying out for change, but there are two different kinds of change. One is the politics of anger, division, and easy answered, pushed by populist extremes, and the other is the Liberal Democrats approach, which is focused on building things up, not burning them down. We don't like division. We don't do division. We do hard work that actually makes people's lives better. Kemi Badenoch, actually during the general election, thought it was an insult to say that if you want your church roof fixed, ask the Liberal Democrats. Well, you know, in these elections, that's exactly the sort of people, the sort of representatives that people are looking for, who will fix local problems. And that's us.
Do you think it's helpful to call your political opponents to the left and the right populists and divisive and extremists when they're going to do so much better than you tonight? Isn't it a bit of a silly thing to say?
No, it's not. Not if those opponents are populists and they're saying extreme things and they're causing division. It's, it's saying it as it is. That's how we see the situation. And, in local elections, people are responding to us because we have won more local council by-elections than any other party in this parliament. So people are responding to that. They recognise.
Christine, that's not true. Christine, that's not true. You've put on 20 seats. Reform UK has put on 72, I believe. So in terms of who's put on the most council seats, you haven't put on the most council. You've done well, but you haven't put on the most. In fact, it's 71 is Reform. You put on 20 seats.
In 2025, we won more local by-elections in 2025. Those are the figures I have.
No,
those are the figures.
Not true.
Those are the figures. Well, I'm sorry you think it's not true.
It isn't true. Because I'm quoting figures from a Liberal Democrat peer who collects them. So look, put it to one side.
What period are you talking about?
Since May 2025 until now, Reform UK won 71.
I said during 2025.
I'm talking about from May 2025 until now.
Well, I'm talking about during 2025, we won more local council.
I think my data set is more useful because it's right until the electoral cycle now.
Because it serves your point. Let's not argue about it. But that's your set of figures. That's the set of figures I've been given by the party.
Yeah, well, they're out of date.
So let's move on.
Your figures are out of date. I'm just trying to say, if we use the figures that are in date and they run to now, then you aren't performing as well as Reform UK. And back to my previous point, is it helpful to call your political opponents extremists and populists when they're doing better than you? It just seems a bit childish.
We are in a situation in this country where we have politicians saying extremely divisive things, damaging things, and I don't think that is the correct way ahead. I don't think it helps anyone to be populist, that what we really need to do is be constructive. to be constructive. Populist is not what the country needs at the moment. What the country needs at the moment is hardworking politicians who will do the right thing, who will stand up for people and who will work for the communities in a constructive way that brings people together, not divides them, not creates division. Now, we saw this in Scotland for a long time after the devolution referendum, and we're getting past it now, and we want to get past it. And it's a much more constructive way of doing politics than being divisive, because that helps no one.
But the trouble is, you keep saying that things are divisive and toxic, and yet their electorate is performing much better than you.
Well, hang on a second.
The Green Party will put more seats on than you tonight. Reform UK will put more seats on than you tonight. So my point is, rather than focusing on how everybody else is so terrible, how about just be better yourselves? And I wonder if Ed Davey, dare I say, is starting to look a bit like yesterday's man.
Look, we have had, in the last 7 years, we have increased our number of council seats. We built up our number of council seats in those 7 years, and we're looking to do it again tonight, and we're confident that we will be doing it again tonight. And that success allowed us to be the biggest third party in 100 years. Now, you can criticise what we say, you may not agree with it, but we are the biggest third party in 100 years. And you want to look at figures? Look at that one. Look at how successful we were in the last general election. Now, in Scotland tonight, we are looking at having a very successful time when the votes are counted tomorrow, increasing our number of seats. Now, all of that tells me that what we're saying to people like. And that is what is important. We are saying what people want to hear. My point was not about anybody else. It was about that we are not being divisive. We are not being angry. We are not trying to exploit situations. We are giving people solutions. We are working for our communities, and we are doing what they want to see done. We are working very hard. And that is what we put first, our communities.
OK, thank you very much for your time. I do appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
The Lib Dem MP for Edinburgh West, Christine Jardine. Thank you very much indeed. Get to my next guest now with a different political opinion. Reform UK MP for Runcorn and Helsby, Sarah Pochin. Sarah, welcome to the show. It looks like it's going to be a good night for Reform UK. Are you hopeful that the political landscape tonight could be completely reset?
Martin, very much so. I'm speaking very quietly because they're just about to declare here in Runcorn. But so far, seems that we have picked up 6 out of 6 seats that have been declared, that are about to be declared.
So just to repeat that, you were very quiet. So you're saying 6 out of 6 seats are going to go Reform UK?
Yep, it's just about to declare now 6 out of 6. The first 6 that we've got all wins from Labour.
So that's hot off the press there. Sarah Pochin at the count there in Runcorn. You heard it here first on GBNews exclusive. 6 seats going to Reform UK, all of them from the Labour Party, Sarah Pochin. Of course, you became the MP for the area. You took over from the Labour Party. Some people, you won it by 6 votes, by a fag paper. A lot of people were saying that was a blip, but you're saying tonight that trend is continuing in that voting hall right behind you.
Well, that's about a third so far that they're about to announce. We've got 18 seats in total here tonight, but certainly at the moment the first 6 seem to have gone to Reform. So, we're very hopeful to pick up some more as we go through the night.
Sarah, I feel like I should be whispering too, because you're in a count and we don't want to get in trouble. We get our wrists slapped if we're loud in counts. But Sarah Pochin, outside of the immediate area here, are you confident that trend is going to be replicated, that Reform's are going to be picking up a lot of seats from the Labour Party?
Yeah. We're really hopeful, and certainly what we've heard on the doorstep, if people have done what they said they would do, if people have gone out and voted, which is the most critical thing, of course, then we would be very hopeful, I think, to pick up a serious number of seats. But, nothing is taken for granted until we actually hear the results at the end of the night. We won't know.
And isn't it fascinating how Runcorn, that kind of lower Merseyside area, it was Labour for like 100 years. It was always the Labour Party. Do you think we're going to see that trend perhaps in Wales? 5 p.m. tomorrow, Sunderland. You know, Sunderland, it's been Labour since the dawn of time. We're seeing this deep reset of Labour. There's no such thing as a safe Labour seat, Sarah, is my point.
I don't think there is anymore. I think the traditional two-party system is broken. And suddenly we have an awful lot more interest in politics. People feel that they've been very, very let down by the main parties. And here we are seeing the results of that, you know, whether it's the Reform Party or whether it's, I've seen the Green Party picking up votes here tonight. But certainly the two main parties have no longer got a stronghold on local politics.
Sarah Pollster, just to confirm, so 6 out of 6 seats declared so far, you're hearing go to Reform. Any idea when that will be formally announced and there'll be a public announcement?
They're just announcing behind me now the first 6 out of 18, just announcing them now. So it'll be a matter of 2 minutes and we'll have all 6 of those first 6 seats. We've taken all 6 of the first 6 seats.
There we go. Live on GBNews, quite the moment. Thank you very much. We just got to you in nick of time. I was having an argument with a Liberal Democrat MP. Thank God we got to you in the nick of time there, Sarah Pollster. You just hear that announcement going on behind you. Just perhaps would you mind scooting to your left or right a bit so we can just see what's going on behind you? There we go. That's the declaration. Sorry, Sarah, to shove you to one side, but that's the moment. Look, there's a round of applause there. Sarah Pollster back into view. That's it. That's the moment. 6 out of 6 seats declared. Thank you very much. Live TV. Okay, so, beautiful.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Last time I was here, it was actually my by-election a year ago in this very hall.
There we go. A year ago, you were elected, 6 councillors elected behind you there. Magnificent. Thank you for getting to us in the nick of time. Double thumbs up there, Sarah Pollster. Wow. Let's get back to our studio. Why don't we start? Of course, I'll reintroduce my panel for those who've forgotten. Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg, former Conservative MP, GBNews presenter, former Labour advisor Scarlett Maguire, Reform councillor Natalie Oliver, Lib Dem councillor Carl Cashman, the barrister and the Green Party activist Paul Powsland. That's how I pronounce your surname, is it? Powsland. Yeah. I got it. Thank you very much for being patient with me. Let's get to our Reform councillor, Natalie Oliver. There we had it, straight from the horse's mouth. The first seats we've had declared on the show. We're going all the way through till 6 a.m. 6 out of 6 from Reform, all from Labour.
Doesn't get much better than that, Martin, does it? Let's hope that sets a precedent for the rest of the evening. It certainly feels like there's a buzz in the air, and that is the direction of travel for us. Great to see Sarah there a year on down the line from when she was elected in Runcorn, and it is complete, you know, jurisdiction to Sarah and what she's achieved in Runcorn and Helsby, and why the people of Runcorn are sticking with Reform UK.
Scarlett, I have to come to you. It's only 6 council seats, but it's the first we've had.
Yeah,
and if this is the trend, if this is the beginning, will you accept it's an annihilation?
That was annihilation.
I will accept an annihilation
6 out of 6.
We lose it. No, obviously 6 out of 6 is bad. But I do not understand this. We're still going to be left with Labour councils. Yes, of course, we know that what's happening in the northwest is terrible. We know that in the northeast it's going to be bad, and we know we're going to lose lots of seats.
But pardon my French. This is the kind of area that they would have voted for a monkey with a red rosette. They're that old chestnut. For decades and decades.
Actually, Martin, round there, it is much less. It's not like the heartlands of Liverpool. It's been going like that for a while. Look, we are going to lose Labour heartlands. There is no question about it, right? That's what I've said from the beginning. We're going to lose at least 1,000 seats. OK, it is going to be terrible news for Labour tonight. Not a great night to be on TV, frankly.
No, and I thank you for that. Honestly, you know, look, I've stood in elections and got like a couple of hundred votes. It's the worst night of your life. It's a terrible thing. I know losing in politics is a terrible thing, and I'm not trying to make you feel bad.
No. All I'm saying is, yes, of course, it's going to be a terrible night, but by the end, by Saturday afternoon, when everything's through, we are still going to have Labour councils in Britain, right? And we're certainly going to have a lot of Labour councillors and people in the Senate, Labour people in the Senate and Labour people in Scotland.
So, Jacob, that was a moment there. 6 out of 6. It's very, very early days. There are over 5,000 of these votes to come in. That was just the first 6. Nevertheless,
they're straws in the wind, and they're very interesting. I think the whole picture is fascinating, and you need to go back to 2015 and what happened to Labour in Scotland, and you suddenly discovered that there was no such thing as a safe seat. And the same happened to the Lib Dems in that year. They lost all their seats. Then in 2024, it was the Tories' turn. And we've got this extraordinary heightened volatility in politics, that people who are in areas that they thought would always vote for them, your monkey with a rosette of whatever colour, that seems to have gone, and it seems to have gone across the country in different ways. I very much doubt we are setting up a new reality so that these areas will now always vote for the new party who's getting in. I think we are going to be in a time of greater volatility, which makes predicting the next general election extremely difficult because lots of things could happen between now and then. And Scotland's going to be fascinating when we get to that because the SNP is very unpopular, but is going to win quite comfortably. And that's quite a conundrum.
And actually, Jacob, I mean, I know that in Scotland, a lot of Labour people are going to vote SNP, even though they don't want independence, to keep reform out. And that's the other thing that's so interesting about what's happening, is when we get into tactical voting. That's why nobody can say what's going to happen.
And the tactical voting is absolutely fascinating, because you saw that in the Caerphilly by-election.
Precisely.
And in the Denton Gaunton by-election, where Labour voters voted Green and for Plaid to stop reform, but Conservative voters voted reform to help reform.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think we often, in these conversations, underestimate the sophistication of the electorate. We think of them as voting blocs who march out for one party and always do that. I think they think about these things much more thoroughly and carefully and have been thinking hard about how they were going to vote.
Let's get Carl Cashman and Lib Dem councillor Christine Jardine there. I don't think I gave her a hard time, but I just wanted to point out, I'd like to take this point up with you. Ed Davey seems obsessed with Donald Trump. He seems obsessed with Nigel Farage. He seems obsessed with populists and fascists and all that stuff that just hasn't worked. It hasn't worked in terms of turning the electorate off, and dare I say, the media has been going after Zach Polanski quite heavily these past couple of weeks. I wonder if that won't work either. This bogeyman politics doesn't seem to deliver. But what you guys do well is town hall stuff. You know, sorting out potholes, sorting out bins, not getting obsessed with Gaza. Is that what you should be doing more of?
Yeah, and I think we've never stopped doing that. I think, you know, I come across it all the time on the doorstep when people will say to me, like, you know, Carl, I think you're a great councillor, or I think this councillor that is in your group is fantastic.
Pay them to say that.
Well, I can't. I couldn't possibly say. That's always been the case. It's never changed, and everyone, and, you know, Jacob's point on this is completely right. You know, there's people that will vote, you know, en bloc for the Conservatives, or on the right, or people on the left for the Labour Party, the Greens. The Lib Dems can uniquely position themselves in many ways, particularly in local elections, as just being the good local councillors that get things done. And actually, we find that many people from different political persuasions vote for us for that reason.
Paul Powell, let's speak with you now, if I may, about Zach Polanski.
When we get to that.
Well, look, he's been very, very effective. Yeah. His social media campaign, I think, has been impeccable. You know, let's make hope great again. I think absolutely talks to young people who feel left behind in terms of they can't afford a house, they've got degrees, they've got debts, they feel disenfranchised by the nation. I think it taps into a demographic. But I also think a lot of people look at what happened in Gorton and Denton as a perfect example of this kind of more muscular Muslim movement, and they seem like two parallel worlds that are entwined. It's become an effective electoral mass, but can it survive? You have, let's face it, very socially conservative Muslims who don't believe in any of the trans rights stuff that the younger electorate do. Can this marriage survive?
I think we're going to see that in this election, that actually the sort of constant impending death of the Greens because we're in this sort of unholy marriage that's not going to work is going to be disproven. When I've been on the doorsteps, I've been talking to people who are more conservative and religious, and also younger people who, you know, might go for the more socially liberal policies that we have as well. And I don't see them being at odds. And both of them seem very happy to support and vote the Greens. And we're going to see that, I think, around the country. And that is going to be reflected in the support that we get.
Yeah, thank you. Look, got some breaking news for you now. Some more results just coming in. It exactly tallies with my prediction here. Chorley in England remains under Labour control, a Labour hold. Now, though Reform has taken one seat from Labour, it is the area of the current Speaker of the House of Commons, Sir Lindsay Hoyle. So there's a quick recap of that. Chorley, a Labour hold. It was predicted to be a Labour hold, and that's precisely what has happened. Scarlett Maguire comes to you with some good news. It's
not an annihilation.
It's not an annihilation. I take my
This
words
is what
back.
I have been trying to say, that by the end of the night, Labour will still be in control of some councils. Yes, we're going to lose a lot of councillors, but we will still be in control of some councils, and we will still have a lot of councillors, and a lot of people will be voting for us.
There we go. Look at that beautiful little red blip on the map there, Scarlett. Look at that. An island of red. Proving you right.
Well done,
There's
Chorley.
no annihilation.
Thank you very much.
A lonely...
It's probably because they all like Lindsay Hoyle so much.
It
It's a
could well be
personal
that.
vote. He's one of the nicest men in politics, so I should think they've just turned out for Mr. Speaker.
Let's get it back on screen for posterity's sake to prove me wrong. There's no annihilation here. Look, there's an island of red and a sea of grey. Now, over the night, that entire map will be populated. But if you're watching now, Labour activists, bully for you. There's a little bit of red on that map, and there will be a few more. There will be a few more.
There will be a few more.
There will be a few more, certainly, this side of 3 a.m. But I think it's going to get a lot worse.
Was Chorley all out, or was it thirds? Do we know?
That I don't know. Maybe Martin Baxter does know. But it's the Reform took one seat, but it's a Labour remains under Labour control. The Reform has taken one seat. The area, just to repeat, of course, the current Speaker of the House of Commons, Sir Lindsay Hoyle. And as you say, Sir Jacob, a very, very popular man, a very well-known man locally, very passionate man. So that always helps.
But also a very well-run council. I mean, yes, Lindsay's great, but actually they were voting for the council, not the MP. And that's who they were going for. So, I mean, I think we have to say that well done, the councillors of Chorley, because you've obviously done a good job.
It's always nice to see that. It's always nice to see that little blip of red there as we move through the night. Let's cross live now to Bolton. Speak to GBNews' national reporter Sophie Reaper. Sophie, what's the scores on the doors there in Bolton? What's the latest?
Well, Martin, things are moving fast now here in Bolton. In the last few minutes, we've had the announcement that all votes are now in the process of being counted. And we have had the voter turnout here. Only one ward out of all 20 that were voted on were over 50%. And the average here in Bolton was just over 40% in terms of turnout across those 20 wards. So it's going to be really interesting to see which way Bolton turns, because as we were talking about earlier, Martin, it currently does not have a majority. It's Labour run, but it could go either way. And it's really interesting as a case study for the entirety of the North West, because as we've seen in the last year or so, of course, you had Sarah Poshin on the show about 20 minutes ago, the Reform MP who took Runcorn and Helsby this time last year for the Reform Party. And of course, just a couple of months ago over in Gorton and Denton, the Green Party were able to clinch that. So it's really interesting to see that these other parties, as opposed to the two traditional parties, coming in and being able to take seats. And I think that's something we're going to see reflected here this evening, not just here in Bolton, but across the North West. There are other councils, of course, which could very well turn away. There are, I believe, there's 21 councils being voted on in the North West, and I think there's 16 of them being defended by Labour. The other 5 currently don't have a majority. But it's going to be really interesting interesting in places, particularly like Burnley and Blackburn, to see those independent candidates coming forward, perhaps even being able to take the council as a majority. That has happened in Burnley before, where things like the vote on what's happening in Palestine will play a really crucial factor in places like Burnley and Blackburn. So, as I say, really interesting in the northwest tonight. Certainly not as straightforward as one may have expected years ago, times gone by. You heard Sarah Potion, of course, saying that Reform have taken 6 of the council seats thus far. I'm sure there will be more to come for Reform. Sure, there will be more to come for the Green Party. It looks like it's going to be an out-and-out battle for those two parties in Salford, which we should be getting later on overnight. So I'm going to keep my ears to the ground, Martin. It's going to be a big one here in the northwest tonight.
So, Reba, and fascinating point there, 40% plus turnout in Bolton. That is high for a local election, and that's something I've been hearing all day. People are motivated to get to the ballot box for this set of local elections, much more than wheelie bins and cleaning up dog poo. This is a referendum on the nation. So, Reba, thank you very much there. We'll join you back later in the show in Bolton. But let's get straight now to GBNews reporter Will Godley, who is there for us at Reform HQ. And I believe you're with the Red Wall Rottweiler, the man who's about as subtle as a brick house to the head. Lee Anderson.
Martin, I am, yeah, but before I get there, I wanted to just show you the cocktail list on offer here. I don't know if any of these take your fancy. Rachel Reeves Rita, the growth not included, the Kemi Bounce Bellini, short-lived Sparkle, now with 100% less sustained momentum, and the Nigel Negroni, unmistakably strong. Although some of the journalists in here not drinking them just yet, they are waiting for the results to start coming in. Come through, though, here. This is the broadcast hub of Reform HQ this evening, and waiting here very patient for me is Lee Anderson. Lee, thanks for joining us on GB News. How are you feeling? We're starting to get results. Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, feeling quietly confident, a little bit bullish, but there's already been a couple of results come through. We've seen in the past 10 or 15 minutes. Noticeably, we've seen some in Holton in the northwest, where we've got, I think, 50% of the vote in one seat, 45% of the vote in another seat. These are direct swaps from the Labour Party. So we've got people out there saying we're only taking the Tory vote. We're not. We're actually smashing it in the northwest. It's a direct swap from Labour voters to Reform. And this, when you consider that just 2 years ago, Sir Keir Starmer and this Labour government took the Red Wall, and 2 years later, Reform UK are going to take it back off him over the next 24 hours. It's absolutely astounding. There's going to be an annihilation of the Labour Party in the Red Wall tonight.
You say an annihilation of the Labour Party in the Red Wall, but we've just heard the results from Chorley. That was a Labour hold. Reform did manage to get one seat there, but Labour...
What do you mean a Labour hold?
That's a council there.
But it's only thirds. It's only a third election in Chorley, so it's not the full council. If it had been a full council election, if it had been all outs, I'm in no doubt that we'd have took that council tonight.
Well, I mean, you're sounding very, very confident. One of the concerns voters have raised over this campaign is the fact that many of your candidates are first-time politicians, and they're worried about what will happen if they get elected. Cracks might begin to show very, very shortly if the gains are as big as you think they might be.
Well, that's a load of rubbish. Look at the mess politicians that's been in seats for 20-odd years, not only on councils, but in Parliament. Look at the mess they made of the country. What we need is a combination of experienced politicians and a fresh set of eyes. We've seen it in Nottinghamshire, in my patch. We've got local councillors, county councillors in my area that's never been involved in politics before, and they go into county hall with a fresh pair of eyes. They're not scared to challenge and ask difficult questions to the officers. That's what we need.
You've said your eyes are on the Red Wall. You're expecting to make gains there. But across England, in these local elections, what are the numbers that you would be happy with? Is 1,000 seats your benchmark? What is a success tonight for Reform?
Well, I think 1,000 is a benchmark. I went a little bit further than that last night on, I think it was... wasn't on GB News, but I went a little bit further last night, and I predicted that we'd get about 1,500 seats. It could be more, because this time last year, I was in a counting hall in Ashfield. We was looking at getting, out of my 10 seats in my constituency, I was hoping for 3 or 4 seats. we won every single seat. We got 10 out of 10, and we got over 55% of the vote in every seat. And I think we're going to see more of the same over the next 24 hours, and I cannot wait for the results to come in, because people have been laughing and sniggering at Nigel and the team when we've been saying, you know, vote reform, get Starmer out. Well, as Nigel says, those people, tomorrow morning and Saturday morning, they won't be laughing.
OK, well, Lee Anderson, thank you very much for joining us on GB News from Reform HQ. As these results keep coming in, Martin, I'll have reaction throughout the night.
Thank you very much, Will Godley with Lee Anderson, Reform HQ. Now, got some breaking news. That seat, Bolton, is, we can break now, a Labour Party hold. Now, only 1/3 of those council seats were up for election in 2026, and because Labour already held a significant lead, they would have remained in control even if they had lost every seat contested tonight. So just in Bolton, in the northwest, there is a Labour hold. That was down, predicted to be a Labour hold. So far, a couple of Labour holds. Scott Maguire, the annihilation gets even less of an annihilation.
It's a triumph.
I would be interested to know how many seats we lost in Bolton. I mean, because as you said, even if we'd have lost every one, we'd have kept the council.
There you go, Scarlett. You know, cherish. Look at that. Another additional red blob on that giant empty landscape. But look, for now, 2 Labour holds. They're both only 1/3 council. So Jacob, just explain to our viewers and listeners what the significance of the fact that they're only 1/3 council. What does that mean?
OK, so some councils are all out in every 4 years. Every council's up for election. Quite a lot of councils have 1/3 for 3 years and then a year with no elections.
Yeah.
So this is what's happened there. Therefore, the forecast that it was going to remain Labour had to be right, because even if they'd lost every seat, only 1/3 of the council was up, they'd still have been in control. So Scarlett's right, it's not annihilation, but annihilation on the basis that you've got councillors who weren't up for election is not necessarily a great success.
So in that sense, it was just guaranteed to be a Labour hold. There's no way of the metrics overcoming it. So just
hold on.
Tempering your enthusiasm,
Martin,
nevertheless, I'm still wrong.
Martin. In Chorley, they lost 1 seat, OK? This is good news. I mean, they lost 1 seat and they're still Labour. I don't know how many seats they lost in Bolton.
My intelligence says that Reform's won at least 3.
Out of?
So, well, I don't know. I've literally got 3 out of 3 so far. So the first 3 went to Reform, but after that, I can't tell you anymore. So it'd be interesting to find out.
And I guess that proves the point. They could have lost all of those seats, but because it's only a 1/3, it wouldn't have affected the metric.
Yeah.
Because that's the way it was. It's a bit technical, but in essence, there's no way they could have lost a seat, even if they'd lost every single seat up for grabs.
That's right. That's absolutely right. Yes.
So there. Nevertheless, though, it's a red blob on that map.
And this is why, by the end of the day, or the end of the weekend, we want to look at the number of councillors lost rather than the number of councils, because some of the councils, as with this one, couldn't have been lost.
Absolutely. Precisely.
OK, so we've got 50 seconds until the end of this hour. Lib Dems. Nothing has come up for you yet. Is it
I think I've just definitely not annihilation for us. Like I said before, I think we could be the second largest party, or the second biggest amount of seats won tonight. I've just checked my phone then, and we've held a few seats. So there's a few coming through for us in Brentwood, I think.
OK, well, maybe at the top of the next hour you can rattle those off for us and bring our sort of punts up to speed. It's all happening as we speak. Maybe we'll get some results in from the Green Party live on the screen. We'll be getting back to our reporters all around the nation. The results are coming in. So far, there have been a couple of holds for Labour Party and drama in Runcorn. Live on air, 6 out of 6 went to Reform UK. 1 hour down, it's 1 a.m. live across the United Kingdom. This is GB News, Britain's news channel. Tonight, the polls have closed across England, Scotland and Wales. Will the right turn to Reform? Will the left abandon the Labour Party and head instead for the Greens? I'm Martin Daubney, and this is Votes 2026. The people decide. Welcome to the show. Tonight and over the next 24 hours, history could be made. For the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, it's Judgment Day, the first real moments that voters get to answer one question. Are you delivering or are you finished?
Will you resign if Labour lose thousands of seats, Prime Minister?
And the Labour Party is already rolling out its excuses for what could be a Starmageddon.
I appreciate this is a difficult time for the government. I'm not trying to deny that. But let's just wait and see what those results are.
Meanwhile, for the Conservatives, an extinction-level threat hangs over tonight's results. And elsewhere, the Green Party could be about to gain councillors like they've never seen before. But will we get to the truth behind their sudden surge in support? And meanwhile, the Liberal Democrats, well, we spoke with Christine Jardine MP earlier on today's show.
The country needs at the moment is hard-working politicians who will do the right thing, who will stand up for people and who will work for the communities in a constructive way that brings people together, not divides them.
And meanwhile, Reform UK seems to be on the march, not nibbling at the edges anymore, but instead going straight for the jugular.
You know, Reform is a start-up insurgent party that barely existed just a few years ago. We swept the board in the local elections last year. We're confident we're going to do extremely well again this year.
Now, over the coming hours, the next 5 hours all the way through until 6 a.m, we'll bring you all the results as they happen. In fact, they're coming in live as we speak now. We're going to bring you up to speed in just a moment's time. And we'll have Team GB all across Great Britain for you at the counts.
I'm here at Reform HQ, where they tell me they're feeling bullish as the party looks to make history tonight. But can they do it? I'll be getting all the reaction as the results begin trickling in from here at their overnight election party.
Well, here in the Northwest, voting intention is way up for parties like Reform and the Greens, but way down for Labour and the Conservatives. That's created some really key battlegrounds here in the region. We'll be bringing you some of those results overnight.
Well, the count is on here in Gosport, and in Hampshire we'll be keeping a close eye on how it goes tonight. It's one of the most important stress tests for the Conservative Party in the entire country in this county, a Tory Hartfield. So if they lose out here, it will be bad news for the Tories.
Welcome to Wales, a country that has been Labour for over a century. The Welsh Parliament, Labour since it began back in 1999. Yet all of that looks set to change.
Now, throughout the night, we're joined by some of the biggest names in British politics, including Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg with me in the studio, Suella Braverman, the Labour MP Sarah Sackman, and also some Green councillors. Now, we'll be crunching the numbers. The results are beginning to trickle in from England. And meanwhile, Wales, where the Labour Party, the dominant force since devolution, is now trailing behind Plaid Cymru and Reform UK. Meanwhile, in Scotland, will the SNP hold on at Holyrood? Don't miss a single moment. We'll have live, uninterrupted coverage of every twist and every turn, hot off the press, right across the UK as it lands. We'll bring it to you first. The excitement of election night starts right here, right now. Welcome to the show. It's a pleasure to have your company. A long night lies ahead for you political geeks, you freaks, you nutters like me. I'm here till 6 o'clock. I can't get enough of it. The data is coming in as we speak. The information will be updated on our map. What could be a huge reset of the British political landscape, because millions of people have now made their voices heard in an election that will surely change the political landscape tonight. And more than that, if Labour faces a complete wipeout, as many people predict, will this be the tipping point that triggers an immediate leadership challenge against Sir Keir Starmer? Both the Conservatives and the Labour Party are also braced for a difficult night ahead, with Labour expecting to see historic losses in England. But it's a completely different story for Reform UK and indeed the Green Party. They seem set to capture former strongholds from the two main parties across the country. Are we seeing the end of traditional two-party politics in Britain? Let's not forget the Lib Dems. They're quietly nibbling away and winning seats as well. Meanwhile, in Scotland, the SNP is on course for a fifth term and may even secure a majority as Reform UK pushes the Labour Party into third place. In Wales, Plaid Cymru and Reform are thought to be neck and neck. Could the left-wing alliance keep Farrage's unit out? Could there be a coalition of chaos? The Labour Party has ruled Labour since devolution was formed. Everything could be all change. Everything is up for grabs. So just who will clinch power all across the country? Joining me now is my panel for the next 3 hours. GB News host and former Conservative MP Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg, former Labour Party advisor Scarlett Maguire, the Reform councillor Natalie Oliver, Lib Dem councillor Carl Cashman, and the barrister and the Green Party activist, and we indeed could become a Green Party councillor if it goes in your favour this evening, Paul Powsland. Welcome to you all. Shall I start with my Liberal Democrat councillor Carl Cashman, because I believe you got some news for us. We had the Bolton election results came in. This was a 1/3 council, I understand, in the northwest. 6 seats were decided. How did it go?
The 6 seats went to Reform. The one in Chorley, though, Reform won 1 seat in Chorley. Yeah. It was a very narrow margin. So I think, some of these results and some of these victories are actually very, very narrow victories.
So there we have it. So in Bolton in the northwest, I think we've got our map on the screen. There are 2 red blobs on that. It goes down as a Labour hold. But Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg, if you could perhaps explain to our viewers and listeners, only 1/3 of those seats were up for grabs, and as it just transpired, we just found out from Carl, Reform UK won all of the seats that were up for grabs, but that still wasn't enough. It was impossible to turn that council turquoise.
That's right. Lots of councils have all-out elections. They have them once every 4 years. But in other parts of the country, they have the third and third, a third, and then a fallow year. And that means in an individual year's elections, you may not be able to change the makeup of the council.
So you can see on your screen some expected declaration times there. Broxbourne, 1 a.m, imminent. Bolton, we just had that. Harlow, that's imminent. Redditch, Chorley, we've had that. Hart, Hartlepool, these are all 2 a.m. Hull, that's a big one to watch. Lincoln, expected to go to Reform UK. 2 a.m, likewise. North East Lincolnshire, we think that could also go for that turquoise tidal wave. We then have 2 a.m. also Rochford, Tamworth in the West Midlands, 2:30, Wigan, 2:30, Basildon down in Essex. Essex again expected to swing from the Conservatives towards the Reform Party. 3 a.m, Bolton, they can see them. Brentwood, Exeter, Oxford, Peterborough, Portsmouth, Reading, 60 seats up for grabs. We'll bring you them all throughout the rest of the night. Why don't we get to our Reform councillor now, Natalie Oliver. So Natalie Oliver there, we have confirmation. Even though on the map it stays red, Bolton, 6 out of 6 seats are up for grab. All went to your party, Reform UK.
They did, Martin. And I just need to pick Carl up, actually, because he's just claimed narrow victories. Well, we look at Ditton, Hale Village and Halebank in Bolton. Reform got 53% of the vote. The next in line were Labour with 29.3%. That's not a narrow victory, Carl. Another one, Holton Lee, which is another Holton seat. Reform 45.4% to Labour's 32.1%. Again, not a narrow victory. And I've got one more for you, Carl. We have got Appleton, and it was 42.2% to Reform, 37.1% to Labour. So no narrow victories there, Carl.
OK, thank you very much for that little spat that broke out. A spat of stats. Hey, that's what this show is all about. The numbers are coming in thick and fast. Delighted to get my next guest in now. It's a Conservative MP for West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine. That's Andrew Bowie. Andrew, it's always a pleasure to have your company. It's sincerely...
Always a pleasure to be here.
Thank you for joining us at this ripe old hour, 1 in the morning. You might be an all-nighter just like myself, but thank you for your time. I really mean that. How are you expecting tonight to go? It's looking potentially a bit bleak for the Conservative Party across Kent, across Norfolk. Do you think you find some good news tonight?
Yeah, I think there'll be some good news tonight. I think that we're certainly going to be showing some progress as compared to where we were last year. But let's not forget, we're less than 2 years out from a cataclysmic general election for the Conservative Party. We will record our lowest number of seats in the House of Commons in modern history. So we're building back. I think Kemi's doing a fantastic job righting the ship, moving us in the right direction. She's certainly connecting with voters across the country, the most popular leader in Britain right now, but the turning this tanker around is not going to happen overnight. We are headed back in the right direction. We're going to see some signs of that progress tonight, but let's not be under any illusion. It is going to be a difficult night. We're less than 2 years out from that awful defeat, and people still are very frustrated with the established political parties, and we have to be ready for that.
Andrew, here's a question for you. Undeniably, Kemi Badenoch has become a much more adept and polished performer at PMQs. You know, I think she was fantastic at Golders this week. You know, undeniably, you know, she has a lot of poise and a lot of polish. The Kemi bounce, however, is it translating into votes, into seats? In the by-elections since May 2025, the Conservatives have shed quite a number of seats. A lot of them have gone towards the Reform UK, has to be said, 25 you shed over that period. Is Kemi enough, or is the bigger problem the Conservative brand itself?
Look, I think it will yield results, and I fully expect to be in a position where we can confidently say that in 2028 or 2029, people should be voting to put Kemi Badenoch in Downing Street at the top of a majority Conservative government. But it's not going to happen overnight. These things take time. We are moving in the right direction. We are connecting with people, and as you said, Kemi is incredibly popular up and down the country, and you know, her words and her actions post the awful attack in Golders Green just a week and a half ago, I think, speak to that. But we are going to have to take time, take stock, listen to what the electorate are saying. They're still not happy with us. They're still not happy with the established, if you want to use that word, political parties. And in our actions and what we do next, we're going to have to reflect that.
Andrew, there could be some good news for the Conservatives in London tonight. Of course, Westminster, the heart of the action, as it were, that famously was robbed from you, believe, by the Labour Party. Tonight, do you think the Westminster could go back to blue of the Conservative Party?
Well, look, it's far too early to make any predictions. They are only beginning to count votes in parts of London and indeed including Westminster. I'd be very, very happy if Westminster was to go back to blue. Of course, we lost it a few years ago for the first time in the history of that local authority existing. So if we could win Westminster back, that of course would be incredibly positive, but we're not taking anything for granted. There are other parts of London where we're looking to do quite well. I'm hearing quite good things out of Broxbourne this evening, for example, in outer London. So, look, there are going to be glimmers of light out there for the Conservatives, and all of that speaks to the fact that we are moving back in the right direction. We're beginning our recovery, and that Kemi Badenoch is having an incredibly positive effect for us and for our party.
Andrew Bowie, has to be said that a single seat hadn't been declared anywhere in the country before. Ed Miliband was on the front page of the Times saying that it was time for Keir Starmer to go, seconded in the choir by Barry Gardiner, saying it was time to go. How long can this Labour government, how long can this Prime Minister, do you believe, limp on for?
Well, look, we've been calling for Keir Starmer to stand down for quite some time, not just because of the Peter Mandelson scandal, which we spent a lot of time talking about a few weeks ago, but because of every action he's taken since he became Prime Minister, from his decision to U-turn on the two-child cap to the disgraceful policy he has over the Chagos Islands, all the way back to the winter fuel allowance debacle at the very beginning of their time in office. I think he's proven by his actions that he's not fit to be Prime Minister. However, I would counter that by saying the second person I'd like to see out of office is Ed Miliband for what he is doing to our energy industry. I think the situation in the North Sea, thousands of jobs being lost every month in my part of the world, in the northeast of Scotland, at the exact same time that across that invisible line in the Norwegian side of the North Sea, they're actually drilling for more oil and gas than ever before and exporting it to us. It's insane. So I don't think Ed Miliband's judgment is one that we should be looking to for guidance, but on this one occasion, he might just have hit the nail on the head that it is time for Keir Starmer to go.
There it is, front page of the Times. PM urged by Miliband to set timeline for leaving. That's before a single seat had even been declared. Andrew Bowie, isn't politics a brutal business? Could I ask you about Scotland? Of course, you're the MP there, West Aberdeenshire. How are things looking for the Conservative Party north of the border?
Well, look, it's going to be, we predict, quite a difficult day tomorrow when they start counting at about 9 o'clock. We're coming from a very high bar. In 2021, we recorded our highest number of votes and highest number of seats in any election to the Scottish Parliament since it was created in 1999. We fought a very, very positive campaign, focusing on our heartlands in the northeast of Scotland and the borders, and we hope that that yields results, and we hope that we're able to prevent a Scottish National Party majority tomorrow. But they haven't even opened the boxes in Scotland yet, so we won't know anything for at least the next 10 or 11 hours in terms of how Scotland's moving. But it will probably be a difficult day for the Conservatives, make no bones about it. But we're very pleased with the campaign we've run and very happy with the campaign as it went.
OK, Andrew Bowie, thank you for your time. It's going to be a long, long night. I appreciate a segment of your time. Andrew Bowie, pleasure. Now then, let's get to my next guest now. It's the Director of Electoral Calculus, Martin Baxter. Martin joins us from the other side of the studio because you have in your possession 2 beautiful maps. Now, these maps you've taken the seats that are up for grabs tonight. They'll be announced all the way through the rest of the night until 6 a.m. You've put them through your wizardry, your prediction, your spreadsheet at Electoral Calculus. You've taken all the seats. You looked at the Westminster voting intention, and you've made a bunch of predictions. Martin Baxter, let's start, if we could, with your first map, which shows us the electoral map as it stands now. These are the seats up for grabs tonight. Talk us through it.
Yes, good evening, Martin. So this map shows how, the current ownership or control of the local councils are up for election tonight, and we can see across the country there's a lot of Conservative, because 4 years ago Conservatives were doing not so badly, and a lot of Labour. So that's the starting position, which reflects essentially the old two-party dynamics that we had in the past. But things look like they're changing tonight. So I don't know if we can go to the next picture. That shows our prediction based on a simple extrapolation using just Westminster voting intention to say if people voted at the local elections the same way they vote at Westminster, what would the likely results be? And that is a slightly coarse approximation because local elections are different, but it does give us an idea of the big surge in Reform and the Greens. But if I can add to that, Martin, one thing, because in number corner over here, we've been delving into the 2 results we've had so far, Chorley and Halton. Both of those cases, we predicted Labour wins on the basis of Westminster voting intention, and indeed Labour's held the council. But as remarked, they only held the council because 2/3 of the seats weren't up for election. If we go into the details of that, and here's where it's interesting for Labour and bad, in Chorley, Labour lost 4 out of the 6 Labour councillors that were up for election, and in Halton they lost 11 out of 12. So that is, on those figures, worse than we were expecting in those strong Labour areas. So it's a danger to extrapolate from just a little bit of data, but the early signs are that this might even be worse for Labour than we think, but we will keep watching through the night.
Martin Baxter, absolutely fascinating. So your predictions thus far are coming to be correct, but the detail within that is so fascinating because, as Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg explained, because only a tranche, a third of the seats on those areas were up for grabs, it couldn't change colour, as it were, but those that were up for grabs are almost entirely going to Reform UK from Labour. And if that's an indication, if that's a mote of dust in the wind, as it were, this could turn into a hurricane tonight.
Yes, I mean, the crucial thing in local elections is turnout, because turnout at local elections is lower than general elections, normally below 50%. And if it's possible, if Labour turnout is depressed, if Labour voters are a bit disenchanted and stay at home, then a defeat could turn into a rout. But it's still early days, so we will keep watching.
Fascinating stuff. Thank you very, very much indeed, Martin Baxter. Just keep that data coming, mate. We absolutely love it. Thank you very much indeed. Now, let's just take a quick pause and get back to my panel. Delighted to be joined by the GBNews host and former Conservative MP, Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg, former Labour advisor Scarlett Maguire, the Reform councillor Natalie Oliver, Lib Dem councillor Carl Cashman, and the barrister and the Green Party activist Paul Powsland. Natalie Oliver, I'm going to come to you now because it seems that the devil is in the detail. The detail is looking better and better for Reform UK because even though we've got a couple of blobs, we get that map on the screen, there's a couple of blobs that are Labour, they're noted as Labour holds, but the third of the seats that were up for grabs have all gone to Reform UK. Martin Baxter saying there, if that is an indicator of things to go, well, the word he used was it could be a rout for the Labour Party.
Absolutely. And actually, predictions are that we could win around 1,400 seats. And if so, that means it's the most successful result in terms of local elections since the Blair result back in 1995, which is unprecedented, Martin. Yeah. So it's looking good.
Scarlett, is that an annihilation?
What I'm saying is, by the end of Saturday, there will be Labour councils, right? And some of the Labour councils, of course, will be things that are a third, but there will be Labour councils certainly in London.
Clinging on, Scarlett, clinging on.
All right. Well, look, we've got some more information now to shade in on that map for you. We can announce now, just in, Peterborough remains a council with no overall control for Peterborough. Wigan and Salford in Manchester there are Labour holds. Wigan and Salford Labour holds. Now, they were predicted to be a Labour hold. Precisely, Wigan was on Martin Baxter. Actually, that could have gone to Reform. And we have also there Wigan's for Labour, yet Wigan was predicted to be Labour. So far, this is going with the bellwether. Just to repeat, Peterborough remains a council with no overall control, and Wigan and Salford are Labour holds. We can zoom in there. There's a bit more red there for you, Scarlett, just to make you feel slightly better. In that desolate landscape of grey, look, there's a bit of driftwood. And it's red.
I know. It's so nice to have a bit of red.
It's going to be a long night. Nothing yet on Lib Dems. Any of your counts coming in? You hear any vibes from your teams anywhere across the country?
I think where we've got councillors, it's looking like where the vote's holding up. I've just seen a few results then, and it looks like the right-wing vote is splitting evenly between the Conservatives and Reform. So if that happens west of London, we'll pick up many seats in that part of the world.
So that's an interesting aspect in itself. So in a sense, if that tide is parting and the vote is being split. So Jacob Rees-Mogg, this is something you talked about so often, about uniting the right. Because if there's a tranche and some are going Reform, some are going Conservative, and the Lib Dems are coming through the middle, that concerns you?
Yes, of course it does. And for most Conservatives and most Reform voters, that's the worst possible result. That what on earth do you want to avoid? If you are a Conservative voter, you would much rather have Reform elected.
Absolutely.
If you're Reform, you'd much rather the Conservatives elected, rather than an utterly useless Lib Dem council. We've been hearing that Lib Dem councils are so good. I live in Somerset, in north-east Somerset, which is run by the Lib Dems. The roads are entirely potholes. They put up the council tax by the maximum every year. They put in all these lunatic 20-mile-an-hour speed limits. They're utter wasters of money. They are not any good. An absolute nuisance. And they'd much rather be ruled by... We're probably better off having Labour than the Lib Dems.
Oh, wow.
What about the Greens?
That is a statement and a half.
Jacob.
Not the Greens. I'm sorry. Too much.
We'll reflood the levels.
But what we have to remember, Jacob, is there are One Nation Tories. Yeah. And actually, they won't vote for Reform, 100%. And they won't vote for the Kemi Badenoch party either. And actually, they'd rather vote for Lib Dems. Right. So I think there are an awful lot of those people, particularly the ones that, people that Boris threw out of the party for voting the wrong way. And I just think, I think that if you get together, you end up much smaller.
Sorry, but if you look at our vote in 2019 and 2024, only 1% of it went to the Lib Dems. That the Lib Dems won seats in spades from the Tories because our vote went to Reform, not because the Lib Dem vote rose. Where it did rise, it picked up votes from Labour and the Greens because of tactical voting. The left was much better at 2024 at tactical voting than the right was.
It's interesting when you look at Peterborough, which we just had in there. Peterborough remains a council with no overall control. It was a Conservative area. There was predicted to be a reform surge in that area. Now it's no overall control. That seems to indicate...
Was it thirds again? That's what we need to know, because I think Reform would definitely have expected to win Peterborough if it was an all-out election.
That's right, but because only a third of seats are up for grabs, and I think perhaps the same with Wigan and for Salford, Labour holds. Nothing from the Green Party coming through yet. Still early in the night, but we're expecting some seats to be counted in London later on. Oxford is coming in at 3 a.m, expected to do well in Oxford. Reading, currently Labour, the Green Party looking to challenge there. Where else have you got your eyes on to be snatching votes away from the Labour Party tonight?
For me, I mean, obviously I'm a Londoner, but that is obviously, I think, where a lot of the big stories for the Greens are going to be tonight. Particularly in a lot of the kind of East London heartlands of Labour, places like Hackney particularly could be a big story, and even places like Newham, which you wouldn't have thought a couple of years ago would go anything but Labour. There's a real Green challenge there, which I think will be very interesting to see.
Newham, I'm an obsessive data person. Newham, I think, is the borough of London with the least number of white people now. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm saying it's a thing, and it's certainly a makeup of the Green Party's vote. You become very effective in a sense. Is that what part of the thing that's going to be a problem, Scarlett, for the Labour Party? There was always this thing, same in America. If you're black, you vote Democrat, and if you don't, you're a traitor. And the Labour Party, did they take the ethnic minority vote for granted for too long?
I think there's certainly been an enormous problem around Gaza. There's no question about that. Is that a lot of Muslims feel that Labour should have taken a much tougher stance on Gaza, and that a lot of Muslims feel that how could we have watched thousands of Palestinians being killed and not doing anything? And I think that. I mean, they feel it really, really hard because they feel fellow Muslims. So I do think there's that problem. But I think as far as ethnic votes generally, I mean, you know, look, I mean, Kemi is leader of the Tories. I mean, I think the ethnic vote has said...
Yeah, but
we
she
will
was called
vote...
the wrong kind of black person by Dawn Butler.
Well, Dawn...
A Labour MP.
Right, yeah.
You know, and that brings back to my point. It's that there was a feeling amongst the Labour Party that the ethnic minorities had to vote for the party.
No, well,
and that's radical change.
That's exactly what I'm not saying.
But can I also bring this broader point to Gregory Smog about this obsession with Palestine? Where I live, the Green Party and the Liberal Democrats, their leaflets have got Palestine on it. Their leaflets have got rejoining the European Union on them. They're councillors. They should be concentrating on potholes and wheelie bins, surely.
You're very pious, I'm afraid, that no one ever does that. No one ever votes in a local election on, well, not no one, but local elections are always an opportunity to people express their view on national and international issues, how they think the government is doing. I remember this back to when I was a child and Margaret Thatcher was losing local elections and she was losing them or winning them in 1982 because of the Falklands. We don't really care about local elections per them being local because Westminster is very powerful. Local government is the Cinderella area of government. We've had endless boundary changes, so nobody has a particular association with the area that governs them. And so, yes, of course, there are excuses. So although I don't vote on Palestine, I still voted Conservative today because I'm a Conservative and I want a Conservative government and I want Keir Starmer not to be the Prime Minister, not really because in Westminster the Conservatives consistently kept the council tax down, much though they did.
Just got a quick update here on the scores on the doors, just seeing online the tally thus far. We'll get our votes tally updated. So far, Reform UK have taken 32 seats across the nation, and that's plus 32. They're starting from a baseline of 0 there. Liberal Democrats have taken 5. That appears to be down to Labour Party. They're on 3. That's a loss of 29 already. The Greens are on 3. That's up 2. Conservatives are on 2. That's down 2. And the independent candidates are on 2 from a baseline of 0. So far, the pattern is really beginning to emerge of a plummet for the Labour Party and a more or less a mirror rise by Reform UK. That seems to be what's happening at the moment. Natalie Oliver, let's get to you. It seems to be, all the predictions before tonight were this would be a disaster for the Labour Party and the Reform UK would be the direct beneficiaries of that. So far, it's very, very early, but that seems to be the case.
Yeah, it looks that way, Martin, doesn't it? I mean, that's a lovely little stat to start off the evening, isn't it, really? So 32 seats going Reform. It looks strong. It looks like we're on for those predictions. Those are the early scores on the doors. Just to repeat that, get a quick bit of reaction in the studio. Reform UK so far on 32 seats. That's up from 0. Liberal Democrats on 5, down 2. Labour just 3, down 29. Green 3, up 2. Conservative 2, down 2. Independents 2, from a base of 0. So, we're seeing the early indications here of a collapse of the Labour Party. Really very interesting, because you would have thought that the collapse would be more balanced between Reform and the Greens. And if these early indications are anything to go by, it's Labour going to Reform. And this may be because it's in what was the Red Wall, and that's a more right-wing area instinctively, and that the Greens will pick up heavily in London. But it's fascinating to look at this initial snapshot. And how does that make you feel from the point of view of the Conservative Party? Let's be frank, 2 seats. As you say, this could be a case of where is being declared
that's right.
at
present. This is an area where the Conservatives don't have many seats to hold, and I'm even briefly going to try and defend the Lib Dems. They don't have many seats to hold here either. And so it's a Reform-Labour thing. I'm just a bit surprised that the Greens aren't making more headway in the north, considering the by-election result in Denton and Gaunton, that there is a Green sympathy in the north. OK, well, there we go. 32 up for Reform, 29 down for Labour. Let's cross live now and speak to GB News' national reporter Sophie Reaper, who is there for us in Bolton. Sophie, you gave us a fascinating insight earlier on. The turnout seems to be high in Bolton, 40% or even higher in some wards. What's the latest?
Well, Martin, as you say, turnout is high, and we've just had that first result in the last few seconds here in Bolton. The Runcorn ward has been taken by the Green Party, and that's something that we perhaps anticipated. We were talking earlier about the rise of both the Green Party and Reform here in the northwest of England. There are 20 seats up for grabs, 20 council seats up for grabs in Bolton. Now, the majority, there is no actual majority, but no one other than Labour can have control of this particular council. But it's really interesting to see, of those 20 seats that are up for grabs, how many of those will be going to other parties. We've heard that first one, it's already gone to the Greens. We've heard other seats from around the northwest coming in. It looks like it's going to be a very, very tough night for the Labour Party. We're hearing on the ground in Wigan, just a few miles down the road, the Labour Party are saying they may lose all 25 seats. I'm just hearing, in fact, that we're about to get another result here, Martin. But while we wait for that, as I say, Labour believing they may lose all 25 seats. That wouldn't change the overall majority in Wigan. But again, it'll be interesting to see where those 25 seats go. Reform, in fact, predicting that they may take 24 out of those 25. So again, Wigan, a really interesting one. On the ground in Salford, as that count's coming in, people suggesting that it is a really close contest being fought out between the Greens and Reform. An interesting one coming out of Oldham this evening, or I should say overnight, Martin, in that there's been reports of a printing error which has led to at least 15 ballot papers being disqualified. We're waiting to have that verified, but that, of course, is a huge scandal if that's been the case. I'm reading reports online that the ballot papers were printed for the wrong area, and therefore people voted for the wrong candidates. So we're waiting to hear more on that from Oldham, but that will be a huge scandal if that's the case, particularly if that is going to be a close fought contest. We're also hearing more now from Halton, which of course is where Sarah Pocham was speaking to you from earlier, that Reform are now up to 11 seats in Halton. So numbers coming in thick and fast. It looks as if it's going to be an excellent night for Reform and an excellent night for the Green Party, which, as we say, we perhaps expected. Polling points for those two parties are through the roof, whereas for Labour and the Conservatives, they're on the floor. The Labour Party in particular, compared to 2022, is down by 29 percentage points, according to recent polls. We are now just starting to get the results in from a different ward here in Bolton. As I say, there were 20 up for grabs, so it will be interesting to hear from this particular one. I'm just trying to get my notes for that particular ward, Martin. Various different parties up for grabs in this particular ward. But as I say, very, very interesting to hear those results as they come in, because it's not going to be a good result for Labour, I don't think. We're hearing experts, getting lines in as we talk, we're hearing experts from Labour suggesting this is going to be very poor showing for them. Here we go, the hugs and cheers at Salford City Council as Labour held the Eccles ward. So there we go, Labour have held a ward in Salford. A close battle, though, just a couple of hundred between Labour and Reform in Salford for that particular ward. Whereas the Greens have claimed a seat from the Liberal Democrats. So very interesting. I'm now just going to quickly listen. They're about to announce who's taken this. So that is David Lewis of that particular ward. Let me see if I can just find that particular one. He's now going to speak. David Lewis, that's a Reform seat been won here in Bolton. Now Martin, he's now speaking, so that is of the 20, we've heard 2 thus far, 1 of the Greens, 1 of Reform, and that just shows, doesn't it, Martin? Just shows what we were expecting. A great night for them, not so great for Labour and for the Conservatives.
No, Sophie Reaper, fantastic reports. I love it. The round of applause goes up. You get in your phone. It's Reform. This is it. It's real TV, live TV, real politics. Sophie Reaper, beautiful stuff. We'll keep coming back to you for more. And isn't that so interesting? A seat in Bolton there going to Green. A seat in Bolton going to Reform. The fragmentation of the old order in plain sight. Sophie Reaper, fantastic. We'll come back to you later in the show. Of course, quick update of the scores on the doors. Looking better for Reform. Reform now on 37 seats. Labour are on 6. They've shed 34. So since we last spoke, another downturn for them. Liberal Democrats on 5. They're down 2 on the night. Greens have put an extra seat on. That was the one in Bolton. They're now on 4. That's up 3. Conservatives remain stagnant on 2, 3 down, and Independents on 2. So the trend already emerging is very, very clear. Free fall for the Labour Party and a corresponding almost direct upturn for Reform UK. It could be where the votes are being counted. This could be the fact they're in the red wall first. We're getting that real flavour of that switch from the old red wall Labour votes to Reform UK. But that appears to be the emerging trend, as Martin Baxter was saying from his data there. Can we get to my next guest now? He's been waiting very patiently. Thank you for that. It's the Labour politician and the life peer, Jenny Chapman. Jenny, welcome to the show. I appreciate your company, especially at this ripe old hour of 1:38 in the morning. It's going to be a long night, certainly, for the Labour Party, if these early numbers are anything to go by. It already seems that Labour Party is in freefall.
Well, it's early, and you're right. We have only had a few results, and from only certain parts of the country. So it is too soon to tell whether free fall is the right word, but certainly this is going to be a really difficult night. And we've got amazing activists, incredible councillors who've been representing their community, some of them for a very long time, who will lose their seats tonight. And having been a local councillor myself, I understand what that is like. And, I think a lot of Labour people tonight who put their hearts and souls into this campaign will be feeling really, really despondent and disappointed, and probably a bit angry as well. And they will want, it is difficult, and I wouldn't want for a second to underestimate it. But I think anybody who puts themselves up for election now it takes courage, and it has an impact on your family, and it's a really important thing that people do, and I really admire and respect those individuals. I think it's important that we remember that behind these people losing their seats are human beings.
Jenny, I can hear the emotion in your voice, and yeah. I absolutely respect what you're saying, and I agree with you. And unfortunately, in politics, we saw this with Theresa May in 2019, when so many Conservative councillors were simply blown out of the water because their leader had taken the wrong turn. over Brexit in this instance. And you are quite right to say so many superb Labour activists and councillors are going to lose their seats tonight, let's face it, because of Sir Keir Starmer. Is some of your anger, Jenny Chapman, tonight directed towards the Prime Minister?
No, it's not. And I think what I've heard on the doorstep and what's been relayed to me from people that I've spoken to who've been campaigning right across the country is a real sense of frustration from voters. You know, they have put up with a hell of a lot in recent years. They want change. When we won our majority in July 2024, we didn't say this is a 2-year project. We said this is going to take 5 years, 10 years even, to turn the country around. It's a process of renewal. It takes time. And I think, understandably, voters want to use the opportunity they had today to express that frustration at the ballot box. Looks like they've taken it. We need to hear it, and we need to channel that into moving faster and doing more. We're doing some good stuff. It's not quite being felt yet. So the, childcare is going to be, changes to childcare will save parents £8,000 a year. We've brought in renters' rights, we've brought in workers' rights, but these things are still new. They've not been felt yet. The renters' reform only came in last week. So it is going to take time. And I think that it's real frustration that people are expressing, and we need to hear it.
I appreciate that you believe in your policies, and I can tell that you're upset. I mean, of course. And I don't say that in a patronising way. I've stood in elections myself. I've been battered. I've had my butt kicked. I know. You want to disappear. You want to vanish from the face of the earth. You put yourself on the pedestal. You get battered. It's heartbreaking. I know. I understand that. But I want to push you on that point. Time is the one thing the Labour Party doesn't have, because 2 years in. It's a good old chunk of time. You can't blame the Conservatives anymore. The book stops with the Prime Minister. The votes tonight, and they're getting worse, 37 up for Reform, 34 down for Labour. As we're speaking, the metrics are just getting worse and worse. And time again, people say it's because of Keir Starmer. He's the wrong leader for the party. You need to have a change of direction. You need a new leader.
Some people are saying that. Not everyone is saying that. I didn't sit here and blame the Conservatives, although I don't think you should underestimate the challenge that we found ourselves facing when we came in July 2024. The Prime Minister takes full responsibility for this government, but he also takes responsibility incredibly seriously. He was given a job by the British people in July 2024. He needs to see that job through. It was a 5-year term that he was elected to deliver. He needs to do that because this country desperately needs change. 2 years is a long time, but when it takes that long to get through the Renters' Reform Bill, which only became law last week, which is the biggest shake-up to the rights of renters that I think this country's ever seen, that is going to make a real difference to people's lives. But are they feeling it yet? No, they are not.
Yeah,
and people are impatient, they're frustrated, they're voting accordingly.
Yeah.
But you have a Prime Minister who takes that responsibility for the job that he was given very seriously. He is not someone who's going to walk away when the going gets tough.
But maybe there won't be an opportunity. I mean, it's getting worse by the second. The votes are now coming in. Labour's now shed 37 seats, clinging on to just 6. Reform is up 43.
Yeah, but with absolute respect, I think, Labour's defending 2,500 seats tonight. So it is early in the night, but I don't want to pretend that things are suddenly going to get, massively better for us as the hours go by. That's not what we expect. We knew that tonight was going to be really difficult, and it's proving to be. But I think we do need to wait for a few more votes to come in, results to come in before we make those kinds of assessments. Okay. But there is no doubt. I don't want to minimise this. This is a tough night for the Labour Party, a tough night for the government, and the government needs to own it, and it needs to accelerate what it's doing and deliver for the British people.
OK, Jenny Chapman, I sincerely appreciate your time. Almost as we're nudging towards 2 a.m. in the morning. Going to be a long night indeed. Thank you for your time. I sincerely appreciate it. Let's cross now to GBNews national reporter Will Godley, who is there at Reform HQ. Are you Reform HQ or are you in Wandsworth now? You moved on. Will Godley, anyway, the flavour of the moment now, the mood we're getting is a clear trend already. Labour in free fall, Reform are on the rise.
Martin, yeah, here at Reform HQ, spirits are high, perhaps because they're watching you on the telly, but I don't think the results coming through are having a bad impact on the mood here at all. In fact, sources here tell me that the early signs for them are very positive indeed, and that one Reform source here says the Labour red wall is falling brick by brick, and they say they are on track for a very good night indeed. Now, they say that's down to the fact that their campaign, they feel, was so successful and that their voters have come out in force far more so than the Conservative and Labour voters. They feel that the Reform and Green voters are coming out. They came out to the polls earlier today, and that's why they feel that Reform is doing so well at the moment. And in fact, that I was told earlier by one source that they say their voters are much more motivated, and they say it'll be interesting to see what the turnout is in the areas Reform does well in, because they believe, they think that the turnout will be far higher than elsewhere where Reform does less well. But all eyes here are on Essex. That is a key battleground for Reform because, of course, the Conservatives have been piling in a huge amount of resources there over the last few days. Reform, of course, keen to fight the seats there. Of course, Nigel Farage has his seat as an MP in Clacton. That is one council that will declare overnight. Other councils in Essex declaring tomorrow morning. But here, all eyes on Essex as the mood, Martin, is very positive at the early stages as results keep coming in.
OK, and Will Godley, just to update here, the scores on the doors. Reform UK now up to 46. Liberal Democrats on 8. They're down to Labour Party on just 6, down 39. Greens now on 4, up 3. Conservatives on 2. They're dropping slightly, down 5. Independents 2. They've lost 2. So the clear trend now seems to be the rise of Reform and a corresponding sink from the Labour Party. Will Godley, they might need to get some more of those cocktails in there at Reform HQ if we carry on like this. Stay sober, Will. Stay with us, and we'll see you later in the show. Always a pleasure to have your company. Let's get back to my panel now for the rest of this. Who wants to go first? Let's hear from our Liberal Democrat. 8 seats so far, doing rather well.
Yeah, well, my predictions are coming true so far, but we're a little bit behind Reform, I will admit. So we're second so far. Let's see how we do through the rest of the night. I think one of the things that will be interesting, Martin, you're talking about councils that might change control. Yeah. I think looking at the likes of Birmingham and Manchester will be quite insightful, particularly because I think Birmingham is predicted to go into no overall control. Now, that's massively held by the Labour Party at the moment. I've just seen a few results there, Martin, from Salford, and one of my colleagues has unfortunately lost his seat and to the Greens, actually. And I think, I don't like kind of the far left or the far right. So we need a good kind of ambitious message for those people who are going to the left and to the right. And I think we can do that. But I don't like seeing my colleagues lose their seats in the urban areas, because the Liberal Democrats used to control councils like Liverpool, councils like Birmingham, councils like Newcastle. And we could and should be able to do it again. But we need a strong message to be able to do that.
And I wonder if that's the issue. There's not a boredom, not a frustration, but I think there's actually a hatred, a contempt for politics that's emerging. And I think it's been brewing for a number of years. And I know, Scarlett, you smile wistfully because we don't want toxic politics to be toxic. But the thing that I hear all the time, wherever you go, particularly in the red wall, is they don't do what they're told. They don't listen to us.
No, I think you're completely right, Martin. But I just remember when I was at university, which was many decades ago, we'd say they're all the same, right? I mean, there is no difference. I think politicians have always had a lack of, certainly as long as I have been around, they've had a lack of respect in this country. And it's very difficult saying that most politicians actually go into it to make their town or country a better place. And much as I might disagree with Jacob on almost everything, I actually believe that he's sincere. I might disagree with everything else, but I do think I really do think that very few politicians go in it for themselves. But I don't think the British public buy that, and I don't think they ever have.
I'm sorry to have an outbreak of agreement, but I think Scarlett's absolutely right. I have the greatest respect, oddly, for Ed Miliband. I think he is a deeply sincere man and a capable minister. I think everything he does is wrong and disastrous.
I wondered where you were going with that then, Jacob.
But people out there thinking, what's in Jacob Rees-Mogg's tea?
That's right. That's right.
But
that's right. But what he's doing, I think, is absolutely catastrophic in terms of policy. But he does it efficiently, and he is driven ideologically to do it. And I also think that people have generally been suspicious of politicians, and we can go back through the centuries and talk about that. I would say I'm a bit worried at the moment that people are losing faith in democracy per se, not just in this country, but in America, people are very disillusioned with democracy, in France, in Germany. It's quite a problem in the Western world, in Western democracies, of thinking not only the politicians never listen, but whatever we do, nothing changes.
But I wonder if tonight what we're seeing, normally at local elections, 30% turnout, 32% turnout, but if we're hearing 40, even 50% turnout, admittedly only in one ward, is the point that people, whether you like them or not, they're turning out to vote for something fresh and new in the Green Party. They're turning out to vote for someone like Nigel Farage, who offers, and you would hate this, you think he's probably a part of the political establishment, but he offers an anti-establishment message, which people think the country isn't working. The Labour Party isn't working for me. The Tories haven't worked for me. Let's try something new.
Yeah, I think people are thinking like that. And in a historic context, the fall in Labour's vote by 29%, that is stunning. That is by-election territory for a very, very unpopular government. It's much worse than you normally get in local elections.
Oh, yeah. No, I think it's a terrible night for us.
But I think it partly shows the new volatility in politics. I don't think this is entirely a reflection of the Labour Party. I think it's your point. Voters are desperate to try something different and to go away from things they've done before.
And also, I mean, the young want radical, and it's very interesting that people say, oh, you know, because Labour wants to lower the voting age, people will vote Labour. They won't, actually. They'll vote Green and they'll vote Reform. The young like radical policies. They want something new.
And the young, which I think is unusual in British politics, are very separated by sex, so that young men seem to be going predominantly to Reform. And this panel is the wrong way round. And the young, and the young ladies are going to the Greens.
Stereotypes not working.
Sorry about that, but if you look at the polling...
Oh, no, it's completely right. My namesake, the other Scarlett Maguire, the wonderful other Scarlett Maguire, was the person who did that polling and said, look, you know, all this thing about the young going to Reform is wrong because the young women are going to Green.
But I want the Green Party, you know, a lot of people from the political centre ground think, how can a guy who hypnotised people's breasts to be bigger, who has some questionable angles on areas, who criticise the police in a way that has precipitated a 14% downturn in his popularity in just a couple of weeks. How can he be popular? But he is popular. He is popular with young people in particular. He is popular with young women in particular. And I think this is where we're at. It's like people want to try something completely new, even though other people think it's bonkers.
But it's like the same, doesn't it? Hold on, but you can answer in a minute. I just want to say that it's incredible that Nigel Farage says he's a man of the people, and he gets given £5 million.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, come on, that's a ledge, Scarlett. Come on.
We're trying to have a conversation about why people vote for Zach Polanski and you have a pop with Nigel Farage.
Yeah, exactly.
Why do people like Zach Polanski?
I think it's exactly the same.
I do think there is an issue here around people do want someone who is bold, who speaks their mind, and who doesn't just go for the usual soundbites. And in that respect, Zach is not similar to Nigel Farage, but I think has a similar appeal at the opposite end of the spectrum. Yeah. The fact is Nigel Farage, you could throw all these same things, the donation, doing videos saying up the rah and all that kind of stuff. Like he's got a lot of baggage, and yet voters ignore it because he actually speaks his mind, he's forthright, he knows what he's offering, and that is the same with Zach. Ultimately, and I think we're going to see tonight when the Greens do surge and do have all these results, despite all of the muck that the media has raked up and thrown at Zach Polansky over the last few weeks, I think people are going to ignore it because they like what they see and they like someone who speaks his mind and does what he believes.
And Jacob Rees-Mogg was nodding in violent agreement there, because I think you're right. It's an anti-establishment voice who's outside the normal cycle, and there's a feeling that the more the mainstream media, whatever, the fake news media attacks you, the more it kind of validates the person and cements it. Look at Donald Trump.
That's right. That's absolutely right. Donald Trump is the absolute example of this, and that he could be under indictment for several quite serious offences. He could be found guilty in a civil court of a sexual assault. And his supporters didn't care. They believed it was an attempt by his opponents to pull him down and to make things up against him. And I think Zach Polansky's supporters think that about him, and Nigel's supporters think that about him. But it's fascinating in terms of where we are politically, because we are in a world of strong men as leaders. That's what people want. It's what they're being attracted to. Keir Starmer and Rishi Sunak lose out on that because they aim to set themselves out as being competent managers rather than being inspirational leaders, and people aren't interested in that.
Quick update, scores on the doors. We've seen some more change in these past few moments, and it's the same trend again. So far, the scores on the doors: Reform UK up 59 seats, Labour Party down 50 seats to just 6. Liberal Democrats now on 9 seats. You've put one on since we last spoke. Greens on 5. Conservatives on 4. Put 2 on there.
100% increase in Conservative seats.
That's the way to spin it. Beautiful. And the Independents are on 3. That's the council totals on your board there. You can see there's been one down. Labour have lost an entire council. We're talking here about the number of councillors, and the councillors, of course, add up to the councils later on. The councils themselves will be counted much later on when all the smaller votes goes in. But for now, the individual seats, has a clear trend emerging here. Reform on 59, plus 59. Labour on just 6, down 50. It's a seesaw that's gone straight from Keir Starmer to Nigel Farage. That's what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's a true reflection on the catastrophic premiership of Keir Starmer, isn't it? There's just no direction. They've hit farmers, you know, look at the economy, unemployment. Wherever you look, we've had U-turn after U-turn, and people are voting with their feet. But I do also think that we need to look at the councils in local elections. Look at Birmingham, for example, how long it's taken to sort out the bin strikes. That has been horrendously managed by Labour. But I also think that we need to have a look at the Conservatives, because we haven't mentioned them too much. They left Worcestershire County Council in such a catastrophic financial place that Reform have had to deal with that. And they've done a similar thing to the Lib Dems who took over Shropshire. You know, they have left councils in horrendous financial states, and we are righting that. So we need to look at both sides of the aspect when we look at national and local.
OK, got some breaking news in for you now. A council, Redditch Borough Council, is a Labour loss and is now a council with no overall control. So that was formerly a Labour seat there. Redditch is now a council with no overall control. Redditch was down as a Reform target. So I wonder if that Labour loss there, no overall control, is precipitated by the fact Reform UK have made a rise in that area. That detail will come in. Just to repeat, Redditch Borough Council is now a Labour loss and is now a council with no overall control. Could you explain to us quickly in a minute, when a council goes into no overall control, what does that mean in terms of its run? Does everything just grind to a halt?
Not necessarily, no. So if different parties can work together to form an administration. So much like in national governments, if there was a coalition, then they can run things efficiently and effectively from day one. But that would take negotiation. Sometimes it just becomes the largest party. So what we could have seen there is the Labour Party lost a significant amount of seats, but still remain the largest party and will still run the council.
Minority.
So just get the scores on the doors quickly there. It's just 20 seconds before the hour of 2 a.m. Reform UK on 59 seats, plus 59. Labour on 6, plus 50. Something dramatic is happening before our eyes as we speak. It certainly seems the Reform are on the rise, and it's bang on 2 a.m. Another hour bites the dust. History is being made tonight. The electoral map is changing, and rapidly. Yeah, Labour aren't 50 up, they're 50 down, too excited. But listen, history is being made tonight. The electoral map of England is changing as we speak, and it's changing very, very quickly. For the Prime Minister, it's Judgment Day, the first real time that the voters have got to answer one question. Are you delivering or are you finished? Welcome to Vote 2026. The people decide here on GB News all the way through until 6 a.m. Is the Labour Party already rolling out its excuses for what could be a Starmageddon?
Will you resign if Labour lose thousands of seats, Prime Minister?
Meanwhile, for the Conservatives, an extinction-level threat hangs over tonight's results.
I appreciate this is a difficult time for the government. I'm not trying to deny that, but let's just wait and see what those results are.
That was a Labour Party MP there, but elsewhere, the Green Party could be about to gain councillors like they've never seen before. But will we get to the truth behind their sudden surge in support? And meanwhile, what about the Liberal Democrats? Well, we spoke with Christine Jardine MP earlier on the show.
The country needs at the moment is hard-working politicians who will do the right thing, who will stand up for people and who will work for the communities in a constructive way that brings people together, not divides them.
And Reform UK is now officially on the march, not nibbling at the edges anymore, but instead going straight for the throat.
It's absolutely astounding. There's going to be an annihilation of the Labour Party in the Red Wall tonight.
That word again, annihilation. Scarlett hates it, but over the coming hours, we'll bring you all the results as they happen. We'll have the Team GB News coverage from all across Great Britain.
Well, as the results continue to come in, I'm here at Reform HQ getting all the reaction. I'm told here the early indications are very positive.
Well, results are now coming in thick and fast here in the northwest in what looks to be a very difficult night for the Labour Party, with big gains, it seems, for both Reform and the Greens. We'll have all the results as they come in overnight.
Now, throughout the night, I'll be joined by some of the biggest names in British politics, including in the studio Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg, also by Suella Braverman, the Labour MP Sarah Sackman, and also some Green Party councillors. We'll be crunching the numbers. The results are beginning to trickle in from across England on our map. Meanwhile, Wales, where the Labour Party, the dominant force since devolution, is now facing wipeouts, trailing behind Plaid Cymru and Reform UK. Meanwhile, up in Scotland, will the SNP hold on at Holyrood? Don't miss a moment. We'll have live, uninterrupted coverage of every twist, every turn, right across the UK, all the way through until 6 a.m. Don't you dare go to sleep, because it's all kicking off. The excitement of election night starts right here, right now. We're all awake, wide awake here in Paddington. Hope you're wide awake at home, glued to the screen. The numbers are coming in thick and fast. We are seeing a free fall of the Labour Party vote. We are seeing Reform UK surge. Liberal Democrats doing well. You'll be pleased about this one, my friend. Green Party putting numbers on. Reform, the Conservatives slipping, has to be said. Independents not really registering. Lots and lots to sink our teeth into over this next hour. I'm delighted to be joined in the studio by my panel, the GB News host and the former Conservative MP, Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg, former Labour Party advisor, Scarlett Maguire, who isn't at all getting annihilated tonight, Reform councillor Natalie Oliver, Lib Dem councillor Carl Cashman, and the barrister and the Green Party activist, and soon to be perhaps a Green Party councillor, Paul Powsland. Welcome to you all. Let's have a quick recap, if we could, of the scores on the doors as they stand. My latest information at my fingertips here from the GBNews HQ is this. Reform UK on 74 seats. That is up 74 from a baseline. Of course, they started at 0. They weren't defending any seats tonight. Liberal Democrats now on 12 seats. They are in second place on the night, down just 1. So doing well on that front. Labour Party, this is the story of the night. They're now on just 10 seats. They've a loss of 63. 63 seats down, 74 up for Reform UK. Green Party now on 6. You put 4 seats on over the night. Conservatives on 5. That's now down 9 seats. So the Conservative vote seems to be getting nibbled away substantially. And the Independents on 3, down 4. The Independent Party we thought might get a grip, particularly in some of the more ethnic minority areas. That's not happening this far. Perhaps they're switching to the Greens instead, or the Lib Dems. But the clear trend of the night seems to be so far the sink of the Labour Party and the rise of Reform UK. Of course, it's still very early, Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg, but we could be seeing a great reset of the landscape before our eyes tonight.
We could, and the next hour and a half is going to be very interesting because we're going to see some of the London seats beginning to come through. I think we get Westminster at 3:30, but we get some outer London areas. I think we get Romford coming in at in the next hour and a half as well. That will show how well Reform is doing, whether the Greens are beginning to pick up in more central London, and whether the Conservatives are holding on to some of their bases. So if anyone's thinking of going to bed, the answer is they definitely mustn't. They must stay up and listen carefully.
Scarlett Maguire.
Yes, sir.
Is this, thus far, starting even a bit to feel like an annihilation?
Look, this is a disastrous night for Labour. I've made no bones about it. It's absolutely terrible. Like Jenny Chapman, who was on before, I feel terribly sorry for all the people who are losing their seats because they're, as Jacob says, people vote for all sorts of reasons and they don't necessarily vote against a council because they're not doing good things. But, that's life in politics. I mean, frankly, Jacob knows you lose your seat, right? You lose your seat in Westminster, you lose it. It's terrible. It's a bad night for Labour, and I've done things when it's been a bad night for the Tories, and that's what happens. And it looks as though this is a whole change. It often isn't. I mean, I do think that we are now in a much more interesting political time, that we've got lots and lots of parties all sort of edging each other, and what'll we do, and whether there's going to be a sort of, right wing versus left wing with the Lib Dems coming in on the left. Which you wouldn't always have done, will be very interesting.
Just need to cut across you. Some more results have now come in as we speak. Let's get them up. Hartlepool Borough Council is a Labour loss and is now a council with no overall control, as is North East Lincolnshire Council. It stays as a no overall control council too. Two updates there. Hartlepool Borough Council is a Labour loss and is now a council with no overall control. I think Hartlepool was an area where Reform UK were definitely gunning for. They fancied their chances there. North East Lincolnshire Council stays as a no overall control, and I think that was an area that Reform UK would have been gunning for. Just a quick update on the scores on the doors. Reform have put a few more seats on, 77 now. Labour are on 10, down 64. Greens have put an extra seat on 6. I'm hearing from people out, my contacts out in the field consistently across Hampshire, across Essex, across Milton Keynes, across the North West, across the Midlands. They're all telling me turnout is up. They're all saying that turnout seems to be up for these local elections. And Sir Jacob, if I may come back to you, local elections in the past, it's weedy bins, it's dog mess. I know you don't think that demeans them somewhat, but people said before these elections, this is much more than that. It's a midterm, it's a referendum on Sir Keir Starmer, and there's a propensity to want to turn out to vote for change, be it Greens, be it Reform UK. That seems to be happening.
Well, I think that's absolutely right. And the differential turnout is fundamental to election results. That if the Labour Party is staying at home and Reform and Greens are motivated to go out, they win. It doesn't necessarily follow through to a general election, except people get into the habit of voting for somebody else and they stick with it. So you do get changes in voting patterns that become stickier. But 40% turnout is pretty good. I mean, anything above 30% in local elections is a decent turnout.
Yeah, and here in Hampshire, turnout in Hampshire as high as 41%.
And I think Hampshire was another one that was going to be cancelled at one point.
It was, and it's an area I think that the Conservatives controlled and Reform UK fancied. And don't forget this. Don't
the Lib Dems fancy Hampshire as well?
Do you?
I'm not sure. It's not one I've looked at, to be honest.
Hampshire's much too civilised for that. Sorry.
Well, can I just say, Jacob, I take great pleasure in the fact that you're represented by a Lib Dem council. I take great pleasure in that.
Good way to get that little ball in.
Yeah, and you can stop emptying his bins.
Yeah. OK, let's get to my next guest now. He's going to be in a pretty good mood, I would have thought. And it's the leader of Reform UK in the London Assembly, Alex Wilson. Alex, welcome to the show. 2:10 in the morning. It's going to be a long night. Nothing yet in terms of London results where you are, but if we could talk about the broader picture thus far, just to bring our viewers up to date. So far, Reform UK now has gone up to 80 seats, plus 80, and the story of the night, the Labour Party now on 11. They've dropped 64 seats. A tale of two nights, and it seems to be a nightmare on Downing Street for Sir Keir Starmer.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a catastrophic set of results so far already for the Labour Party, and fully expecting that to continue as we go into the overnight results and then the further counts tomorrow. I mean, we've fought a national campaign here. These are local elections, but we've very much fought it on a national basis. Nigel has been an absolute trooper, made 71 different campaign visits, which is more than Kemi and Keir Starmer put together. The energy, the dynamism, the optimism behind the campaign has been really, really something to behold. And you can see it now taking shape in these results. I mean, these early results, but we're seeing Reform making gains in Brentwood, in Bolton, in Hartlepool. I think in Hartlepool we won all 12 of the seats that were up for grabs. In Redditch, I think we won 8 out of 9 seats up for grabs so far. It's phenomenal. I mean, we all were hoping that these would be a good set of results to build on what happened in last year's council election results. But so far, it's looking like it's going to be not just good, but absolutely outstanding.
Alex Wilson, what about London itself? We're expecting to see quite a lot of electoral change. In many senses, London representing this new landscape. The Green Party expected to do pretty well across that central tranche. Some of the more ethnic minority seats, Conservatives might put 1 or 2 back on. But Reform UK, are you hopeful you might be using Andrew Rosendale out there on that Romford side to make some inroads in towards London?
Oh, I would hope, certainly in Andrew's patch in Havering, it'll be more than just a nibble. The word I'm hearing from the count there is things are looking very positive indeed. It's a top target for us, Havering Council. Bexley is another one where we've been working very, very hard. At the moment, I'm hearing that a lot of the wards there seem very, very close, too close to call. We will see how those pan out in the hours ahead. But this is an opportunity for us as a party in London. You look at what happened in 2014 when UKIP were at their peak. They only won 12 seats across the entirety of London. We're going to win more than that in several councils. So, huge step forwards for our kind of party in London. Huge opportunity, and it sets things up nicely for the contest for the mayoralty in 2 years' time, when Layla Cunningham will go head-to-head with Sadiq Khan on his record on crime, on housing, on transport, and show London that there really is an alternative. And what we need to do is use these results here today, tomorrow, as a launch pad for that next stage of the campaign.
Alex Wilson, your leader, Nigel Farage, that man on screen there, has been saying for a long time he thinks that the magnitude of tonight's defeat for Sir Keir Starmer could be so bad it may precipitate him having to leave as the leader, and that could lead to an early general election. Is that realistic, or is that pie in the sky?
Well, a couple of years ago, Richard Tice, when he was still leader, coined the phrase Starmageddon, and I think that's exactly what we're looking at in these elections. I honestly can't see how he can hang on. I mean, in some ways, it's quite sad, really, that the politics have become so volatile that you can't seem to be able to govern for more than a couple of years before your leadership is under threat. But that's the way of the world now. And when you're such a disaster as he's been, I mean, it's unbelievable how quickly the wheels have come off. There's been no honeymoon whatsoever. The wheels have come off this government. Yes, you've got that big landslide, but a major U-turn every month. So Starmer's got to go. The question is who comes after him, and the Labour Party will be fighting like rats in a sack to see who succeeds him. Will that lead to an early general election? Well, I don't know, because they do still have a big majority in Parliament, but perhaps the Labour Party will split and everything will go into the abyss. Who knows? But they don't deserve to be in power. We need a general election as a country to move forward, to get the economy motoring again, to get energy security, and to stop the boats and secure the border. We need a change of government. And if we're looking at the results that are coming through so far today, it's pretty clear what type of change of government the country wants. It's reform.
OK, Alex Wilson, it's a good night for you so far. Maybe go stuck into that cocktail bar in Reform HQ. Leader Reform UK in the London Assembly. Alex Wilson, thank you very, very much indeed for your time. Let's get back to my panels. Jacob Rees-Mogg, Scarlett Maguire, Natalie Oliver, Carl Cashman and Paul Powsland. Let's do a nibble, if I could, with you, Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg. So far, the numbers that are coming in, they're not looking particularly good for the Conservative Party. The most recent up-to-date now, scores on the doors, just to bring up to date, 95 seats for Reform UK, that's plus 95. Conservatives, plus 13 seats for the Conservatives. You've had a jump in fortune, 13 seats. You've lost 22, but you are now in joint second place with the Liberal Democrats. Also on 13, Labour is now going back into fourth position already on the night. Bear in mind they're defending a lot of seats, a lot to lose. Labour minus 67 on 12, Greens are on 6, you put on 4. Independents plummeting, a trend of the night. The Independents don't seem to be working. They're being pushed away. There's been a surge for the Conservatives. You're on 13 seats.
Well, it's far too early to be saying what the Conservative
I'm trying to make you feel good.
But Labour is the story of the night. And I think these results are now looking so bad that it would no longer surprise me if Keir Starmer decided to resign. I mentioned at the very beginning, it's like David Cameron after the Brexit referendum saying, I've led my party, or I've led my position to a defeat, and therefore I can't carry on. I don't think that will lead to a general election, because I cannot see why a Labour MP would want to go to the country 3 years early and lose the ability to be in government for 3 years. I think it will lead to a change of leader. It ought to lead to an election, and I have long thought that a new Prime Minister needs a mandate. That goes way back. I've thought that since at least 2011, but I don't think that will happen.
Let's talk to you, if we could, Natalie Oliver. I mean, I don't want to keep sort of glorifying Reform UK's performance, but it is turning into the story of the night already for you here.
It is, and actually my sources tell me that we've actually taken over 100 seats now, so it could be that we've got more than we even thought so far, Martin. It's a fantastic news story, and it's reflexive of how people are feeling out there, isn't it? They feel completely let down by the establishment. Labour and Conservative have become two sides of the same coin, and people want real change, and they have not got it from either the Conservatives or Labour, so they are looking for something new. Reform will deliver for them.
Got some breaking news in for you now, some more seats changing hands. It is this, Broxbourne is now Conservatives, and Rochford and Tamworth is no overall control. Let's have a quick look. Broxbourne was predicted, some had that, it was as to go to Reform, so the Conservatives have held on to Broxbourne. It was a Conservative defence. Reform were after that. The Conservatives have held them off by the looks of it. And Rochford was down as a that was a Conservative area that was down as a possible surge from Reform. Reform was the prediction to win. It's now no overall control. So that would seem to indicate that the Conservative majority has been nibbled into there by the Reform Party.
It'd be great to know how many seats in each, wouldn't it? And whether it's just thirds or how that looks really, Martin, if we've got any of that information.
We'll get more of that data as we come. I've got some more information coming in here. Who wants to have a go next while I'm obsessively looking at my data? Jacob Rees-Mogg, talk.
Yeah, absolutely. It does all depend on how much is up. Obviously, from a Conservative, I'm glad that we've held on to Broxbourne. That's encouraging. It is going to wax and wane during the evening, that sometimes you have local factors that affect things. But this Reform surge is really very remarkable. I think we can't overstate it too much, actually, that it's much more than I think people were forecasting. Reform figures were quietly whispering to me in the GBNews studios when they were going home after they'd been on my programme that they thought they were going to do much better than the polls were saying. And what is happening tonight seems to be bearing them out. And what comes next is really quite how well the Greens will be doing, because that's the second leg of this to fall.
OK, let's get some expert analysis now from the Director of Electoral Calculus, Martin Baxter, who's patiently sitting in the wings over there, crunching through the data as it lands in front of him. Martin Baxter, you know your data. You said earlier on at the top of the show, if it continued as we were seeing in the first hour of the show, it was looking like it could turn, your words, into a rout for the Labour Party. Is what you're seeing so far backing that up? Is this turning into a rout for Keir Starmer?
Well, it's beginning to look quite bad for Labour now. If you look at the actual number of seats won, of the seats that Labour are contesting, Labour are losing over 80% of the seats. You might know, Martin, with your accuracy, that decimation is a word that's bandied around, but actually means only losing 10%. Labour are looking at an octuple decimation event at the moment on the results so far. Hartlepool, if I can just take us to that one. Although there's no overall control, that's really because only a third of the seats were up for election. Of the 12 seats that were up for election, Reform won every single one. Labour lost all 7. The Conservatives lost all of their 4. Reform won every seat in Hartlepool. They don't win the council because only a third of the seats are up, but they did. It's essentially indicative of Reform's strength. And one more detail, you were just talking about Broxbourne, where again only a third of the seats are up. The Conservatives there did win. They held 7 out of the 9 seats that they had. So that was a good result for the Conservatives. So it's not great for the Conservatives overall. They're losing about 2/3 of their seats, but it is patchy. And as Jacob Rees-Mogg said, there are patches of light for the Conservatives as well. But for Reform, it is very good. For Labour, it appears to be very bad so far.
In terms of your substantial experience, Martin Baxter, you live and breathe political data. You've been doing it for years. Losing 80% of seats you're defending at any one time, this is off the charts.
Yes, I mean, you're almost lost for words. It's it could, if it continues like this will be a catastrophic result for Labour.
So, Jacob Rees-Mogg, you want to comment on that?
I do, because I'm thinking back to the 2019 local elections when the Conservatives did stunningly badly. But there was a very clear reason for it. It was that we'd been told we would leave the European Union. It kept on being delayed. Very few people wanted to go out and vote Conservative in that election. And there was an easy way for the Conservatives to get it back together again. That was to deliver Brexit, which then happened, and we went from one of our worst election results to one of our best election results within 6 or 7 months. What I don't see for Labour is what the way out of this is. I'm sure they'll change leader now. It is so bad that they have to. But what is the big thing that Labour can say, the equivalent of Brexit, that means a new leader is able to turn it round? Because this is otherwise a fundamental change in British politics. It's Labour almost disappearing as a party. I mean, it's not annihilation, we've established that. But losing 80% of your seats when there isn't a clear identifiable reason is extraordinarily serious.
It is serious and it is a disaster. I don't think, actually, that there'll be a change of leader immediately. I'd be surprised if he stood down. I mean, we knew I mean, I knew when I was asked to come onto this programme that the question was whether we were going to lose 2,000 seats or 1,500,
yes.
right? There was no question about that. So everybody knows that it was going to be terrible. And the big, I mean, to be absolutely frank, you say, what's the big thing for Labour? The three people who are really trying to get the Labour leadership, Andy Burnham, Angela Rayner and Wes Streeting, all of them, none of them have that vision that people go, yes, there's the one. It's not like, you know, when there was lots and lots of trying to get rid of Blair and there was always Brown.
But the one thing I'd ask on that is that, yes, we all knew it would be bad, and we all knew it would be bad in 2019. But Labour MPs now go back to their constituencies and they meet all the defeated councillors. And it goes from being a theoretical to being a reality. And I think politically that is much more powerful than one sometimes think, that yes, it's all in the price and yes, all the wise people know about it. That's fine when it's 200 or 300 seats. When it's 80% of your seats, if it continues like that?
I want to go back just over time because the New Statesman did an excellent piece today on the relative historical losses of the Labour Party to try and quantify where tonight might go. Now, the most apocalyptic forecast that they put in was from Britain Elects, and they predicted, this is the worst prediction possible, that Labour could lose 76% of its seats. It's early, but it's already losing 80%. It's already beyond the apocalypse by the worst prediction of anyone of the night. And the previous biggest loss for the Labour Party was in 2025, funny enough, so here's a trend. 66% was loss. You've got to go back to 2009, 62. This is already 40% bigger than the worst loss in Labour history. If this carries on, this is looking like, I can't say annihilation, can I? but it's looking like a bloodbath.
Look, you have to change your leader. I cannot understand why Labour won't, because you need to do something to try and improve your fortunes. Keir Starmer's already tried half a dozen resets. He's supposedly going to do another one on Monday about cozying up to the European Union, which is part of the reason he's lost so many votes in the Red Wall anyway. It's not a good way to win them back. People who are joining Reform, voted Reform, are not going to come back to the Labour Party on a reset with the European Union. So, yes, I see your point that there's no big ideological argument from the three you mentioned, and Andy Burnham is not a member of Parliament. But at least there'll be some freshness, some feeling of new direction.
Well, I think we have to see what I'm saying. I absolutely agree with you and have been saying it for a long time. There's an enormous difference between saying this is going to be a nightmare, and it certainly is a nightmare, there's no question about it. This is going to be a nightmare, and actually the reality, and that one's always said, I mean, there is no question that this weekend is going to be a weekend of turmoil among Labour. Quite what comes out of it at the end, I'm not so sure.
When you look at the scores on the doors, they're even changing since they're on the screen there. Obviously, the results are pouring in very, very quickly. But keep that on the screen if we could. It's 113 now for Reform UK. Labour is 16, down 77. Conservatives down 26. Just by adding this up as we go along, you can see a clear trend here. And that is Reform UK is roughly taking 2/3 of all the Labour vote and 1/3 of the Conservative vote. It's almost a direct mirror. And the Liberal Democrats and the Green Party thus far aren't really having an impact. This is Reform taking the big two parties' votes away, and it's in real time.
But it's very interesting because one of the big polling things that has been pointed out recently is that the two voting blocs haven't really changed. That is to say, the left-wing bloc has remained at about the same level and the right-wing bloc has remained about the same level, but they've changed within them. Now, if a lot of Labour votes are going to Reform, then that is changing the voting blocs. Absolutely. It's a shift from the left to the right, and that's something that wasn't previously happening.
No.
When is it going to start happening? So Liberal Democrats at present, to be absolutely fair to you, are on 17 seats in second position. But here's the point. Second place is 96 seats behind Reform UK. The gulf between first and second is 113 Reform, 17 Liberal Democrats, 16 Labour, 15 Conservative, 6 Green, 3 Independent. Natalie, this must be even surpassing your wildest dreams at present. It's early.
It is early, Martin, you know, and we can't get ahead of ourselves. You know, there is an awful lot of results to come in, and as we've already mentioned, it depends on where those locations are and what that looks like. But it's looking very good. You know, I can't help but, you know, feel like I'm sitting pretty at the moment, to be quite honest with you. I mean, in comparison to poor Scarlett over there, it's certainly an easier night for me to withstand at the moment. But it's a clear sign of what people want, and I think it's another, because obviously we look back at last year when I was elected, that was a massive wake-up call, but this is even more catastrophic than that for the two major parties. And I think, you know, you've been throwing mud at us, you've been calling us divisive, we've had the far-right narrative. Now is the time for everybody to wake up and realise that the great British public want Reform UK, and that all of this narrative and this mudslinging just will not work. OK,
just a quick recap. If you're joining us, it's just gone 2:30 in the morning, and it's turning into an historical night for the local elections as the Reform Party are surging in spikes across the country. Now, earlier this evening, Patrick and I kicked off our coverage by speaking to the Reform UK chairman, Dr. David Bull.
I mean, the rise of Reform has been nothing short of remarkable, actually. When I look back, we founded it 4 years ago. It's worth remembering it was only 4 years ago. We're now the largest party in this country, we're the fastest growing party in this country, the most talked about. We only have 8 members of parliament, and yet, of course, we're on the tip of everyone's tongue. Going around the country, look, I've seen 30,000 people in the last 10 months. I've spoken in village halls, working men's clubs, in theatres. We put on those big events, and we're building the party from the ground up. And it doesn't matter where I go. I can be in Hull or Liverpool, I can be in the Isle of Wight or Scotland or Wales. Something remarkable is happening.
There we go. But that optimism is not being shared by the Labour Party, as Baroness Jenny Chapman shared how despondent she and her colleagues were feeling tonight.
To tell whether free fall is the right word, but certainly this is going to be a really difficult night, and we've got amazing activists, incredible councillors who've been representing their community, for some of them for a very long time, who will lose their seats tonight. And having been a local councillor myself, I understand what that is like. And, you know, I think a lot of Labour people tonight who put their hearts and souls into this campaign will be feeling really, really despondent and disappointed.
Well, the Liberal Democrats are presently in second position, but that's on just 20 seats, 97 seats behind Reform UK. Things aren't looking too much better for them either.
We know people are crying out for change, but there are two different kinds of change. One is the politics of anger, division, and easy answered, pushed by populist extremes, and the other is the Liberal Democrats approach, which is focused on building things up, not burning them down. We don't like division. We don't do division. We do hard work that actually makes people's lives better. Kimmy Badenoch, actually during the general election, thought it was an insult to say that if you want your church roof fixed, ask the Liberal Democrats. Well, you know, in these elections, that's exactly the sort of people, the sort of representatives that people are looking for, who will fix local problems.
Sunday.
And meanwhile, for the Conservative Party, well, the Tory MP Andrew Bowie just had this today.
The turning this tanker around is not going to happen overnight. We are headed back in the right direction. We're going to see some signs of that progress tonight, but let's not be under any illusion. It is going to be a difficult night.
No, but if you think that's bad, this was the Deputy Prime Minister, David... OK, we don't have that. So that was David Bowie there, licking his wounds. And we can very, very much see that seems to be the trend emerging across the board. We are expecting our first London seats for those asking. So Jacob Rees-Mogg was asking me. I think Westminster is our first London seat to declare at around about 1 hour's time. Okay. So you'll be luckily tucked away in bed by then, or
I'll be home by then. I'm afraid I'll be tuned in listening to you. I ought to go to sleep at some point, but
that's the spirit.
Be gripped.
That's the spirit.
The next set of results.
Westminster, the first seat to declare. That could be good news for the Conservative Party. It's certainly a Conservative target. Right.
Well, I was telling in Westminster today at one of the polling stations, which is always an interesting thing to do. And it was positive and a steady flow of people. One of the people who gave me his polling number was a former Labour cabinet minister, which shows that there's a certain camaraderie between candidates and participants from various parties on these events.
OK, a quick update on the scores on the doors. You join us, it's 2:34 in the morning. Here we have it. Reform UK in first place by some considerable margin on 120 seats. Second place, Liberal Democrat, just put a couple on 23 seats. That's one down on the night. Labour Party in freefall. Has to be said, down, lost 84%, 84 seats down, a total now of just 20. Martin Baxter saying at this rate the Labour Party is losing 80% of its seats. That exceeds even their worst ever margin. If this maintains throughout the night, it will be an historic defeat of the Labour Party. It is early doors, but the mood music ain't good. Conservatives, meanwhile, on 17 seats, they've dropped 27. So also for them, the Conservatives are bleeding away a bit of blue blood there. Green Party now on 6, put on 3 seats. And Independents, meanwhile, are on 4, not really making any impact. A lot of people thought Independents might make impacts, particularly in those urban areas where there are high ethnic minorities, the pro-Gaza candidates. So far, that isn't happening. But again, it is relatively early on. Well, let's get to my next guest now. I'm joined by the Conservative MP for the Isle of Wight East, Joe Robertson. Joe, thank you for joining us, especially at 2:30 in the morning. I appreciate your time. It's going to be a long, old night for the Conservative Party. At this rate, it does appear, while the story of the night is the Labour Party in freefall, quite a bit of pain for the Conservatives too.
Good morning. Yeah, good to be with you. We don't expect to be gaining any seats. Of course, we're going to be losing seats tonight because we're comparing this to elections 4 and 5 years ago, and we were polling over 40% in the polls then. Indeed, we won the Hartlepool by-election, which was a historic win for us. So, of course, we're going to be losing seats tonight. It's not good to see, but that's the reality.
Come on. You're saying these seats, and it is true that those seats were won at the peak of Boris Johnson, of Boris mania back in 2021, but that's an ice age ago now. We're in a very, very different position. And I think a lot of people were expecting Kemi Badenoch, that Badenoch bounce, to be happening, but so far the Conservatives have been bounced into touch.
We have to accept that we lost the general election less than 2 years ago. It was a historic loss. We have to accept that. Of course, there is a huge amount of work to do, but Kemi's been leading a very positive campaign. She's been campaigning all over the country. I think the real story here is that you've got a Labour government that had a historic landslide win 2 years ago, and they're now hemorrhaging votes. And that is because of only one thing. Their record in government over these last nearly 2 years has been appalling, and the voters are rightly delivering their verdict on Labour. But look, I accept we as a party have a lot more work to do. We've begun that work, but we are comparing tonight with the results when we were polling 40% in the polls, and we have to be realistic. We're not doing that at the moment, and we need to get back there.
What's the way out of this for you? Because there'll undoubtedly be clamours and calls from the Conservatives for Sir Keir Starmer to go. The party needs a new leader. Are we at that point with Kemi Badenoch anywhere soon, or actually is the problem something a bit broader and a bit more of a deeper malaise, Joe Robertson? It's this: Kemi Badenoch is clearly extremely competent. She's improving. She's very well polished, but is the problem deeper than that? Is it the Conservative brand itself? You're simply finished.
Kemi's got good personal approval ratings. She's popular. She is cutting through. She's a good campaigner. Yes, of course, the Conservative brand has suffered. It suffered because we accept we made mistakes when we were last in government, and you can't change that overnight. But Kemi has certainly started that process well underway. As I say, she's been leading a positive campaign up and down the country. And I think what people respect is, even if they don't necessarily agree with her, they know where she stands. And she stands in direct contrast with the Prime Minister, who flip-flops all over the place depending on what the latest wind is. Look, Kemi Badenoch has a backbone. I think she's cutting through to the British people, and I think that will translate into improvements in the polls. We've already seen that, but we've got to accept we're still less than 2 years out from when we lost a historic election defeat.
The only poll that matters are polls like tonight, actual votes. And it's been a consistent trend actually since May 2025. The Conservatives have been losing quietly by-elections, 25 net loss. Liberal Democrats have put on 20, Reform UK have put on 71, and that trend seems to be accelerated tonight. We're seeing something quite brutal in a sense. It's not just a referendum, I think, on the Prime Minister, although by Jove it is. This is an absolute get out of town message from the electorate to Sir Keir Starmer, but it's also saying something, I think, to the Conservatives, and that is, you had 14 years to change it, you didn't do it, and you can say you got a new leader, but it's the same old party.
Kemi Badenoch is cutting through. I think she's got popular personal approval ratings, and that is part of the process of rebuilding the Conservative brand. I'm not denying the Conservative brand's taken a battering. We also have to accept we are in an era now of multi-party politics, and the fact that the Labour Party is in free fall is that their support at the last election, a lot of people put their faith in Labour for the first time, and they've withdrawn that support and they're looking elsewhere. Yeah, we've got to win them back. We've got to convince people that the elsewhere is to come back and vote Conservative again. But they're voting in all sorts of different ways, and we're seeing that, as you rightly say, we're seeing it in other parties, minor parties doing well, and they will do well, especially in local elections, and we're in between the general election. That's historically where they do well. Look, I'm not arguing that we haven't got a lot of work to do, but the work has started. Kemi is cutting through, and she's been leading a popular, positive campaign throughout the country.
OK, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. It's 20 to 3 in the morning. Try and get some rest. Conservative MP for the Isle of Wight East, Joe Robertson. Let's get back to my panel now. Jacob Rees-Mogg, I need to start with you here, because the scores on the doors are... the Labour Party is going downhill faster than the Jamaican bobsleigh team. I mean, it's turning into something...
I thought faster than Michael Holderton's bowling, yeah, but there are more cruising analogies, I understand.
It's turning into something scary, if you're Labour.
This is an extraordinary change in politics tonight.
Yet, the Conservatives are still in fourth position behind them.
Yeah, the Conservatives are not having a good night tonight. This is to be expected, that if you look at what was happening with the Conservative polling rate, it fell to the 24 election when we had a very bad result, our worst result in any modern election, indeed right back to the 18th century, depends how modern you consider that is. And then we fell further in the opinion polls, and we were falling below 15% in the opinion polls, and Kemi Badenoch has begun to turn that round. We're getting up towards 20%. We're getting within spitting distance of reform. But my argument's long been that we need to reunite the right. I think the really important thing about Kemi is that ideologically there is much less difference between her and Nigel Farage than there was between Rishi Sunak and Nigel Farage. And what we need to make sure is that we have small c Conservative government across councils and across the nation, and that means working with people who are broadly our political allies.
So, Jacob, to be fair to you, you've been saying this for years.
I'm a broken record, I know. But interestingly, Nigel Farage was warming up to it in a thing he said within the last week. Kemi Badenoch has stopped absolutely ruling it out.
I'm pretty sure Kemi ruled it out the other day, Jacob.
I thought she said something else.
That's what I heard. She absolutely ruled it out the other day.
She said something about not doing deals in councils. But we will do. We will do.
Yeah, the problem is...
Here's what this data tells us. Why would Reform join
Absolutely.
the Conservatives when the Conservatives can't even beat Labour?
Exactly.
Because there will be seats that Reform would have won and all the Conservatives would have won if we hadn't opposed each other. I think there was one in Chorley when I was looking through briefly at those results, that if you add the two together, you suddenly find that you can win more. And actually what is needed to change the direction of this country is a Conservative government with a small c that has a big majority that can do things.
Yeah.
That it's no good getting Reform in with a majority of 3 or the Conservatives in a coalition. It needs a big majority to get this country back on its feet.
Paul Polsland, Green, let's get you in. You've been quietly enjoying your hot chocolate on the end there. Got to be careful, don't fall asleep with the hot chocolate. It is almost approaching 3 in the morning. On a serious point, you may yourself be elected as a councillor later in this cycle, perhaps tomorrow. So far, though, the Green Party have only achieved 7 seats. Now, it may be how things are panning out.
I think it's which ones are declaring when. I feel
Because,
sort of like a kid waiting for political Christmas at the moment. I don't think many of the seats we're expecting Green surges in have really declared yet.
And I think that's
no
a fair
London
point.
ones at all. So
And that's
it's slightly disappointing it's not in the time when I'm on the panel, but there we are.
And I think that's a fair point, because a lot of your seats are going to be inner city seats.
And coming later, I think,
London, that are coming later in the cycle, and they're going to be harder and take longer to count because they're so densely populated. Lib Dem next to me here, Carl Cashman. You're quietly nibbling your way in second place here. You're on 27.
Yeah, and it's something that I said at the beginning of the night that I thought we could do, not only in this election, but throughout local governments, be the second largest party. I've just had some news that we've taken full control of Stockport, and that's seen off a big Reform threat there. So normally the contest is between us and the Labour Party, and the contest in many of those seats has become between us and Reform. And I think, you know, one of the things I want to, Martin, applaud Scarlett for, actually, is how honest she's been on the panel tonight. I think it's really refreshing, because a lot of the people that I speak to in the Labour Party seem to be in denial about how unpopular Starmer is. And for me, it's difficult, that, because I fight the Labour Party in Merseyside. They're not a nice party in Merseyside, and I'll do whatever I can to unseat them. But I would prefer a Labour government over a Conservative. I'm definitely over a Reform government. So it's kind of, you want to shake them up a little bit and say, get your act together. And for some reason, they just can't see that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have to be honest. And I decided when I came on here that I was not going to pretend, and I was not going to say, you know, not a single vote has been counted or any of this rubbish, because, I mean, I have to say, within the Labour Party, we knew tonight was going to be awful. There is nobody I've spoken to. And I live in London. I'm very worried that all 3 of my councillors are going to go Green. A girlfriend of mine who's a very good Brent councillor thinks that she might lose. Well, she's in a 3-way Lib Dem Green thing. I mean, and it's not nice. And it's not nice. And that's what we've all been talking about. And maybe we don't say it to the Lib Dems, but honestly, we knew that tonight was going to be ghastly. And yeah. Just not an annihilation.
Well,
not quite.
It's got to be said that losing is always very, very painful. I'm masking my own pain. Nottingham Forest would have hammered out the European Cup tonight by Aston Villa 4-0. So I've got my own pain to...
And Arsenal won last night.
Yeah, there we go. But on a serious point, the numbers are just getting worse and worse and worse. Labour have now shed 90 seats, just 23 they've managed to hold. Reform now on 135. The trend isn't just a blip, Sir Jacob. This is now a clear direction of travel.
I think now the straws in the wind have agglomerated, so we've got sort of bales of hay coming in the wind now, and it's quite clear that Reform is the winner tonight. It'll be interesting to see if the Greens pick up a bit as we go further on. But this is a very important and interesting shift, because it's a move from a left-wing party to a right-wing party. When it was between Reform and the Conservatives, it was a shift in the vote on the right. This is different, and I think very important.
Why do you think that's happening? Is it simply looking at the state of illegal immigration, the borders? Is it as simple as that? Because Britain has been a Conservative nation for many, many years, but do you think it's moving further to the right?
I think it's that Labour hasn't listened to people like Maurice Glassman, who have set out what some of the problems are and some of the views of patriotic old Labour people who were thoroughly alienated by Jeremy Corbyn and felt that somebody like him was not fit to be the leader of the party that they'd supported. Keir Starmer tried to win some of that back, but he hasn't been able to do anything about immigration. He spent a lot of time abroad, which I don't think has done him any favours. And Nigel Farage is a formidable campaigner. Absolutely. And I don't think one should forget that he's made the political weather in a way that other political leaders have found more difficult.
Wow, sort of breaking news line for you here. And is this the Labour MP for Hartlepool, where Reform UK took all 12 seats that were up for grabs? He's called for Keir Starmer to go. Now, this is Jonathan Brash. Now, you remember Jonathan Brash said on GBNews, it's time for Keir Starmer. He was the first Labour MP to say it's time for Keir Starmer to go. Jonathan Brash, whose wife Pamela Hargreaves, the leader of Hartlepool Council, lost her seat tonight as the council slipped into no overall control, said the Prime Minister should set out a timetable for his departure. That's exactly what...
I've got it.
Ed Miliband. Look, So the party line now is emerging. Set out a timeline for
just a minute. If you read that, it's what Ed Miliband is supposed to have said.
Well, it has now been said by Jonathan Brash.
And Jonathan Brash has been saying this, as we all know, for some time. It's not a surprise. This story is wrong. Ed Miliband has said that...
I'd be very surprised if it was wrong. It's written by Steve Swinford, who occasionally wrote things about me that I didn't necessarily want to, things I'd said in Cabinet. Steve sources his stories brilliantly. Yeah. He doesn't make things up, and he would have got this from impeccable sources.
Let me continue the comments here. It has to be said, withering comments from Jonathan Brash. So Jonathan Brash, the Labour Party MP for Hartlepool, where Reform UK took all 12 seats that were up for grabs tonight from the Labour Party, has called for Keir Starmer to go. That quote now, set out a timetable for your departure. Mr Brash, who has previously said he did not expect Keir Starmer to lead the party into the next election, he told The Guardian, it's been a terrible night for the Labour Party. What I've seen here is extraordinarily good. Hard-working Hartlepool people lose their seats. I've seen canvassers working night and day in this election, and it's all been for naught. And the reason has absolutely nothing to do with them. Clearly, he means the Prime Minister is the reason. Mr Brash continues, they are delivering for this town. They have been delivering for this town, and the reality is we need change at the top of the Labour Party. I think the very best thing the Prime Minister could do now is to address the nation tomorrow, to set out a timetable for his departure. We can then have an orderly transition, one that, by the way, ensures the full breadth of talent within the Labour Party is able to stand should it want to. Mr Brash was also said it was time to stop the political cowardice on big issues affecting the country. I think that qualifies as a withering statement towards the Prime Minister.
I would argue what talent, though, Martin, to be honest, because Scarlett laid out before, the three options. One of them isn't in Parliament, one of them's still dealing with tax issues, and the other one's Keir Starmer.
The other one's West Streeting.
Which I don't think would have
another one with links to Manchester.
But also, nothing that Jonathan Brash has said is at all surprising. He's been saying it for a long time. There are people...
Maybe he's got a point.
There are people... No, all I'm saying is there are people in the Labour Party who've been wanting Keir to go for some time. This is not a secret. Now, if you had I don't know, the guy, I've forgotten his name, from Cornwall, who you had to begin with, saying, I think Keir should go, then we'd go, wow, that is news. And that's what we're all waiting for, is a loyalist MP saying enough is enough.
So are you saying that Mr Brash is the Andrew Bridgen of the Labour Party?
No, I'm saying that Mr Brash has called for Keir to go for some time. That's all I'm saying.
Because Andrew called for Tory leaders to go as soon as they got in. He had his letter into the chair of the night.
I'm just saying that Jonathan Brash has been calling for this Prime Minister to go for some time. And it's, of course, that's what he's going to do. I mean, I predicted that this weekend is going to be a real churn of people blaming each other, saying things. And the question is what comes out of it? And that's what none of us knows.
Well, listen, 12 out of 12 seats in Hartlepool, where he's the MP, have been hemorrhaged to Reform UK. One of them was his wife. You know, she's the leader of Hartlepool Council. She's lost her seat because clearly they're hearing on the doorstep the problem is the toxic Prime Minister. The people have spoken. 12 out of 12 straight losses, including his missus.
Yes,
of course he's going to be upset.
All I'm saying, Martin, is I'm not surprised that that's what Jonathan Brash is saying, because that's what he's been saying for some time. And of course he is particularly angry that his wife has lost her seat. That's what I'm saying, is that if you gave me a Labour loyalist who was saying...
There we go, Ed Miliband. But you're saying that's made up as well?
I'm saying we don't know. We don't know. This was a private conversation that Stephen Swinford was not there, neither was I.
Look, they are all having private conversations. Dare I say, I went through a number of these Tory leadership endeavours, and I have a sort of feeling about what's going on. Everyone is talking to everybody. The whips are taking soundings. The senior figures are discreetly finding out through their PPSs what support they've got. The SPADs are not concentrating on government. They're concentrating on whether their person is going to survive a reshuffle with a new leader. Nothing is happening in government other than talking about leadership. And I think when you get to that state, it's not long before the leader has to go.
No, the cracks are well and truly forming.
Well, who's sitting there saying he's a great leader, he's doing a brilliant job, we must keep him?
Well, I think Jenny Chapman's just said it.
Well, Jenny's in the Lords. The Lords, in a funny way, doesn't count in this.
I know. No, I know. But you said...
And I like Jenny. I mean, I think highly of it.
OK, guys, it's been an emotional, it's been a fabulous few hours having you here, but I'm afraid we need to bid you farewell for this time.
And you need to refresh the panel.
We're all being reshuffled.
It's time for a cabinet reshuffle. Not for the first time, Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg. Thank you very much. Scarlett Maguire, you've been superb. Sorry about the use of the word annihilation, but I still
to get that in one last time.
I still think it is. And Natalie Oliver, Reform, Carl Cashman, Liberal Democrat. You've been absolute gentleman. Thank you very much for your time, sir. Paul Powsland, Green Party. You may yet start the weekend being a councillor in London for the Green Party. Scott's got a handbag on the desk. She can't wait to get out. Thank you very much indeed. Let's guess now. Go to our reporters, Will Godley, who's at Reform HQ, and also GBNews' national reporter Sophie Reaper, who is in Bolton. Sophie, to you first there in Bolton.
Well, Martin, the results are continuing to come in. You were mentioning those comments from Hartlepool's Labour MP, Jonathan Brash, suggesting that Sir Keir Starmer should go. And from one side of the country in the northeast over to the northwest, it's still a brutal night for the Labour Party in this region. So let's mop up just a few of those results we've been having coming in overnight. In Salford, the deputy leader has lost out to Reform. We've seen in the last half an hour or so, there's actually been tears over at Salford as one Labour councillor also lost out to Reform. The first 11 of those Salford council seats have seen Labour holding 2, but Reform winning 7 and the Greens winning 2. So as we expected there, an excellent night for both Reform and the Greens. Over in Wigan, Reform have taken 6 of the 7 announced so far. That's at the last reports, although Labour will retain the majority over in Wigan. In Halton, where Sarah Potrin is, of course, Reform won 15 of the 18 council seats that were up for grabs. So a huge win for Reform over in Halton. Of course, once again, Labour still keeping hold of their majority, but they're taking Reform and the Greens are taking huge bites out of these Labour majorities in the Labour Red Wall. Now, interestingly, in Stockport, they don't have a majority, but it is a Lib Dem-led council there, the only one here in the northwest. And the Lib Dems have actually commented, speaking to the Press Association earlier on this evening, saying they believe they're going to hold on to the majority seats in their council. In Tameside, in the last few minutes, we're hearing that Reform so far has won all 7 of the seats that have thus far been declared, with 12 more to go. And here in Bolton, Martin, where I am, we've heard 4 seats declared so far, 1 of which for the Green Party and 3 for Reform. So we're waiting still here. We were expecting all of the results here in Bolton by around 3. We're hearing provisional results coming in, but we've not had them officially announced by the returning officer. But once again, it's looking like it's going to be an excellent night for the Reform Party and for the Green Party, not so much for Labour or for the Conservatives. I don't think, don't quote me, but I don't think we've had a single Conservative seat in the North West announced thus far. So not a great night for them in the North West at all. Of course, there were 461 seats up for grabs in the North West across 21 different councils. We will, of course, continue to get more results in the North West and around the United Kingdom, of course, throughout the day and Friday, and some even into Saturday. But for these overnight results that we've been seeing, it's not a good result so far for Labour or for the Conservatives, and good gains though for Reform and for the Greens, as I say. We're going to keep bringing you these latest updates. Of course, we are expecting another 16 council seats to be announced here in Bolton in the next, I would say, in the next hour or so, Martin. So we'll be bringing you those updates, as well as those other updates from the other 7 councils who are declaring their results overnight here in the Northwest. We'll be bringing you all of those. But as I say, great night so far for the Greens, and an especially great night for Reform. I wonder if we can go now to Reform HQ, where our national reporter Will Godley is for us. Will, have they broken out the bunting yet at Reform HQ?
Well, Sophie, good morning to you. No bunting here, but I can tell you I've just been to an off-camera briefing with the Reform UK leader, Nigel Farage, and I can tell you he had an extraordinarily big smile on his face. Some comments that he gave to journalists just in the last few minutes. Well, he said we are this evening seeing a historic change in British politics. He said there is no more left or right. Nigel Farage went on to say that their information shows that they are currently averaging 39% of the vote, and they say so far they've won 145 seats. Now, geographically, where are the majority of those seats? Well, they are in the north, and Nigel Farage said what they're seeing so far is way exceeding anything he initially thought the party could achieve this evening. And he said tomorrow they are expecting to see a repeat in the south, particularly in Essex, where Nigel Farage says they are at the moment seeing their results showing an extraordinary margin, and they're also hoping for gains in Suffolk as well. Nigel Farage said that this election tonight was to him our Beaches Brook. He said if we win this, we will go on to win the Grand National. He said voters today weren't just lending the party their vote. He says this is way beyond that. Nigel Farage said that they are thrilled with the way the results are going, and he says he is equally excited about what is set to happen tomorrow as well. Well, earlier on I spoke to Zia Youssef and he said that he's also very confident with how things are going.
Reform is in the ascendancy, and I'll say this too, that I think these are the most important set of elections in British history, and I think they'll be second only to the next general election because of this point, that the old Tory Labour Uni Party, I think, is now well and truly dead.
Zia Youssef speaking to me a little bit earlier on, but Nigel Farage also continued in his briefing just now to journalists, saying in East Anglia they're particularly excited to see the results coming out of there, because he said people of East Anglia are only getting the vote due to the action, the legal action that they brought to the government. Of course, the councils there weren't originally going to have any voting taking place yesterday. Now, Nigel Farage's parting words to journalists was that if the whole media establishment has been, he said, at the moment it seems as if the whole media establishment has been blinded to what is happening outside the M25. He went on to say, tonight we can hope to convince people that there is a very big historic shift going on in British politics. Well, where is that shift happening? Well, at the moment we're seeing results from the Red Wall, and this is what Lee Anderson had to say about that earlier on.
These are direct swaps from the Labour Party. So we've got people out there saying we're only taking the Tory vote. We're not. We're actually smashing it in the northwest. It's a direct swap from Labour voters to Reform. And this, when you consider that just 2 years ago, Sir Keir Starmer and this Labour government took the Red Wall, and 2 years later, Reform UK are going to take it back off him over the next 24 hours. It's absolutely astounding. There's going to be an annihilation of the Labour Party in the Red Wall tonight.
I think we're about to go live.
Well, Reform HQ also telling me that they believe they are on set for their first London council, and they feel that that is going to come in Havering. They say that they are winning the seats there that they need to win comfortably. We're expecting to receive the results from Havering around 6 o'clock this morning. So whether Reform's dreams of having their first London council come true there, we'll have to wait and see. But for now, Martin, the atmosphere here is one of very, very confident and very optimistic.
OK, Will Goddy, thank you there, joining us from Reform HQ. Try and stay away from those Reform cocktails if you can, Will, at least until 6 o'clock. Thank you very much indeed. It's just after 3 a.m. In fact, it's 3:04 a.m. in the morning, live across the United Kingdom. This is GB News, Britain's news channel. Tonight, the polls have closed in crucial elections across England, across Scotland and across Wales. Will the right turn to Reform? Will the left abandon the Labour Party and head instead to the Greens? I'm Martin Daubney, and this is Vote 2026. The people decide. Hello, you beautiful night owls, addicted to politics just like us. Well, thank goodness you're awake, because history is happening before our very eyes. Tonight, the electoral map is being completely rewritten rapidly. For the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, it's Judgment Day, the first real moments voters get to answer one big question. Are you delivering or are you finished?
Will you resign if Labour lose thousands of seats, Prime Minister?
And the Labour Party is already rolling out its excuses for what could be a total Starmageddon.
I appreciate this is a difficult time for the government. I'm not trying to deny that. But let's just wait and see what those results are.
Meanwhile, for the Conservatives, still languishing in fourth place tonight, they're facing an extinction-level threat hanging over tonight's results.
Turning this tanker around is not going to happen overnight. We are headed back in the right direction. We're going to see some signs of that progress tonight, but let's not be under any illusion. It is going to be a difficult night.
And elsewhere, the Green Party could be about to gain councils that they've never seen before. They've just had a quick surge, actually, the Green Party. But will we get the truth behind their sudden surge in support? And as for the Liberal Democrats, well, they're presently in second position, but still complaining about it. We spoke with Christine Jardine earlier.
The country needs at the moment is hard-working politicians who will do the right thing, who will stand up for people and who will work for the communities in a constructive way that brings people together, not divides them.
Meanwhile, Reform UK is on the march, not just nibbling at the edges anymore, but instead going straight for the throat.
It's absolutely astounding. There's going to be an annihilation of the Labour Party in the Red Wall tonight.
Now, over the next 2 hours, I'll bring you all the very latest results as they happen. It's happening quickly, and it's a Starmageddon. We'll have Team GB News coverage all across Great Britain.
Well, as the results continue to come in, I'm here at Reform HQ getting all the reaction. I'm told here the early indications are very positive.
Well, results are now coming in thick and fast here in the northwest in what looks to be a very difficult night for the Labour Party, with big gains, it seems, for both Reform and the Greens. We'll have all the results as they come in overnight.
It's all kicking off, and throughout the night I'll be joined by some of the biggest names in British politics, including Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg, Suella Braverman and the Labour MP Sarah Sackman, as well as some Green Party councillors. We'll be crunching the numbers, we'll be going through the results as they begin to trickle in from England. Next from Wales, where the Labour Party, the dominant force since devolution, is now trailing behind Plaid Cymru and Reform UK. Meanwhile, up in Scotland, will the SNP hold on at Holyrood, or could they face a pincer movement from Reform UK and the Greens? Don't miss a single moment. We'll have uninterrupted coverage for every twist and every turn for the next 3 hours until 6 a.m. right across the UK. The excitement of election night starts right here, right now. I've forgotten what day it is. Right, we've got 3 hours left and it's happening very, very quickly. Let's get straight now to the Director of Electoral Calculus, Martin Baxter, who's been with us throughout the evening here in the studio. Martin, your predictions at the start of the night for this new landscape seem to be coming true. The trend you picked out by looking at the Westminster voting intention against the votes, the seats available tonight, was a surge for Reform and a collapse for the Labour Party. But even you didn't think it'd be this bad for the Labour Party, Martin.
That's right. The current figures are that Labour are losing about over 75% of the seats that they're contesting. So 75% of seats that Labour used to hold, they are losing, which is very bad. On the other hand, a couple of things in the interest of balance of better news for Labour, little straws in the wind. We've got very few results in yet from London. Most of those results are still to declare. But we've got 8 seats in Wandsworth, and Labour held all 4 out of their 4, and the Conservatives held all 4 out of their 4. So in London, in that little bit of London so far, no big changes. So if the inner cities continue to hold for Labour, that will be good, and that will be a big improvement for them. On the other hand, they still have the danger they're being challenged by the Greens in lots of inner cities in London, Birmingham, Sheffield and places like that. A final word of comfort for Keir Starmer, perhaps, is that the historical record of parties changing Prime Minister mid-term is not good. On the whole, it doesn't create a boost in the polls and lead to a general election victory unless you have a very charismatic politician like Tony Blair or Boris Johnson waiting in the wings. I don't think that's true of the Labour Party. So it could be the Labour Party's problems are not so much the personality of the leader, but the economic difficulties and the public problems with immigration and the health service. So the issues may be more important than personalities, but that may not stop the talk.
And we can see on our screens here, Martin Baxter, this is the electoral map being shaded in. Of course, we've had a small percentile of the total seats, total areas available come in thus far. We're expecting around about 60 seats to come in before 6 a.m. The count, of course, will continue right the way through the day. Believe it or not, after a few hours kip, I'm also doing 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. later on. I'm addicted to this nonsense. But on a serious point, that's when we're going to really see the map. That's when we'll see places like Sunderland declaring. We'll start to get a feel, Martin Baxter, for Wales, perhaps for Scotland. But the trend seems to be now consistent, Martin, and that trend is Reform UK are on the rampage and the Labour Party, well, they're going downhill faster than Eddie Edwards.
That's true, though the seats so far, the councils so far, are a bit more reformy. We've not seen a lot of the inner city ones. We've not seen Scotland and Wales. But you did mention those. Wales were expecting that Reform and Plaid Cymru are going to be the 2 largest parties in Wales, pushing Labour into 3rd place, which would be a historic loss for Labour, who've controlled Wales for over a century now. Scotland, the SNP may well keep control, which again would be a relative defeat for Labour because it looked, a year or so ago that they might take power there. So all in all, it's a bad night for Labour so far, but there's still a lot to happen, and it will be interesting to see what happens in the cities.
Thank you very much, Martin Baxter. Now, to keep those numbers on the screen if we could. I want to bring our viewers. Martin Baxter, you've been wonderful. Stick with us all the way through till 6, mate. Don't go anywhere. You're here for us on this graveyard shift. Those numbers on the screen, actually, they're out of date. It's happening so quickly. Let's bring you up to date with where we are if you're joining us shortly after 3 a.m. in the morning. Reform UK presently in first position by a country mile. 156 seats thus far. In second place, a full 121 behind the Liberal Democrats. They're on 35 seats. They've lost just 1 seat over the night. In third position on just 33 seats, hemorrhaging 107 seats. The Labour Party, 107 seats down. In fourth position, the Conservative Party. A bleak night for the Conservatives. They can take comfort in the fact it's been worse for the Labour Party, but it's not particularly pretty for the Conservatives either. They've shed 45 seats. They're presently on 29. The Greens are starting to pick up. Bear in mind, a lot of the Green Party seats will be in inner city areas. Bigger seats, takes longer to count. They're being counted later, particularly in London. We're expecting London seats to start emerging from now onwards. I think Wandsworth been declared. We heard a short moment ago, 3:34 a.m. onwards. That's when it starts getting interesting. We'll start to see the Green Party no doubt rising at that point. Again, as the Labour Party faces this pincer movement of death almost from the Reform Party on the right and the Green Party on the left. And then the Independents. We were thinking, would the Independents get a hold in this election in some of the more ethnic minority areas? That hasn't happened so far. It's now up to 7 from that 5 there, but they've gone down 5. There's a lot of evidence, actually, that the Independents are folding into bigger parties, perhaps to Reform, perhaps also to the Green Party. If that's the state of play, you can see at present it's carnage. It's absolute carnage for the Labour Party. It sincerely is, and it's not much better for the Conservative Party. Before I get to my panel, let's get to my next guest down the line. It's the Director of External Affairs of the Countryside Alliance, Mo Metcalfe-Fisher. Mo, there's no easy way of putting this. This is turning into a nightmare on Downing Street for Keir Starmer.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's looking like a very bleak night for the governing party. Admittedly, there's a long way to go, but the early signs aren't good at all. And, you know, we'll be looking at those councils that returned, or those areas that returned Labour MPs at 2024. We've been warning the government since more or less the week it took office that it's really, really important to work with the countryside and to deliver for it. And so we're going to want to see what's happening to the vote there. But of course, we've also got a big night ahead, or a big day ahead, I should say. God, it's all blending into one. And well done to you, by the way, Martin. You're an absolute trooper. We've got a big day ahead of us tomorrow in Wales and in Scotland. Now, obviously, in Wales, about a third of the population is rural, and so we're going to want to see what they've done. And we have worked as best we can with as many parties in this election to remind them that rural people feel ignored. They feel that no one's really listening to them, and it will be really fascinating to see what they do.
Well, Mo Metcalfe-Fisher, of course, one of the consistent trends, you've been on the show many times, was the Labour Party's the perception that they didn't care about the rural community. We saw that through the inheritance tax hike on farming. We've seen that through diesel duty, the lack of help from the government. In terms of the countryside vote, is there any way back for this Labour Party?
Well, if they want to get serious about it, they need to start delivering now. You know, right now, we have a situation, obviously, the massive fallout from the family farm tax, which caused devastation and continues to do that. But we've also got a government that seems fixated on the most bizarre things when it comes to their rural priorities. I mean, we're still banging on about a trail hunting ban. We've got game shooting under threat. We've got rural businesses like pubs and the hospitality sector that are really, really struggling. But it looks like there are some in the Labour Party that are still fixated on pursuing the toxic culture war. And we also would advise caution to Plaid Cymru in Wales as well. You know, they've lent heavily on trying to secure the rural vote, and we'll see how that plays out. But they've got to be really, really careful that they don't try and use the countryside as a means to gain green votes. You know, there'll be people that I know that we've spoken to who have voted Plaid perhaps for the first time because they really do believe that they can deliver in the countryside. But we saw in the last couple of weeks some strange things coming out from senior Plaid voices. Liz Saville-Roberts, a leader in Westminster, talking about wanting to ban jump racing. I mean, that sort of stuff would be absolutely devastating for rural Wales. So we just need to make sure that all parties don't get into office and start using the countryside as a kicking ball.
Isn't the whole point here something we've heard consistently for years now? First of all, the working classes stopped voting for the Labour Party because they felt that the working classes weren't cared about, by the Labour Party. And part of the problem with that is that you get these kind of wazzocks on their Brompton bikes, going around London Zone 1, banging on about clean air. Great. But back in the real world, back in the countryside, it has no viability. You need your car to get around. You need cheap fuel to get around. You rely upon it, particularly elderly people. You rely on countryside pursuits as a part of the rural economy. There's a complete and utter disconnect between this modern city centre, Zone 1 metropolitan elite and the rest of the real world.
Yeah, and that's what, we've constantly warned Labour about this. And, there are understandably people within the Labour Parliamentary Party that are making a real go at trying to hold their base in their rural areas, and they're kind of ganging up together. But they really need to do that because Labour can't win without the countryside. It can't form a majority without them. And that means actually listening and engaging with people that might not necessarily understand the urban ways. And really a lot of rural people, they just want their services delivered. They want to be able to have a thriving business. They need the government to get out the way. That's actually what they want. And so, we need, if Labour want to hold the countryside, they need to start engaging with those rural representatives that they currently have, of which, Martin, remember, there are over about 100 of them. And that's why I want to see some of the results, like in Suffolk, for example, where they have rural MPs, but also Norfolk as well. It's going to be a really, really interesting night. And it is a warning to Labour that if it wants to hold the countryside and form a majority, it needs to deliver for it and not work against it.
Well, Mo Metcalfe-Fisher, thank you very much for staying up. Thank you for tuning in and being so erudite. And thank you for calling me a trooper. I've been called far worse, trust me, especially at gone 3 in the morning. Mo Metcalfe-Fisher, thank you very, very much indeed. Now, let's get to my panel. Now, I'm joined by a fresh wave of energy. Not that I need it, but thank you very, very much indeed to my panel. Just arrived in the studio, Tom Pursglove, former Conservative MP and Minister, and Harrison Allman-Varty, Reform Councillor, Sam Fisk, the Lib Dem's former head of media, Kai Wilshaw, the political commentator, and Fahima Mohammed, Green Councillor candidate, regular on the show, and you may well be elected during the course of the next day as a Green Councillor. Well done to you for standing up. It always takes a special courage, I think, for anybody to stand in politics, irrespective of your political stripes. Let's get stuck in. Where should I start with this time? Kai, let's go with you. You're Labour, you're Welsh. You're Labour and you're Welsh, and two of those things represent a special problem. But before we get to the Senedd, to Wales, let's talk about these astonishing front pages. Before a single seat was even declared tonight, Ed Miliband, the Prime Minister, has urged to set a timeline for him leaving. Front page of the Daily Express. Barry Gardner, it is time for Keir Starmer to stand aside. During the electoral cycle, Jonathan Brash, the MP for Labour Party for Hartlepool, who said to the Prime Minister it's time to resign in this studio, has echoed that again tonight, because his wife, who's a Reform councillor, a Labour Party councillor for the Labour Party in Hartlepool, all 12 seats went to Reform UK. And he said the Prime Minister just set out a timetable for his departure, saying it's been a terrible night for the Labour Party, saying this to The Guardian. What I've seen here is extraordinarily good, hard-working Hartlepool people lose their seats. It is time for the Prime Minister to go. Do you agree?
I do, personally. I've been saying it for a few weeks. And this is why I think it may well happen, right? I've been texting around a few Labour Party figures in the last few days to get a sense of where their mood is at. And lots of people have been saying in the last few weeks, haven't they, that the results are baked in, that these objectively terrible results were expected, and so that they won't move against Keir Starmer. They'll take a more sensible approach, a more measured approach. The problem is with that is, of course, the emotional toll of councillor after councillor, friends, family, losing their seats will be too much to bear. And I do think, you say Hartlepool, Reform are winning at 50% of the vote in Hartlepool. Things like that will be shocking to Labour MPs. And so, yes, I think they're going to be looking for a change. I think they will, however, want to see, and you mentioned Wales and Scotland, there will be, in these next few hours, I think, still this wait-and-see mentality, where they want to know the long and the short of it. Even though we can see that obviously the results are incredibly bad, it's still a very small amount of seats, right? It's 253 seats out of almost 5,000. So you don't want to be making big political decisions based on that. But the signs aren't good, Martin.
Well, what we're seeing now is a trend, a trend that started very early in the night, and one that has shown no signs of slowing down. And it's a very, very clear trend, and that is Reform are presently on 167 seats. That they're hoovering all of them from the Labour Party, 117 seats down the Labour Party. The Conservatives, 47 seats down. It's almost a direct transposition. So, Tom Perskell, I want to bring you in now, because it's a clearly Starmageddon territory now. 76% of seats lost, that Martin Baxter said, would be an historic worst. The worst the Labour Party has ever done is 66% down last year. Funny enough, and then before that, 63% in 2009. So we are in the territory now of historical terribleness for Sir Keir Starmer, and I don't think that's going to change throughout the night. But the Conservatives, it's got to be said as well, Tom, having a shocker. 32 seats. You're in fourth place. You can't even beat the Labour Party.
Well, the story of the night is clearly the fact that the Labour Party is being annihilated. And when they are losing around 80% of the seats that they're defending, there is no way of describing it as anything other than annihilation. For the Tory party, for my party, look, we were routed in July 2024.
Getting routed tonight, mate.
That is less than 2 years ago. And I've always said, and Kemi's always said, and I think anybody sensible in the Conservative Party would say to you that it's going to be a very long road for us. And I think that's reflected in the results that you're seeing tonight. There are some glimmers of hope in there, the fact that we've gained seats in Peterborough, the fact that we've managed to hold Reform off in Broxbourne, and there are stories like that that are beginning to come through. But we are on a journey. We are trying to make progress. We're trying to win back trust with voters. People feel very strongly that we let them down, and that is not something that can be resolved or remedied with quick solutions, quick answers, which is why I think, Kemi is so committed to trying to develop a proper, credible policy platform that addresses the issues that people were worried about. And that is reflected in the fact that when you look at the opinion polling of the individual leaders, she is out tops at the moment.
All right.
And I think she's beginning to be able to be heard in the debate and tell a story. And I think that as she is able to do that, more and more people will come back to the Conservative fold. But it's not something that's going to happen quickly.
If you're a Labour voter now, hide behind the sofa. We've got some breaking news in. Analysis now of all of the seats thus far declared. After 10 councils have fully declared their seats, the Labour Party has won only 17%. Wow. 17% of the seats it was defending. Fag packet math time, 83% loss. 83. Bear in mind, I just told you a moment ago, the historic former loss, and we've got to get the specs out for this one. 66% was the former worst loss in 2025. 83% loss. 10 councils who fully declared their results. Labour has won only 17% of the seats. Reform, however, so far has won 56% of the seats it was contesting. Now, bear in mind, Reform wasn't defending any seats. Every seat is a fresh seat. Now, a jubilant Reform UK leader, Nigel Farage, told GB News at the party's Millbank Towers, "I think what you're witnessing is an historic change in British politics. Forget left-right. There is no more left-right. It is gone. It is out of the window. It's finished." As you can see, we are scoring stunning percentages in traditional old Labour areas. We're currently averaging about 39% of the vote of the seats that are in already. We're currently on 145 seats won. Now, that's out of date because obviously that statement was a while ago. It's now 174 seats won for Reform UK. Nigel Farage continues, "We are way exceeding anything that I thought. We are way exceeding anything that I thought." That's Nigel Farage a few moments ago. And when speaking about his predictions later on Friday, he said, "What you'll see tomorrow is the same pattern repeated across the south when we win Essex by an extraordinary margin and Norfolk by an extraordinary margin." It's worth pausing and just going back to that Labour statistic. I've never heard anything like this in my life. 83% of the seats defended being smashed to matchwood. Just 17% of the seats defended. Kai, this... what did I say?
It's
astonishing.
We're going to struggle to find words throughout the night, aren't we? It's a monstering. It totally is. What I think lots of Labour figures will be looking for, what I'm looking for, is a sense of what it's looking like across the country. Because, of course, Nigel Farage, it's in his interest to say what you're seeing now, which is a lot of northern seats, as far as I can tell, that have come through so far. What you're seeing now is going to be replicated across the country. We don't know that. The country is quite a diverse one, might I remind everybody.
It would
there will be clippers of hope.
a U-turn that even Keir Starmer would think is out of this world to change this pattern. Right?
Totally. I'm not living in cloud cuckoo land, Martin. Don't worry. Not yet. Maybe after tonight. But I think before they come to rush to decisions, lots of Labour ministers, MPs and so on will be wanting to see, right, is this, what we're seeing in the north, replicated across the south? Is it being replicated in urban centres? Is it going to be replicated in Wales to the degree that we think it will be?
In my mind, Kai, when I look at 83%, when I look at 121 seats down, I see visions of like a wardrobe going off a car park. It's that bad.
I'm trying to imagine it myself.
But it's utterly... Fahima Mohammed, I'm going to bring you in. You've been waiting very, very, very patiently on the end there. It's looking better for Green Party. Again, a lot of your seats are going to be declared later on because they're more urban and take longer to count and the rest of it. But you're on 18 seats, presently in 5th, but I think that will change. But you've been nodding along about the Labour Party and why you think voters are abandoning the Labour Party. Why do you think that's good news for the Green Party?
Well, I think we have taken quite a lot of the votes from the Labour Party as well. And I do see not just about winning seats, it's about now realising that the Greens are actually a real contender. They're part of British politics like never before. And we have to also realise that this is now everyone punishing Labour, and they are speaking up. And we also have to remember the history of politics and voting. The by-election is not a crystal ball as much as we want it to be. It's mainly a warning light. So it is, like Kai said, we do have to sort of see what really happens and unfolds at the end of the night, because different areas geographically will show different types of voting sort of, systems that will come into play. And yes, while Labour has lost a lot, I do still see that people are very much keen to stick to what they are usually used to when it comes to British voters a lot of the times. Even where we are, Kingston and Surbiton, we have a very strong hold of Lib Dems. And as much as the Greens are there and present, and I've never seen boards up in those areas before, we will get a number of seats, but Lib Dems are still quite strong in that area.
Got a quick breaking news line here from a Reform source in Basildon. Of course, Essex is going to be huge, I think, in this election. I mean, don't forget, a lot of these elections almost didn't happen. Like the Labour Party tried to stop 10 million people at one point voting, and indeed the Conservatives were in on this, and Essex is one of those areas. Perhaps now we can see why. Because I'm hearing from the Reform ground game there, 14 out of 14 seats in Basildon set to go to reform, and they're claiming on a bold night they are on track, very much on track, to win Havering, our first ever council in London. So wherever you look, it's a good news night for Reform UK thus far. Let's bring you in now. You've been waiting patiently, Harrison, Alderman Varty. You're a reformer. You're a councillor, are you, sir?
Yeah.
Where's your patch?
So I'm based in Surrey. Yeah.
Right.
So obviously this is not traditional reform territory, to be completely frank. I mean, I've knocked on 4,800 doors in the past 4 weeks. My knuckles are non-existent at this point. And one thing that I can take away is, and what is, I'm standing in a traditionally very strong Conservative seat. It always used to be over 50% Conservative. In the last one, Lib Dems were hovering around. But the takeaway is the Conservatives are having an absolute identity crisis in what is their traditionally best areas. They are bleeding votes to the Liberal Democrats, who for the more moderate voters, and then for the more traditional Conservative voters, they're losing to us. One thing that is apparent in what is a Lib Dem seat is there's a lot of Lib Dem fatigue that's going around, and I wonder if this will be apparent in some of the data that we see, where people have traditionally voted in the Liberal Democrats because they weren't the Conservatives. And I think a lot of the Lib Dem mentality is at their fancy dinner parties they can tell people that they did their bit and voted Lib Dem, but if you ask them what the Lib Dems mean, they'd go, what are you talking about? You know, they don't know. So a lot of Lib Dem fatigue that is coming out. The turnout rate will be really interesting because a lot of our voters, of reform voters, are people. One guy came up to you and said, listen, I've never voted in my life, but for the first time in 56 years, I'm voting for you, and that's really interesting.
Well, if I could just interject across that point, we've been getting feedback consistently throughout the night that turnout is up.
Yes.
So we've heard in some areas of Bolton it's 50%. Now, 50% for a council election is unheard of. I mean, regularly it's about 30, 31, 32, and some areas of Bolton 40, but as high as 50%. And I have heard in Milton Keynes, and I'm hearing in Wales, and basically the Red Bull, basically everywhere, turnout is up. And I think that will benefit Reform, clearly, and I think it will also benefit the Greens, because there's an appetite to change the country. And the Conservative, the traditional parties, beg your pardon, Tom, are clearly floundering, and that will embolden voters for real change, the likes of which I haven't seen since Brexit.
Well, I think often, you know, in local elections, it is the case that differential turnout plays in. And where you've got strong insurgent parties that are making an impact, they are able to motivate their voters to get out and vote. And I think we are seeing that reflected.
But you're in opposition. I mean, you should be cleaning up now, really, shouldn't you? I mean, you appreciate a bit of time's passed, 2.5 years is a pretty decent time in politics, but you should be starting to pick up. But actually, what you're finding is you're lower than where you were in the general election.
I think what is happening is that...
Why do you think that is, though? Why do you think you're lower than when you were in the general election?
So being in government is hard.
Sure.
It involves difficult decisions, and it involves managing the country and getting on and delivering on an agenda.
Sure.
But, you know, we were in office for 14 years.
Yeah.
And by the end of that, people were tired. They wanted a change.
But why do you think you're more unpopular after that?
And I think what has happened is that this government has been so disappointing to voters that what we are seeing is that the two main parties in politics are finding it very, very difficult to make the impact electorally. So we have to earn the right to be heard again as a Conservative party, and that's what we're doing.
Well, don't forget, a lot of Conservatives have deflected to Reform as well. So at the end of the day, it's not like as if to say that, oh, you know, we're this new party. You're just a, you know, deflection of many Conservatives.
Let's bring in Sam Fisk. If patience were a virtue, Sam Fisk, you'd be Prime Minister. You've been waiting very, very patiently today. Harrison was having a bit of a pop. Look there.
That's his job.
Where are these fancy dinner parties? Lib Dem's highest average council tax increase.
But let's just get realistic here. The Liberal Democrats are doing rather well.
Yes.
You're on 49 seats at present, and that's now broken even. So your net is you're doing well, 49. Labour down 128 now. It's astonishing. Reform up 179, Conservatives down 52. It ain't pretty for the Conservatives. Tom, the Greens now going up 16 seats to 23. It's starting to happen for the Greens tonight. Much more of this, you might nibble past the Conservatives. What night that would be. But Sam, I said it's time for you to talk, and then I started banging on. Sam, Liberal Democrats. The thing I think about Liberal Democrats is that you seem to get on with the job. You do councils good. Although I've got to say, in my area, you're banging on about Palestine and rejoin the European Union. opinion. But nevertheless, you're having a rather good night.
I think it's going to be another really good night for Ed Davey. And in the past hour, I've just seen on my phone, we've just taken control of Stockport Council.
Yeah.
Fantastic win against, I'd argue, Reform, Labour and Conservatives. A real split, that council. So really big news. I just saw we've won a ward off Labour in Hull, pushing Reform as well into third place there. So a really strong night in the north, and we're going to see tomorrow and into the next few days some really big results in Surrey, Hertfordshire, Hampshire. It's going to be a really big one for Ed. So yeah, I think it's going to be his 8th consecutive year in a row of local election victories. I don't think any other political leader can boast that right now. I think my big takeaway actually from this night, I've had a few texts from people on the ground, is it's probably not good news. Sorry for you, Tom, but it's actually now that Reform are coming in second place in the blue wall, which is huge news, because now when it comes to that general election, we can turn around to all those voters and say it's the Liberal Democrats or Reform, and they're going to pick Liberal Democrats. So it's difficult news for Kemi's party, but for Ed Davey and the Lib Dems, it's looking positive, not just for tonight, but the next general election. Ed Davey could be the kingmaker.
OK, is my next guest... Yeah, my next guest is ready now. I'm delighted to be joined by the Labour Party MP for Finchley and Golders Green, Sarah Sackman. Sarah, welcome to the show. There's no sugarcoating the scores on the doors tonight. It's a bloodbath for the Labour Party. 128 seats down, and an astonishing statistic, Sarah Sackman, I'm afraid to share with you, came in momentarily ago, and that is the Labour Party across 10 council areas has lost 83% of all of the seats it stood in. That is an historic low by some margin. It's turning into a terrible night for the Labour Party.
I don't disagree. It's looking tough. It's still, not yet 4 a.m. in the morning. Got a lot to come, but I can't deny that it's looking like a very tough night for the Labour Party.
Sarah, one of the most... It was harrowing to see you on the streets of Golders Green getting booed the other day. And I wanted to say to you, I just felt that it was a horrible place to be, and I hope you're all right. I covered that live, and I just thought it was a grim place to be. And I wanted to ask you... I wanted to ask you, is the frustration that was vented on you, is the frustration that's clearly been vented by the electorate tonight, is it directed at your leader, Sir Keir Starmer? Is Sir Keir Starmer the problem?
Look, I think we need to separate out two things. One thing is what we're seeing tonight across the United Kingdom, which is, I think, a sign that voters are frustrated at the pace of change. People are feeling in their lives a great deal of insecurity. They're feeling that things are tough on the cost of living. And they want to see a politics that not just delivers real change in their lives and improvements, but a sense of hope and the sense that the country's got a sense of direction. I think that is completely separate from the events that took place in my constituency last week that have impacted the Jewish community, that has seen a sharp spike in anti-Semitism, and where we need a whole societal approach and leadership to combat that. I don't want to conflate one with the other. Tonight's election results are about something much broader, about the economy and the state of our politics. What we saw last week was a very tough moment for me and my constituency, but where we have seen real leadership from the government about how we're going to tackle not just the security, but the underlying causes of hate in this country.
And I think we can all absolutely agree on that. Anti-Semitism is a cancer that has no place. Back to tonight's results, if I may, Sarah Sackman. You talk about the electorate wants a government with a direction. The direction of these results for the Labour Party tonight is off a cliff.
Well, we stood just a couple of years back on a manifesto that said change, and we won in every single part of the country. Tonight, I think what we're hearing is that people are frustrated that they're not seeing that change anywhere near quick enough in their lives. Now, we've taken a lot of difficult decisions, whether on the economy or progressive decisions around giving people more power in their hands, more renters' rights, more workers' rights. But you've got to give, and everybody needs to give, the plan a chance to work. We introduced new renters' rights, which came into force last week. So undoubtedly, people are yet to feel it. But we've also got a job of work to do to tell people about the direction of travel. We inherited an absolute mess from the previous government, and we've been dealt a challenging hand when you see the economic headwinds, 2 major global wars, which have made the context very, very challenging. But our job is to lead. And that's what we've got to do. We've got to hear the messages from tonight. We've got to hear people's sense of frustration and desire for hope. And we've got to continue to deliver what people need to feel that change in their lives and the everyday cost of living.
Sarah Sackman, it's not just the electorate that are sending a clear message to the Labour Party. If you're losing 83% of your seats, then that's uncharted territory. It's half as bad as the worst ever performance in history for the Labour Party. But it's not just the electorate that's sending a clear message. Ed Miliband on the front of the Times before the first result was even called, saying he was urging the Prime Minister to set a timeline for leaving. It's time for Keir Starmer to stand aside, and that's Barry Gardner.
Well, look,
and thirdly, Jonathan Brash, a Labour Party MP, has also said it's time for Sir Keir Starmer to go. He wants him to resign tomorrow.
Well, look, Jonathan Brash was saying that last week. He's saying it tonight after the results. Look, I'll tell you my experience. I spent a lot of time knocking on doors yesterday. I must have knocked on upward of, 500-600 doors. People were asking me about potholes. People were asking me about the cost of living. People were asking me how we're going to get NHS waiting lists down, which, by the way, are coming down. Not one person said, oh, please, can we have a leadership election? No one asked that. People want stability and they want delivery. And I don't hear anyone on the doorsteps and the conversations that I have with real people ruminating about a psychodrama of the sort that we saw under the Conservatives, where it seemed that we were changing prime ministers every few months. That is not good for the country. And those calling for it, I think, need to think very carefully about whether they're in tune with the public, because I don't think they are.
But isn't this government a psychodrama from the very, very first outset until where we are now? I mean, there was the promise to end cronyism, and then it was free gear, Keir, freebies, glasses for passers, the Mandelson scandal, Angela Rayner, who could be the next Prime Minister, is still up to her neck in a £40,000 debt. This government has been beset with the same problems as the previous regime. Perhaps that's why tonight the electorate are saying we don't want any more of this psychodrama from the Labour Party either.
Look, I'm not going to deny that those things have been damaging and that they've been a really unwelcome distraction from the serious business of delivering what people want to see from politics, which is leadership, which is change, which is modernisation. People want our country to feel that sense of renewal, that Britain's best days are ahead of it. And I actually believe that they are. But as a government, we've all got a collective responsibility. It's not just on the leadership of one person. We've got a collective responsibility to embody that hopeful, modernising spirit. You're called GBNews. Let's put the great back into Britain. That's what we've got to embody, that hopefulness. And I think that one of perhaps the mistakes that we made early on is, with the dire inheritance that we had, public services run into the ground, an economy that had flatlined for over 14 years, basically. We didn't talk up that hope and sense of direction that I think people are yearning for. We've got to listen to the message tonight, and we've got to offer that direction. What I don't think we need is more leadership craziness and chatter and gossip. That's Westminster bubble talk. It keeps your news channel and others, interested, and the Twitterati. But actually, when you're speaking to people on the doorstep, that's not what they're bothered by. They just want to see improvement and hope in their lives.
Sarah Sackman, thank you very much for joining us on the show tonight, especially as it's almost 4 in the morning. And I want to say I sincerely respect you, I do, for coming on and facing the media on what is a very, very difficult night for the political party. I really do mean that. Thank you very much for joining us, Sarah Sackman.
It's
a pleasure. Thank you. Labour Party MP for Finchley and Golders Green. It takes a lot of guts to do that. Right, here we go. Breaking news. The Green Party leader, Zach Polanski, has said that Sir Keir Starmer should listen to the people and go. After dire early local election results for the Labour Party, Mr Polanski said this: these first Green gains confirm what I've heard as I crisscrossed England and Wales during the campaign. I've made it clear that we are here not just to be disappointed by Labour, but to replace them. And these early results indicate that voters want to see that change too. That is why Keir Starmer has to listen to the people and go. We are very confident that we will gain many seats in London and are looking forward to results from Newcastle and Bradford all the way through to Sussex. Just to repeat that breaking news, adding to the cacophony of voices now for Keir Starmer to go, the Green Party leader Zach Polansky has said Keir Starmer should listen to the people and go after early dire results. We are very confident that we will gain many seats in London, beg your pardon, and looking forward to results from Newcastle and Bradford through to Sussex. So let's get now to the Director of Electoral Calculus, Martin Baxter, who's been waiting very patiently in the wings. Martin Baxter, you called this a couple of hours ago. You said it was 80% of seats that the Labour Party were losing, but somehow it's got worse. 83%. Have you ever in your political life heard of anything as dire as this?
Well, I hesitate to disagree with you on air, Martin, but it's not quite the numbers I'm seeing. I'm seeing the Labour Party have won 57 wards out of the 191 that they've contested, which is about a 30% retention rate. So maybe we're looking at slightly different universes of figures. Either way, it's pretty bad, but it's maybe what we're beginning to see, if I can expand on that point, is kind of a Britain of two halves. There's the suburban and town Britain, which is going very reform and very anti-Labour. One example, in Wigan of all places, Labour lost all 22 of the wards they contested there.
Wow.
I mean, that's a tremendously bad result for Labour in a heartland area. In Tamworth, Reform won all 9 of the wards up for election. On the other hand, come to the cities. In Oxford, Labour holding on a bit, losing a little to the Greens, but holding seats. In Wandsworth, an inner London borough, it's an old world Labour-Conservative battle. The Conservatives are on 10, Labour are on 9. There's still a lot of wards to declare. So it is a slightly mixed picture, and the inner cities are different, and we're not yet seeing the Green surge, but there's still a lot of the night to go. But it's possibly not as bad for Labour everywhere as it was in the councils that declared earlier.
I think that data that we got was across 10 council seats that had fully declared. So it's obviously a compartment of data within the broader picture. Martin Baxter, thank you very much for bringing us up to speed. And if you're joining us now just before 10 to 4 in the morning, let's get another line in. We've got this breaking news line coming at us. Nigel Farage has suggested his party was on course for a general election victory after Reform UK's local election success. He compared the substantial gains made tonight to clearing Beecher's Brook, a famously difficult jumper course in the Grand National, if you're not careful, can take you to the Knackers Yard. Now, he said, "This for me was our Beecher's Brook. If we clear Beecher's Brook and we landed well, we go on to win the Grand National. This is very clear to me. What is very clear to me is that our voters will stick with us now all the way through. They are not lending their vote to Reform anymore." Perhaps the Reform cocktail bar is taking a slight effect there. Beecher's Brook, of course, that's the famous final difficult jump on the Grand National. Nigel Farage saying, "This for me was our Beecher's Brook. If we cleared it and we landed well, we go on to win the Grand National." And adding a further point there, what is very clear to me now is our voters will stick with us all the way through. They are not lending their vote to Reform. I want to get to my panel now. Fahima Mohammed, I want to come back to you to get your reflection on what Zach Polansky has said. As we keep intimating, the Green seats are coming in later, but they're picking up well. Green now's on 27. As we move into London, you'll expect to make more gains. They're still way behind the Conservatives, who are now in 4th on 55. But presumably, you echo your leader's desire. You want Sir Keir Starmer to take a long walk off a short pier.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we see a lot of people screaming that. But again, I do feel that we need to wait at the end of the night to see exactly what the actual polls
But your
say.
leader doesn't. He says go
Yeah,
now.
no, absolutely. But I do feel that we are jumping a lot right now because, yes, Labour's losing. And if Reform are winning in the working class Labour areas, that shows obviously that Labour's 24 coalition is fragile. And if the Greens are gaining in the urban progressive areas, that shows that obviously we are taking some of Labour's votes as well. But then with the Conservatives, they are obviously losing, to Reform and the Greens. So that just shows the right is quite fragile. So I think that we have to sort of, just be patient.
How can you say the right is fragile when Reform are on 197?
Because I do
votes,
feel that we are still
and
taking...
the nearest competitor to the Labour Party is 63.
I still feel that the right is still fragile.
It's 2.5 times the vote.
Because it depends on the certain areas, like I said, working class, urban areas, it will all come together at the end. I don't think it's going to be exactly as we are seeing it right now.
I mean, at the minute, what you're seeing, actually, though, is a rise in the right-wing bloc of the vote, if we even are talking about right versus left these days. But what I'm wondering about the Greens, right, is I think you're a bit high on your own supply at the minute. Because what we've seen is Reform, to their credit, everybody was saying, they're plateauing, they don't have it. But what they've done over the last year and a half, to their credit, is figure out a ground game, get good data, convert the enthusiasm that people feel about Reform into actually good campaigning nows. I don't think the Greens have that yet. I don't think
of course
that the
not. We
people
don't
who are
have
coming out
billionaire
to you
backings.
are knocking on doors to the levels that you'd like.
We
and I think
don't
Zach Polanski also, just to finish, I think he's shown this week that he's not ready. He's not ready. He is a social media character more than anything else.
I don't
not
think
a serious
anyone's
politician.
ready until they come into power. That's how I feel.
Well, you have to be sort of
No,
ready, don't
I
you?
really do feel that no one's ready until they come into power. And yes, he's only been in politics for a short amount of time compared to everyone else. But even in that short amount of time, to make this much noise and to actually be part of the political race right now is a huge sort of, gain.
All right, let's get Harrison involved now because there's been a lot of Reform UK news coming in there. Nigel Farage, clearly, he in his mind, is at the races. He's having. Let's be frank. He's having a really good race tonight. That point, I think, is really interesting. And Tom, I'd like to get your thoughts on this as well. And that is, a lot of people in the Conservative Party thought Conservatives were lending their vote to Reform. They were lending their vote to Reform to make the Conservatives just be Conservative again, a bit like the Green Party. Oh, they'll come back. They'll come back because when we tack back to where they want us to be, they'll come back to the fold. Nigel Farage is saying tonight that's not the case. This isn't a lending a vote anymore. It's a reset of how people vote altogether.
Absolutely. Martin, there is a record to vote against now. Reform have controlled councils. On average, they have delivered the lowest increase in council taxes, OK? That is very much a template for people to vote against. And if people wanted to go back to the Conservatives, it would have happened by now. And just to go back onto the point of when you're saying Green people are more likely to do well in socially progressive... I mean, look, I'm in a very woke area, right, where the Lib Dems do well there. But I've got to say, Greens are not serious.
Sorry, woke. You heard it first. The former Conservative heartland, the Liberal Democrats stormed the last election.
Economically right-wing, socially left-wing, right? That is the services.
All those woke dinner pots.
Yeah, honestly. One thing that is for sure is that the Greens are just not serious people. They're just not seen as serious people, and they're actually seen as very dangerous in a lot of these...
I could say exactly the same about Reform, to be honest. And like I said, you've been around for quite some time and you have $1 million backings. So at the same time, it's also great gaining those councils, but maintaining. A lot of your actual councils have actually been, fired.
Is that why we're doing so well? Do you think, at the end of the day, people are the bosses, the voters are the...
But let's see if they stay.
The Liberal Democrats have the highest average increase in council tax. You have no leg to stand on, OK?
Leaflets going around saying, I'm not going to hike council tax.
No, that just wasn't a thing.
One at a time, please, gentlemen. May I also interject, and cut across you both, just a quick breaking news on Reform UK have now breached the 200 mark. They're now on 203 seats. Labour still down there on 65. They've hemorrhaged 147. They've lost 147. Liberal Democrats now 63. Conservatives 58. Greens putting on at 29. Independents on 10. They're down 11. The independent vote hasn't come through. Harrison, Tell Fahima again why you think she's dangerous, because I want to have a break so it kicks off.
But it doesn't seem as extreme. I mean, you talk to a lot...
Excuse me, extreme is what your voting is.
Especially in the last few weeks and that horrific attack that we saw in Golders Green, where you've got your leader who is taking the side against the brave police.
That wasn't... No, that framing is wrong. He wasn't taking the side. He just had a question.
Your leader had to apologise, OK? And right, credit where credit's due, but the mask slipped with the Greens. Absolutely.
I don't think so.
No, absolutely did. And you know what? As someone who's knocked on nearly 5,000 doors, that's shown in an area where you could do potentially OK. You are just not seen as serious people. You just aren't.
I do not believe that, because at the end of the day, when it comes to seriousness, it doesn't just mean about you going out there and putting policies...
Your leader didn't even know the difference between the deficit and the debt. How can you say that's serious?
Listen,
he thinks debt doesn't exist. He thinks...
No, that's not correct. And also the framing matters.
What do you mean it's not correct?
No, the framing matters. You have just framed him completely incorrectly. He did not go against what the police, is doing his job. It was a question that was wrong timing. It was wrong timing.
They've also had to bring in a former
because
Tory.
They're doing so well, they're all coming in now.
On the economy, you've had to bring in a failed Tory minister as your shadow chancellor.
So hold on.
To balance the books, can I finish? And to say, to disavow the former promises of a massive tax cuts of the next general election.
Let me respond. On one hand, we've not got enough experience, and then when you take on people who do have experience in government, then it's like, oh no, but you're taking people...
They're not really experienced, they're just failed Tories. So at the same time, I would say you also are... threatening your voters, especially with the latest policy of trying to, place detention centres where Green will be in the council.
Is dangerous, just to let you know.
No, not necessarily. That's just your side and what you're saying. We're not dangerous. We are just speaking what most people are actually talking about, and it's the newer generation. And I'm really surprised that you're actually saying that right now.
Let's pick up on that.
Well, it should speak more volumes.
Harrison, let's pick up on that one policy point. I think it's an interesting one.
Detention.
And that is when Nigel Farage said, if you vote for a Green Party MP, we're going to chuck all the detention centres in your area.
Well, he doesn't have the authority.
There was this spasm of pearl clutching from the political left.
Even
it's a win-win, surely.
And it was like, well, this is like fascism.
Yes.
And look at the results tonight.
Well, at the end of the day, it's not just, like I said, this is not a crystal ball. This is just something that is just going to highlight that people are angry, but it does not mean that the general election is going to work out that way.
So what was your issue with that policy, just to be clear?
Firstly, Reform does not have the right and authority to do that.
No,
and the issue of that, well, firstly, detention. Let me answer. The detention in the first place, we don't want people like in the I-style detention centres, and you cannot go and put them in green sort of like councils, because you'll still have your own Reform voters there as well, and you are threatening and punishing.
So it sounds like you don't want them in those areas. There's a sense of irony.
No, it's not about that. Again, you're not reading what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that if you're going to say something, it shouldn't be about threats, and it shouldn't be about also punishing voters. No one's done that. You guys are brutal. You're the dangerous one, realistically.
The Green Party says that we love people coming across the channel. If that's the case?
No, we say we want to deal with them humanely. We need to deal with them humanely.
So what's the issue here?
No, we need to deal with them humanely. Exactly.
Harrison, you know what the issue is. And it is.
Let's quickly call time. I did enjoy that little break, but look, it's just gone 4 a.m. It's bang on 4 a.m. live across the United Kingdom. This is GB News, Britain's news channel. It's all kicking off tonight. The polls have closed in crucial elections across England, across Scotland and across Wales. Will the right turn to Reform? It already has. Will the left abandon the Labour Party and head to the Greens? I'm Martin Daubney. This is Vote 2026. The people decide. Two more hours to go. We are in the zone. It's all kicking off in politics tonight. The electoral map of the United Kingdom is simply changing before our very eyes. A jubilant Nigel Farage has told supporters what we're witnessing is an historic change in British politics as Reform MPs share their excitement.
It's absolutely astounding. There's going to be an annihilation of the Labour Party in the Red Wall tonight.
So for the Prime Minister, it's Judgment Day, a Starmageddon, the first real moment the voters got to answer one question. Are you delivering or are you finished?
Will you resign if Labour lose thousands of seats, Prime Minister?
The Labour Party MPs we've been speaking to are, for the time being, backing their Prime Minister.
The Prime Minister takes full responsibility for this government, but he also takes responsibility incredibly seriously. He was given a job by the British people in July 2024. He needs to see that job through.
But it's not just the Labour Party. The Conservatives currently languishing in fourth position now, overtaken by the Liberal Democrats. They can't even beat the Labour Party on the Labour's Party's worst performance in history. The Conservatives are facing an extinction-level threat hanging over tonight's results.
Turning this tanker around is not going to happen overnight. We are headed back in the right direction. We're going to see some signs of that progress tonight, but let's not be under any illusion. It is going to be a difficult night.
Elsewhere, the Green Party could be about to gain councils like they've never seen before. But will we get the truth behind their sudden surge in support? And what about the Liberal Democrats? Well, they're currently in third position. And we spoke with Christine Jardine earlier. She wasn't particularly happy.
The country needs at the moment is hard-working politicians who will do the right thing, who will stand up for people and who will work for the communities in a constructive way that brings people together, not divides them.
Well, over the next 2 hours, we'll bring you all the results as they happen. We'll have Team GB News coverage all across Great Britain.
Well, as the results continue to come in, I'm here at Reform HQ getting all the reaction. I'm told here the early indications are very positive.
Well, results are now coming in thick and fast here in the northwest in what looks to be a very difficult night for the Labour Party, with big gains, it seems, for both Reform and the Greens. We'll have all the results as they come in overnight.
Now, throughout the night, we'll be joined by some of the biggest names in British politics, including Richard Tice, Lord Stewart Jackson, and we'll be crunching the numbers. Results beginning to trickle in from England, as you can see. Also, results are expected in from Wales, where the Labour Party, once the dominant force since devolution, is now trailing behind Plaid Cymru and Reform UK. Meanwhile, up in Scotland, will the SNP hold on to Holyrood, or will they also be caught in a pincer movement between the Liberal Democrats, Reform UK, and also the Greens north of the border? Don't miss a single moment of it. We'll have uninterrupted coverage of every twist, every turn, right across the United Kingdom. The excitement of election night starts right here, right now. Okay, the results continue to pour in across the country. It's been a nightmare on Downing Street for Sir Keir Starmer thus far. Reform UK simply surging ahead. Let's cross live now for more results and speak to GB News' national reporter Sophie Reaper, who's there for us in Bolton. Sophie Reaper, we are seeing an historical reset of the political landscape. What's the latest there in Bolton?
Well, Martin, you may have just heard some clapping in the background there. That is because we've just heard the last results here in Bolton, which has gone to the Green Party. And it's actually been a bit of a mixed bag. Not exactly perhaps what we were expecting in one sense, but then in another, exactly what we were expecting. And I'm sure you can guess that is because it has been a storming night for Reform here in Bolton. 9 seats they've taken of a possible 20. But then when I say it's been a bit of a mixed bag, that's because we've also seen 2 seats for Green, 2 seats for Labour, 3 seats for the Conservative, 1 seat for Lib Dem, and even 2 seats for independent candidates. So not necessarily the complete whitewash from Reform and for Green, but I'm sure we can agree that it's been a very disappointing evening for Labour. And that's not just the case here in Bolton, of course. In Salford, we saw that the Deputy Mayor lost their seat to Reform. They took 13 of the 21 21 seats that were on offer. Another borough of Greater Manchester in Wigan, Reform took 24 out of 25 seats that were up for grabs. Labour didn't take a single seat. It was an independent candidate that took that final of the 25. Over in Bolton in Merseyside, Reform winning 15 of 18 seats that were up for grabs. Now, in most of these, it's the case that Labour still retain the majority of that council, so it'll still be led by the Labour Party. But what it also shows is that parties like Reform and Greens are really starting to take chunks out of these huge majorities that we've seen for so long here in the Labour Red Wall in the north of England. I just want to bring you another story, Martin, as well, because we talk about the Greens, Reforms, Labour. There's an interesting story actually come out of Stockport today. Now, they didn't have the majority in Stockport, but it was led by the Liberal Democrats. Well, actually, we've heard in the last hour that the Liberal Democrats now actually do have a majority in Stockport, so I'm sure the Liberal Democrats will be absolutely thrilled with that. They've said our hard-working local team held off the rise of Reform while others sought to sow division and chaos. We focused on the issues that matter. So an interesting story coming out of Stockport, but of course this is just the start, Martin. We've had 8 results coming in overnight in the northwest, several others around the UK, but of course we know throughout today and even into Saturday we're going to continue to have results flooding in. It's likely to be a particularly good couple of days for the Reform and Green parties, not so great for Sir Keir Starmer's Labour Party, but more results to come in the coming hours.
Very much indeed there. Sophie Reaper, you've been superb all night. What a trooper, as usual, over there in Bolton. Thank you very much. Now, let's just get some quick scores on the doors for you here. Some incredible updates. Quickly run through them. Thank you, Sophie. The Labour Party has lost Thameside. Thameside there up in the northwest, that's an area where Reform have been having a good old dig there, an area that's been the centre of some rape gang scandals, a real political fissure. Thameside, Labour has lost. They've also lost Tamworth, Exeter, Hartlepool and Redditch to no overall control, but they've held Chorley, Halton, Lincoln, Plymouth, Salford, Reading and Wigan. Worth pointing out, though, that only a third of some of those councils were up. And in Halton, for example, the Reform UK won every single seat that was available. I think they won 12 out of 12 seats that were on offer there, but because of the metrics, they couldn't win the seat in total. The Conservatives have held Harlow and Broxbourne. Liberal Democrats have gained Stockport and Portsmouth. That's quite a story from no overall control. And they've also held Eastleigh, Bolton, North East Lincolnshire, Hart, Peterborough, Rochford, Brentwood, Hull and Southend-on-Sea all remain no overall control. And some incredible data, The Labour Party, this is Professor Michael Thrasher, he's saying that the Labour Party are losing 87% of their seats. Wow. 87% of their seats. And I keep going back to the statistic from back in the day. There's an excellent piece in the New Statesman today. Look at the historic worst losses the Labour Party had ever suffered. The previous worst loss of the Labour Party was minus 66% last year. So there's a trend here. And before that, 63% back in 2009. So the losses we're talking about tonight are 50% bigger than the worst the Labour Party has ever experienced. This is off the Richter scale of terribleness. This is genuinely shocking stuff. A bit more data here. 80% of Labour's losses have gone to Reform. 80%, 61 seats. The Green Party has only gained 4 seats so far from the Labour Party, but the night is young. A lot of those seats will be across places like London, beg your pardon. That's coming in later through the rest of the day. On average, Labour is down 25 percentile points in all of its seats. The Tories so far, grim night for them, they've lost 65% of their seats, with all but one of them going to Reform UK. So a clear trend is happening here. The 2 big parties, Tom, their backside is falling out. It's getting late. I almost said it. Their backside is falling out. The Labour Party is just going off a cliff, but it's not much better for the Conservatives.
I mean, the Labour Party.
You're having a bad night.
The Labour Party is imploding, and as a Conservative Party, this was always going to be a difficult night for us. We are defending seats that we won in 2021 in the midst of the pandemic, and with that massive COVID vaccine bounce, that was a huge boost for us in those elections. I well remember those victories. But these results are patchy. So, for example, I've just been hearing that in Harlow, we were defending 6 seats. We've actually won all 11 that were up. So there are real glimmers of hope for us as a Conservative Party. We're on a long road, and I think that what Kemi is doing is earning the right to be heard. And I think as she's able to set out our stall as we head towards that next election, she'll begin to get more and more traction.
OK, thank you very much. Let's get to my next guest now. Waiting patiently down the line is the data scientist and the research fellow at the Henry Jackson Society, Emma Schubert. Emma, thank you for waiting. It's 4:10 in the morning. Thank you for even being awake and alive and with us. I appreciate your time as ever. Listen, a huge amount to get out, to get our heads around tonight. It's an historic moment where the Labour Party has just gone off a cliff. What's leaping out from the data to you, Emma?
Well, as we expected, Labour is incurring extreme damage across the country tonight, and that's happening for a number of reasons. One of those reasons is this rise of sectarian politics, which is something that we've been studying for quite some time. We've been forecasting the events tonight and how those will involve Muslim sectarian candidates. Now, as I'm sure you and your viewers know, Labour has sort of taken itself for granted for quite some time in certain pockets of this country. However, the reality is that certain sectarian candidates really don't need Labour anymore. They form their own parties, whether that's an independent slate or the Green Party or your party. So we are keeping our eyes on a number of hotspot wards. We're looking at places like Bradford and Rochdale and Birmingham, and even Bolton was something that we have our eyes on, and I know that's unfolding as we speak. So we're expecting to see, alongside the rest of damage done to Labour tonight, to be coming from the Muslim sectarian side of the story.
And we're seeing a fragmentation of the votes, particularly in those northern towns. And it was so interesting, I thought, Emma Schubert, we've seen Thameside, of course, Thameside, one of those areas, Thameside Council, that was beleaguered by a rape gang crisis and a political fight back there against that. Do you think, Emma, that we are seeing something extraordinary tonight where the genie's out of the bottle in terms of the rape gangs, things like that? And what's clearly happened, we're hearing left, right and centre from Reform UK, their vote share has gone through, the turnout is high. It seems that those white working class communities are very motivated to get out and do something about this.
Yeah, I think you're right. And as you said, the turnout is pretty extraordinary because in local elections, we know in this country, turnout is historically very low. As many countries' local elections can often be. But there does seem to be something very different about this round of local elections. It does seem to be that, there's seem to be a bunch of straws that broke the camel's back, so to speak. And I think, in my opinion, democracy is working really well tonight.
Emma Schubert, we're waiting on the election results across places like Birmingham. Now, it's public knowledge. We've had him on the channel. A convicted terrorist is standing for election in Birmingham. And when we asked him about it, he said, I didn't commit the terrorism in Britain. I went, that's all right then. He committed the terrorist act abroad. He was guilty of it. And he's standing for election. He's probably going to win. And there are a lot of people that you've been tracking at the Henry Jackson Society, let's face it, with dubious records of Islamist extremism, comments about Hamas and the rest of it, and they're probably going to get elected in places like Birmingham. Are you concerned about that kind of poisonous politics taking hold in Britain?
Extremely concerned. Yes, as you said, we've identified over 170 sectarian candidates, Muslim sectarian candidates, who are standing across the UK. And we built a model on those candidates, and we were able to identify predictors using the last election's results in 2024, which allow us to predict which wards are likely to elect at least one Muslim sectarian candidate. And the 3 predictors that we identified were the percentage of that ward that is Muslim, the percentage of that ward that is under 30 years old and is an adult, and also the voter turnout in that ward. And this is not causal, it's predictive, it's associational. So what all that means is that when those structures are in place, they create the circumstances that allow this sort of Muslim sectarian politics to break through. So what we're doing tonight is we are looking at all of those wards where we have these Muslim sectarian candidates standing in places like you mentioned, like Birmingham and Bradford, and really across the country. And we're looking at places where those conditions are aligning, and this is where we think the hotspots will be tonight.
OK, thank you very much for joining us. That's the research fellow, data scientist at the Henry Jackson Society, Emma Schubert. Superb guest. Thank you very much for staying up for us throughout the night. Well, let's get now to one of the men of the moment. It's the Deputy Leader of Reform UK and the MP for Boston and Skegness, Richard Tice. Richard, welcome to the show. A pleasure to have your company. You've got to be pretty jubilant tonight, Richard Tice. It seems that even your greatest expectations may have been surpassed.
Well, yes, good morning. And I'm at Keele University in the West Midlands, where the count is well underway for the Newcastle-under-Lyme Council, which is all out. And so far, everywhere, we're absolutely delighted with the results that we've received. We've got, I think, won over 200 seats up and down the country. In many areas, even when it's only a third out of the council, we're winning all of the seats. In Hartlepool, a dear favourite of mine, I think we've won 12 out of 12. North East Links, we've just won 14 out of 15. And here at Newcastle-under-Lyme, I am bullish. I have to tell you, Martin, I am bullish that we are going to take complete control of this council as results are confirmed over the next hour to hour and a half. And what these results are is firstly a rejection of the two establishment parties who've completely failed the country. Secondly, also a total rejection of the smearing, the sneering, the libelling, nonsense and twaddle from the establishment media who've tried to kill us off electorally. And this is a total rejection of what they've tried to do to us. And it's also, I'm here in Staffordshire, where we control the county council as a majority from last year. It's a complete endorsement of the fact that we've been running the councils where we've been given control successfully. We've been delivering savings, lower council tax rises than the other parties, and delivering really good outcomes. So across all of those metrics, absolutely delighted. And I think that last point is really key. Voters have had the opportunity to look at Reform's track record running councils over the last 10, 11 months, and they've said, well done, chaps. You've got lots and lots right. You've learned some lessons. Crack on, push on with a lot more councils. That is the responsibility that millions of voters are giving us, and we're looking forward to living up to their expectations.
I want to quickly go through the scores on the doors for you. Probably can't get to them there. You're on a count there, but Reform now on 226 seats. The Labour Party on 89, an astonishing decline of 163. Conservatives having a pretty shocking night also on 71, down 67. And we're just hearing that Labour has lost Thameside Council, and that's Angela Rayner's constituency, to no overall control. That's because Reform on 19 put on 18 votes, taking 16 votes of the Labour Party. So you're causing severe damage to the Labour Party in Angela Rayner and Andy Burnham's backyard.
Completely. There is nowhere that is safe as the red wall is being completely repainted in a much brighter, more optimistic turquoise. And we are here to stay. And whether it's in Thameside, whether it's in Bolton, where those results were declared a bit earlier, where, with some very close votes, but actually with incredible hard work from our candidates, now councillors, we are performing. And there's a long way to go, of course. We've got Birmingham City Council. That is going to be remarkable as that's counted through tomorrow. 3 or 4 way marginals, very, very close, way too close to call. And then, of course, we've got Wales, we've got Scotland. And the other great news here, Martin, is turnout in many, many places is significantly up and that's good for democracy. We think it's good for us because we think that people have said, sometimes I don't bother voting for the local councils, but actually I want reform, councils need reform, the country needs reform, and I'm going to vote for. And that's the big message that comes out of these elections, is basically Britain wants reform.
Richard Tice, an incredible statistic tonight. The Labour Party has lost 87% of the seats it stood in tonight. 60% of their seats have gone directly, 80% of their losses have gone directly to Reform UK. The Tories have lost 65% of their seats, and all but one of them are also going to Reform UK. Nigel Farage said something earlier on. He said he thinks tonight isn't just about Reform winning, it's about the death of the old two parties. Do you agree?
Yes, and good riddance, frankly. They've utterly failed this country. They've gaslit tens of millions of patriotic, proud British citizens, saying that we need mass uncontrolled immigration, saying that we need net stupid zero. It's made everybody poorer. They've humiliated us on the international stage. I mean, we've barely got a navy to speak of unless you get a few tins of WD-40, for heaven's sake. They have catastrophically misled this country towards ruin, and the British people are rejecting it. A complete rejection of the uniparty establishment, and they're saying, we want something new, we want some common sense, we want some business-like people to come and save this country.
One final question, Richard Tice. Zach Polanski has called for Sir Keir Starmer to go. Ed Miliband has called for him to go. Barry Gardner has called for him to go. Jonathan Brash, the Labour MP, has called for him to go. But don't you want him to stay?
No, for the sake of the country, he should do the right thing, and he should announce that he's going to resign over this weekend with an orderly process to a different Labour leader and an early general election. Because what, tragically, everybody is discovering is that Labour cannot run the country properly. Hundreds of thousands of people have lost their job. Thousands and thousands of firms are going bust. We're being deindustrialised in front of our very, very eyes. It's a catastrophe. But the good news is, Martin, we can turn this around.
Okay, Richard Tice, thank you very much for joining us on what is looking like a truly seismic night in British politics. The Deputy Leader of Reform UK and the MP for Boston and Skegness, Richard Tice. I've got some more breaking news for you now, and it's this. The Liberal Democrats have hailed their gain of Portsmouth Council as a stonking success against the challenge of Reform UK. The Lib Dem party spokesperson said, "This is a stonking success for the Liberal Democrats in Portsmouth. We've held our ground and grown, despite Reform throwing everything they had at this campaign." Across the city, many voters have given short shrift to Farage, someone who chooses to side with Donald Trump, even when he disparages our Royal Navy. Back to the panel chat. Sam Fisk, I have to give you this moment of glory. You've kept Farage out of power in Portsmouth. You must be delighted.
Stonking, apparently. Yeah. Wow.
What a choice of words.
I know. It's word of the night. I think it's a big win. I think for the party, it's that sometimes people think we're just one of those kind of former Conservative kind of affluent heartlands, the Surreys and the Sussex, but actually it's just showing there that Liberal Democrats are winning in a whole different range of patches as well, and areas like Portsmouth doing well in areas as well up north and Stockport. So it's been a really good night. I think the other point is non-party political is this is one messy night in UK politics. We are seeing seats switch all over the place. We're in now a 5-6 party system. There's no clear kind of way that seats are flowing, apart from what we do know is Reform are winning big and Labour are losing, and so the Conservatives. But I think the next few days there's going to be some messy results. So while you might think Liberal Democrats winning in Portsmouth at first, they've done well there for many years, might raise some eyebrows. I just think that's the way it's going to go for the next few days. So, stonking though. Good to see. Very good win.
What's interesting is what that means, right? Because if the picture is indeed fairly muddy, and you see this in Wigan, for instance, where, as a microcosm, where actually the right bloc has increased, but maybe people, you know, on the Green side of the argument and many in the Labour Party will say, well, we need to move to the left after these results because Reform are pretty ascendant, but in the Green, you know, the Greens and the Progressive vote we can probably keep and sweep up because of tactical voting in the future. But that might be the wrong lesson to learn, and the messy results tonight make it more difficult.
I think it's partly messy, but partly you said it's tactical voting now. Everyone's trying to work out, you know, who's the anti-reform candidate, maybe who's the anti-green candidate.
If there's been an attempt at tactical voting to keep Reform out tonight, it hasn't. It's clearly been a spectacular.
On that, what will be interesting is to see how these results map against the polling, and it's been interesting to hear Reform figures reported in the media saying that, you know, they thought the results would be better than the polling was, so it'd be interesting to see how that then is extrapolated and mapped properly, because in a general election with a higher turnout and individuals motivated to vote tactically, it will be fascinating to see what impact that has. And I do think that our politics is moving in a direction where you have a right-of-centre bloc and you have a left-of-centre bloc, and I think there'll be quite a lot of sophisticated choices made by voters.
Tom, you'd be delighted to hear in this past few months the Conservatives have overtaken the Liberal Democrats into third place now. Conservatives now on 75, Liberal Democrats just slightly behind on 72.
I won't call it stonking.
No, but it's better than it was. Labour Party are now on 93, but they're down 164. Reform continuing to surge now on 229. Greens putting on quite nicely in the background, 37, 23 up. Independents, just 11. The Independents, you know, Emma Schubert there talking about the worry about a more extremist, if you like her words, pro-Gaza independence. That's not coming through yet, but a lot of them, again, might be in those bigger inner-city areas later on. Who wants to have a nibble next? Harrison. Richard Tice there, clearly very boorish, bullish. You'd expect that. Yeah. What about this notion? And I said it, I had this conversation with Jacob Rees-Mogg in the previous block. And it's this notion of Sir Jacob doggedly wants there to be a pact. He wants the right to unite. Yeah. And I said to him, well, with results like this, why would Reform want to do that? Yeah. But 75 seats for the Conservatives isn't insignificant. There's still a long way to go. A lot of people out there who are former Conservative voters who now bank Farage want the Conservative Party to survive. Nigel Farage always says, it's about annihilating them, it's about wiping them out. Do you think that there could or should be some sort of pact down the line?
I mean, look, it's a solid point. You look at areas where I'm in Surrey, there's a case of we'll probably come second in a lot of places and the Conservatives will probably come third, and there's a lot of that going on. One thing I always like to use the analogy, though, it's a bit like Blockbuster in its final days going to Netflix and saying, yeah, we'll have a partnership with you, and Netflix is going, well, why would we do that? You're not bringing anything to the table. I think, to be honest, what we've seen is... I've got a lot of sympathy. I think there's a lot of good people in the Tory party. Obviously, I've come from it myself. But one thing I will say, though, is the people that are left in the Tory party aren't really the type of people that I don't think would work with Reform, and I don't think Reform would want to work with them. There's a lot of very Lib Dem type, you know, crossover, but with the people that are still left in the Tory party. So, well, maybe you're the exception.
I worked with Nigel and Richard in the referendum.
Yeah. I mean, look,
and I'm exactly in the same place as Jacob.
I get that.
We have to find a way of uniting the right of politics.
I don't think you're indicative, with all due respect, of the average Tory person left in that party. Perhaps I'm wrong, but I do think it is a case of when you're looking at results like that, it is a case of, does Reform need the Conservatives? And look, there is an absolute argument for tactical voting, but one thing I will say is when we talk about turnout rates, I mean, turnout rates, as we know, in local elections is far lower, right? And where we benefit from is high turnouts. You look, anything with a high turnout rate, Reform do better, right? Because our voters generally feel as if there's nothing out there that represents them and they've given up, and it's their conversations that we have, like that gentleman whose first time he's voted. So when it does come to the general election and people are more likely to turn out, because we do have that, I actually think we'll benefit from that.
OK, thank you very much indeed to you all. Now, it's just gone 4:30 in the morning. Thanks for being with us. And it looks like nothing is going to wipe that smile off Nigel Farage's face this evening, because earlier on this evening, Patrick and I kicked off our coverage by speaking to the Reform UK chairman, Dr. David Bull.
I mean, the rise of reform has been nothing short of remarkable, actually. When I look back, we founded it 4 years ago. It's worth remembering it was only 4 years ago. We're now the largest party in this country, we're the fastest growing party in this country, the most talked about. We only have 8 members of parliament, and yet, of course, we're on the tip of everyone's tongue. Going around the country, look, I've seen 30,000 people in the last 10 months. I've spoken in village halls, working men's clubs, in theatres. We put on those big events, and we're building the party from the ground up. And it doesn't matter where I go. I can be in Hull or Liverpool, I can be in the Isle of Wight or Scotland or Wales. Something remarkable is happening.
Now, the Labour Party losing an astonishing 87% of the seats they're standing in. The knives are now drawn for Sir Keir Starmer. Richard Tice told us it's time for the Prime Minister to go.
For the sake of the country, he should do the right thing and he should announced that he's going to resign over this weekend with an orderly process.
And crestfallen Labour Party MPs are already being sent out. They're forced to defend their man, the Prime Minister.
And I don't hear anyone on the doorsteps and the conversations that I have with real people ruminating about a psychodrama of the sort that we saw under the Conservatives, where it seemed that we were changing prime ministers every few months. You know, that is not good for the country. And those calling for it, I think, need to think very carefully about whether they're in tune with the public, because I don't think they are.
Well, the Liberal Democrats just had a bit of a surge. Actually, they're in 3rd place. But I spoke to an MP earlier on who wasn't particularly happy.
We know people are crying out for change, but there are 2 different kinds of change. One is the politics of anger, division, and easy answered, pushed by populist extremes, and the other is the Liberal Democrats' approach, which is focused on building things up, not burning them down. We don't like division. We don't do division. We do hard work that actually makes people's lives better. Kemi Badenoch, actually during the general election, thought it was an insult to say that if you want your church roof fixed, ask the Liberal Democrats. Well, you know, in these elections, that's exactly the sort of people, the sort of representatives that people are looking for, who will fix local problems.
And as for the Conservatives, they're currently languishing in 4th place. Well, the Conservative MP Joe Robertson spoke of the latest reality check.
Not denying the Conservative brand's taken a battering. We also have to accept we are in an era now of multi-party politics, and the fact that the Labour Party is in free fall is that their support at the last election, a lot of people put their faith in Labour for the first time, and they've withdrawn that support and they're looking elsewhere. Yeah, we've got to win them back. We've got to convince people that the elsewhere is to come back and vote Conservative again. But they're voting in all sorts of different ways, and we're seeing that, as you rightly say, we're seeing it in other parties. Minor parties doing well, and they will do well, especially in local elections, and we're in between the general election. That's historically where they do well. Look, I'm not arguing that we haven't got a lot of work to do, but the work has started. Kemi is cutting through, and she's been leading a popular, positive campaign.
Well, you can't blame him for putting on a brave face, but it does seem a bit funereal amongst the Conservatives and the Labour Party. Let's now turn to the Director of Electoral Calculus, Martin Baxter, who's been valiantly number crunching for us all the way through the night since 11 o'clock last night. Martin Baxter, some truly incredible numbers coming out. Now, the latest scores on the doors have at my fingertips Reform on 234, Labour on 98. They've dropped 168. Liberal Democrats in 3rd on 92. They've put on 4. Conservatives on 78. They've lost more than that. They've lost 79. The Green Party on 38. They're putting on 24. Independents on 13. It's been quite the night. Nigel Farage seeming to say this is a new dawn. This is a fresh political landscape. Martin Baxter, what's your take?
Yes, let's look at some of the stories behind those numbers, which are basically of Reform gains and Labour losses. So in Reform, in Hull, gained 10 out of the 19 seats, which traditionally a Lib Dem area, and they still hold it because not all the council was up for election. In North East Lincolnshire, Reform gained 14 out of the 15 seats up for election, so very strong for Reform. Equally good news for the Liberal Democrats in Stockport. Labour lost 5 out of the 7 seats there, and the Lib Dems gained that. And in Portsmouth, Labour lost all 5 of their seats, and the Lib Dems gained that. And one little bit of good news for the Conservatives in Harlow, in Essex, which is a Reform stronghold normally, the Conservatives won all 11 seats up for election. The Conservatives won 11 out of 11. So it's there's a mixed story, but on the whole, it's bad for Labour almost everywhere, except perhaps in London, where we are seeing signs of a Labour hanging on.
And of course, those Labour Party, so those London scores on the doors, they won't be coming on till later on in the morning and later on in the day, because of course they're bigger seats. But an incredible statistic that's leapt out to me here, Martin Baxter, is that 80% of the Labour Party's losses have gone to Reform, and the Greens have only gained a few votes in comparison. And the Conservatives, 2/3 of their losses have also gone straight to Reform. So the two big parties hemorrhaging votes, and the overriding beneficiary is Reform UK.
I think we're going to have to wait longer till we get more of the city and urban results before we know exactly how well the Greens have done. But I think it's certainly clear that Conservatives and Labour are having a very bad night.
How do you think things are going to look in Wales? Let's think about Wales next, because the Labour Party has just been in control of Wales like forever. You know, since the Senedd was even conceived, as it were. That looks like it's going to change. Plaid Cymru, again, are likely to be beneficiaries. If this new landscape is, I want to try something new, I'm sick of the old guard, that could mean gains for Plaid Cymru and Reform. And the Labour Party, again, could be wiped out there.
It's, in fact, even stronger than that. Our figures show that Labour has controlled Wales in the sense of having the most seats at general elections for over 100 years, which is the longest that any party in the world has ever controlled anywhere. And that may be ending tonight. Our own Electoral Calculus forecast predicts that Plaid and Reform will be the two largest parties in Wales, with about 30 seats each. Plaid will probably form a coalition government, maybe with Labour as a junior partner, but Labour will not even be in the top 2 parties in Wales anymore. And remember, Wales was where the Labour Party was founded by Sir Keir Starmer's namesake Keir Hardie over 100 years ago, and they've held it ever since, and that may be about to finish.
In terms of the historic percentiles, I mean, we were saying earlier on that 80+% of your seats lost. I mean, nobody's ever seen anything like this ever. It's an historic collapse.
Indeed. I mean, the actual figure may turn out to be a bit better than that for Labour by the end of the result, but end of the night. But it looks like they're losing well over half their seats, however you count it, which is, a dreadful result. So that it underlines what we're seeing in the national polls for Westminster elections, which is that Labour Party is very unpopular at the moment. They've been declining in popularity ever since their massive general election win back in July 2024, and this just keeps going on.
OK, Martin Baxter, thank you very, very much. Keep crunching those numbers. We'll come back to you later in the show. We've got an hour and a half left yet till we hit the 6 a.m. mark. I'm delighted to be joined by my panel in the studio in Paddington, GBNews HQ. Tom Perscliffe, former Conservative MP and Minister. Harrison Alban-Varty, the Reform Councillor. Sam Fisk, the Lib Dems former head of media. Kai Wilshaw, political commentator of the Labour Party leanings. And Fahima Mohammed, the Green Councillor candidate, who may well become a Green Councillor at some point in the rest of today. Welcome to you all. Kai, I'm going to start with you this time. Surely, when you look at the drops in seats, the percentile defeats, and of course, we've got a long way to go yet. We haven't got into Wales yet. It could not be Labour-led for the first time in over a century. When you look back to that landslide, they called it a loveless landslide. It was wide but shallow.
Yeah.
It's ran dry. So Keir Starmer's ran out of road.
Yeah.
Surely he's got to bite the bullet.
I think he needs to, and I think he will. I would, a note of caution and something that I've been thinking for a few years, and I think we'll see play out now. It's been a short time, as you say. There've been historic errors by the Labour Party, for sure, but have they been out of proportion compared to mistakes that previous governments have made? I'd say maybe not. And so you have to ask the question, are we in an entirely different era of politics across the world where actually it's very difficult, if you're not delivering quickly enough, if you're not giving people both quick wins but also give them a sense of urgency that you're going to do enough, are you done for? Within 2 years, do you lose all that goodwill that you had built up? I think so. And so who's that message for? Well, I suppose it's for reform. Yeah. I suppose it's also for the Greens. Because yes, you're seeing amazing results right now, but does this actually mean that when you're an incumbent government, very quickly voters will tire of you? That's what I'm wondering.
We are still in our infancy when all of the others have been there for quite a long time, including reform with regards to Nigel Farage.
You've been knocking around for a while, much longer than reform.
But even still,
but even still, out of the 4,500 doors, we didn't have any data on that. These are branches that have existed in the past year, right? So we've all collected. So you can't keep coining that phrase. The Green Party's been far more present before reform were here. So it's not really aligned to.
They have had a makeover.
Exactly.
I don't hear about the environment as much anymore from the Greens.
But because no, it is all to do with the environment. When it comes to the public safety, when it comes to foreign policy, when it comes to a lot of the things.
The environment in Palestine.
Yeah, I mean, why are your candidates saying lend your vote to Palestine when they just want the potholes fixed on their road? What's that all about?
Well, we are talking about a lot of local issues. It's just that whatever's being played out in the media.
You're overstating the power of your local councillors. They're not going to be out in Gaza.
No, not really. I think again, this thing that we talk about when it comes to sectarian Muslim voting, I find that really offensive, and I find that very inflammatory, and I find that very selective, because I do feel that when any time a Muslim is actually integrating and being part of democracy and politics in the UK, it is seen as sectarianism. We've got them even in reform. The fact that not you, but guests have come on here to say that.
Okay,
I really do believe that.
If I may interject, I don't think nobody's saying if Muslim people vote.
Absolutely, they are saying that.
No, what I think people have reservations about, and I think it's worthy of discussion, is if communities are being specifically targeted because they're Muslim in a foreign language in mosques. How does that represent everybody else in that community who isn't a Muslim?
Well,
that is sectarian by the nature of the fact.
But then there's so many other groups that are doing exactly the same. Reform even went out with a Sikh, community on a bus when it came to the Gorton and Denton. That was not called sectarianism.
With Gorton and Denton, it's the highest portion of family votes ever recorded.
But regardless, we've had Tories, we've had, Labour, all of them going after different communities. It was never called sectarianism unless it was the Muslims. And we have Muslims still very high numbers in Labour Party still.
Well, let's just take a quick look at this video, and I think it speaks for itself.
Assalamu alaikum. আমি সবাইকে অনুরোধ জানাচ্ছি আমার বাংলাদেশি কমিউনিটি যারা এই নিউ হোমে বসবাস করেন সবাইকে
Now I didn't catch a word of that, but I'm assuming it meant vote for the Green Party.
I wouldn't know either. I don't really have that background. But what I'm trying to say is, you've seen that even in the Tories, they went in, they had Indian music. They were there for, the Bangladeshis or the Indians or whatever it was. That's how it is.
Does
and
it
there's
show
nothing
that
wrong.
Britain is a successfully integrated society?
I think there's something to be said here about how we have diverse communities now, and I think it's a good thing that politics can appeal to every community and speak to them.
But is the uniting factor in those diverse communities the fact that they've come to Britain and it's English speaking and it's British values?
I think there's a point to be made here about how we need to bring everyone onto that political journey. I think the great British democracy is our best export around the world. It's something that makes us very proud to be British. I think everyone should be included in that. And if we can find a way to speak to different communities and bring them in to that tent that is British democracy, that's surely a good thing that should make you feel patriotic.
When you watch a video like that, and I've lived in that constituency...
I don't know the context of that video. I don't know the context of that video and I don't understand what they're saying. But I'm just about the broader point that actually, isn't it a really great thing that we can have everyone involved in British democracy and that we don't shun people out, maybe because their English language isn't as good as first. But you know what? People integrate, and isn't that a good thing to make you feel quite patriotic about this country?
Well, I wonder how much integration there is in you know...
I mean, what do you want with integration? How far does it go in your eyes for me to paint my face white? Come on, at the end of the day, but that's what it means, because anyone that actually looks like me, speaks like me, even I've been here for decades, you know, pay my tax, integrated, in the sense that I am part of society, still not accepted, and it's only to do with the fact that I have, you know, this visible Muslim outlook, as well as, you know, being brown-faced. So as far as I'm concerned, this integration word, I think... Have you not seen so many of the comments that come constantly? Okay, I'm sure your voters were loving me tonight because they missed me for the last 6 weeks that I couldn't come here. But at the same time, what I'm trying to say... No, they have not. But what I'm trying to say is, I am trying to say that whenever there's a Muslim in there, it is sectarian, it's block. Have you not seen there's Muslims even in Reform that are getting racist comments? Layla herself, just the other day, a day ago, was that.
My point is... This is unacceptable. I don't really know what...
What do you mean? You know, you don't think it's unacceptable.
You don't think
that speaking another language is not that.
Muslims within the Reform Party, regardless of any party, you don't think I think that's unacceptable? Is that the point you're making?
I'm saying it happens because that's what people want. I'm not talking about you personally. I don't know you.
You're just trying to make a point for the sake of it.
No, I'm making a point that's real, that has never been addressed because it's framed very, very wrongly.
I think we can all agree racism is terrible. Let's get back to tonight's politics. Nigel Farage given a statement a short while ago. He said this: I think what you're witnessing tonight is an historic change in British politics. Forgets left-right, he said. There is no more left-right. It is gone. It is out of the window. It's finished. As you can see, we are scoring stunning percentages in traditional old Labour areas. We're currently averaging about 39% of the vote tonight of the seats that are already in, and we're currently on 145 seats. Well, it's now much more than that. We are way exceeding anything that I thought. And he continues, what you'll see tomorrow is the same pattern repeated across the south when we win Essex by an extraordinary margin and Norfolk by an extraordinary margin. Let's get my next guest in now. That's the political commentator, Andy Williams. Andy, welcome to the show. It's a pleasure to have your company, especially at the thick end of 5 in the morning. Thank you very, very much. Have you been awake all night? Have you just got up?
No, I haven't been awake all night because everything that everybody is saying is exactly what I expected. So I'm not telling people to switch off, Martin, because of course we love seeing you. But everyone who you hear from tonight has their own agenda, and I would say ignore all of them, including me. You know, you've got the usual suspects coming out and saying Keir Starmer should resign. You've got the usual suspects coming out and saying he's brilliant and we need to keep him. So it's nothing I've seen so far has surprised me.
There has been a significant reset in the political landscape. May I add, you'll be happy about this there in terms of the Lib Dem side, Sam Fisk. Lib Dems have just surged to 166 seats. Now, comfortably second, you've overtaken the Labour Party. Labour Party are in third on 118, hemorrhaged 173. The Conservatives languishing in fourth on 90. They've dropped 87. The Green Party on 41. They've put on 21 tonight. So we are seeing, Andy Williams, a significant reset. And a lot of people over the past few weeks have been saying that the Reform UK are racist, they're divisive, and yet the electorate's completely rejected that tonight. There seems to be an appetite for something completely new.
Well, I'd say two things to that. The first thing is, you know, of course, Reform are having a good night. We don't yet know what the scale of that is going to be, but there's no doubt that this is a huge moment for them. It codifies what we already knew, which is that they've been riding high in the polls for, you know, well over a year. I think people keep saying they've led in over 250 consecutive polls. Nobody's denying that they're doing really well. On the point about divisiveness, the way Reform ran this campaign honestly makes my blood curdle. The idea that Reform, and I think it was Zia Youssef, should come out and blackmail British voters by saying, if you don't vote for Reform, you're going to have a migrant hotel in your constituency, is one of the most disgraceful things I've ever seen in British politics. And I'm really looking forward to hearing how you and anyone else pushes back on that, Martin, because it is shocking. It is the sort of thing you'd hear in a third world country, and it's a foreshadow for what we will get with this bunch of bandits if we're not careful.
Bandits?
Yeah, absolutely. These guys, I'll tell you why I say that, and I use that word deliberately, Martin. These guys, including Nigel Farage, led by Nigel Farage, you know, they're proven liars. They led us off the cliff edge of Brexit. Here we are 10 years later, and actually they're advocating something much, much worse than leaving the European Union. That policy that I just outlined is a rank disgrace, and I'd love to hear your guest who's on representing Reform defend it.
Okay, well, let's do that, Harrison. Defend your party's policy. Andy Williams is saying it's a third world policy, a policy of bandits to say to the electorate asylum seekers will be put in containment camps in seats. He's saying it's third world, it's racist, it's wrong.
Well, I actually don't understand what the issue is here. I mean, look, if you're a Reform voter, right, and you were opposed to my, I don't know, illegal immigration, right, and settling in your area, and you win a Reform council and they prevent that from happening, win for the area. If you were a Green voter and you wanted to welcome more illegal immigration into your area, and Reform have the power to put them in your... It's a win-win for both the Reform voter and the Green voter, is it not? It's not.
That is the most absurd argument I've ever heard in my life. It's blackmailing voters. That is not how you set government policy in a serious country. You don't, and I'm not just talking about this policy. By the way, Martin, I didn't use the word racist. This is not how you set policy of any kind. Of any kind. You don't say to voters, if you don't vote for us, we're going to give you a raw deal. That's not how it works. Governments are supposed to govern in the national interest, not in narrow factional interests. And that's what Reform are. They are a divisive, factional party. I accept this government has made a ton of mistakes, this Labour government. And it was not inevitable, by the way, that we would be here less than 2 years later talking about a Prime Minister who had messed as many things up and who was popular as he is. That is not a reason to go and vote for Reform and go and back a party who are blackmailing the British people. There's no other word to use.
Andy, all the stick you throw at this policy at the party doesn't work. The people have spoken tonight. They don't. I mean, clearly, Reform UK aren't for you. Clearly, Reform voters won't vote for the Green Party for a multitude of reasons. That's the point. And I think the party said you have a choice. You're clearly repelled by it, so you'd never vote for them. Fine, that's democracy.
Yeah, I believe that's why I'm invited on, to give my view. Yeah. This is my view. I'm not telling anyone else what to think. But
when you say Nigel Farage is a bandit, he's offering a political choice. He's offering a policy which you clearly don't like, but you can't say they're a bandit and it's third world. Perhaps Reform voters might argue the country is starting to look like it's third world, and that's why we need. Why is it great for Liberals to say that illegal immigrants can just wander around the country wherever they like? But it's a problem that they're in a containment camp.
You're presenting a completely false choice, Martin. It's not a choice between open door immigration like we had in 2004, 5, 6, and threatening voters with saying, if you don't vote for us, we're going to put migrant hotels in your constituency. That's a completely false choice. And it is blackmailing. And I use the word deliberately, bandit. I did, because Farage has a track record of lying and not delivering. And by the way, I'm not just concerned about Reform tonight, I'm just as concerned in a different way by the Green Party. I've predicted that Zach Polanski will unravel. We've seen that in the last few weeks. I'm not in the least bit surprised by anything I've seen. The guy is also a proven liar in a different way. I think it's really, really concerning. And the mainstream, sensible centre of British politics needs to get its act together. Otherwise, we're going to be sitting here in 2 or 3 years' time, in May 28 or May 29, and we're going to be looking at a bunch of unqualified people who are blackmailing Britain walking through the door of number 10. And I am really concerned by that. And as you say, The voters tonight have made a different choice. My job is to come on here and say, I think they're wrong. I think they should think again, but it's incumbent on the Labour government and on sensible mainstream political parties to get their house in order so that we don't end up with mad people running the country.
Mad people, bandits. OK, I think you made your opinions perfectly clear. If they just stop the votes, there'd be no need for this conversation in the first place, would there? Cause and effect. Andy Williams, thank you very much indeed for joining us. We have to bid you farewell. It's 5:25. We've got a major breaking new line for you, and it's this. A potential leadership change must be, quotes, on the agenda. If the Labour has a nightmare local Senedd and Holyrood elections, that's the Labour MP John McDonnell has said. Of course, firebrand, left-winger, beloved of Jeremy Corbyn. Asked whether he believes Sir Keir Starmer had to go, the former Shadow Chancellor told the Press Association, we will have to see when results are in, and Wales and Scotland results may be more influential than council seats in England in shaping the party's attitude to the future. If it is the nightmare as we are worried it will be, then there should be no precipitous coup. He added, the party needs to consider why we are in this situation, and that discussion should be at all levels of the party and consider all the issues, including why there have been so many policy mistakes alienating our support. But the leadership question has inevitably to be on the agenda. If there is to be a leadership change, it has to be an orderly transition, not a coup. There we go, John McDonnell there, calling for the nightmare to end, particularly if there are bad results in Scotland and Wales, which, if we're looking at the polling, seems inevitable. So the knives are really being drawn now for the Prime Minister. Let's get some reaction to my panel. Tom Perskillove, former Conservative MP and Minister, Harrison Allman-Varty, Reform Councillor, Sam Fisk, Lib Dem's former head of media, Kai Wilshaw, political commentator of the Labour bent, and Fahima Mohammed, Green Councillor candidate, and could soon be a fully fledged Green Councillor when the vote comes in. Tom Perskillove, he'd been champing at the bit to talk to me from about 10 minutes ago. But let's start with this point here. John McDonnell, look, he doesn't like Sir Keir Starmer. He never has. He's more the hard left. Jeremy Corbyn is his political idol. But nevertheless, he's a Labour MP. And I think he's the fourth one tonight. Say Starmer's got to go.
Well, I mean, John is somebody who is very principled. And I do not share his politics, of course. But when it comes to this, he has been fairly consistent for his concerns about Keir Starmer's leadership over time. However, it seems to me, and you've read out the front pages during the course of tonight, we've had many weeks now of speculation about the Labour leadership. It is clearly not in the national interest for this to continue to rumble on and on and on indefinitely. And I think that what the country needs is stability. And where this is different, because you see Labour shadow ministers who put up a valiant attempt to defend the status quo and to defend the Prime Minister. They often say, we don't want to repeat the same mistakes that the Tories made of changing leaders all the time. And admittedly, that is one of the reasons why voters are so fatigued with us, that constant chopping and changing undoubtedly caused a lot of anger in the country. However, I think that it's different with Keir Starmer. There was never this overwhelming love and admiration for Keir Starmer when he was seeking election. He's fundamentally misunderstood Labour's mandate at that general election. It was a rejection of us, not an overwhelming endorsement of him. And so I actually think the country would respond far more positively to Keir Starmer moving on. And it may well be that in the coming hours, what you actually see is Labour politicians coming forward with a change of tact, demanding a change at the top. I just think that the country cannot continue to have this speculation rumble on for months more, because it is undoubtedly a distraction away from the big challenges the country faces, and including making sure that we've got a strong economy.
As we approach 5 a.m, quickly go over. So on the front page of the Times this evening, before a single war that even declared, Prime Minister urged by Ed Miliband to set a timeline for leaving. That was the first out of the blog Ed Miliband. Secondly, Daily Express front page, Barry Gardner, it is time for Starmer to stand aside. Next came Jonathan Brash, the MP for Hartlepool, after Reform UK took all 12 seats for grabs in Hartlepool, including his wife, who lost her seat. It's been a terrible night for the Labour Party. We've seen here is extraordinary good, hard-working people lose their seats. The Prime Minister should address the nation tomorrow and set out a timetable for his departure. And now John McDonnell, the former Labour Party Chancellor, saying Sir Keir Starmer must go if Labour lose in Wales and Scotland. Bosh, it's just gone 5 a.m. We're live across the United Kingdom. This is GB News, Britain's news channel. We're on the final stretch now as counting takes place across England, across Scotland and across Wales. I'm Martin Daubney. This is Votes 2026. The people decide. Well, what a whirlwind night it's been, and a nightmare for Sir Keir Starmer because the map of the United Kingdom is politically changing. A jubilant Nigel Farage told supporters what we're witnessing is an historic change in British politics as Reform MPs share their excitement.
It's absolutely astounding. There's going to be an annihilation of the Labour Party in the Red Wall tonight.
So for the Prime Minister, it's Judgment Day as Richard Tice calls on the Prime Minister to resign.
For the sake of the country, he should do the right thing and he should announce that he's going to resign over this weekend with an orderly process.
And it's forced Labour Party MPs to come out in force now and try to back their beleaguered Prime Minister.
The Prime Minister takes full responsibility for this government, but he also takes responsibility incredibly seriously. He was given a job by the British people in July 2024. He needs to see that job through.
But it's not just been a bad night for the Labour Party. The Conservatives, they're presently languishing in fourth position, facing an extinction level event, a threat that hangs over tonight's results.
Turning this tanker around is not going to happen overnight. We are headed back in the right direction. We're going to see some signs of that progress tonight, but let's not be under any illusion. It is going to be a difficult night.
And elsewhere, as we see the votes come in across London, across Birmingham, across the north, the Green Party could be about to gain councillors like they've never seen before. But will we get to the truth behind their sudden surge in support? And as for the Liberal Democrats, well, they're currently enjoying being in second place. They've overtaken the Labour Party. They've overtaken the Conservatives. Good night for the Lib Dems. And earlier on, we spoke to the MP for Lib Dems, Christine Jardine.
The country needs at the moment is hard-working politicians who will do the right thing, who will stand up for people and who will work for the communities in a constructive way that brings people together, not divides them.
It's been a huge night in British politics and we're just getting started. We'll bring you all the results as they happen. We'll have Team GB News coverage across all of Great Britain.
Well, as the results continue to come in, I'm here at Reform HQ getting all the reaction. I'm told here the early indications are very positive.
Well, results are now coming in thick and fast here in the northwest in what looks to be a very difficult night for the Labour Party with big gains, it seems, for both Reform and the Greens. We'll have all the results as they come in overnight.
Welcome to Wales, a country that has been Labour for over a century. The Welsh Parliament, Labour since it began back in 1999. Yet all of that looks set to change.
Now, throughout the rest of the show, we'll be crunching all the numbers as the results begin to trickle in from England. The results are coming in from Wales, where Labour, the dominant force since over a century and certainly since devolution, is now trailing behind Plaid Cymru and Reform UK. Meanwhile, in Scotland, will the SNP hold on in Holyrood? Will the Labour Party be pushed aside, and will that precipitate John McDonnell demanding Sir Keir Starmer resigns? Stay tuned. Don't miss a moment. We'll have uninterrupted coverage of every twist, of every turn, right across the UK. The excitement of the election night starts right here, right now. If you're joining us at 5 a.m, where have you been? We've been going all night. What a night in British politics. The great reset button has been pressed. A reboot of British politics, a reset across the land. The Labour Party simply collapsing. The Conservative Party simply collapsing. Reform UK surging into first position in a way that even Nigel Farage has said he's surprised about. We've exceeded our every expectation, the Reform UK leader said before talking about the Grand National. I think he might have been at some of the cocktails at Reform HQ. Meanwhile, the Green Party, their surge is yet to materialise. They're on 42 seats, but a lot of the London areas, a lot of Birmingham areas will declare later on. And then, of course, there's Wales, there's Scotland. John McDonnell is now the 4th Labour parliamentarian to say it's time for a rethink. Barry Gardiner started the night saying it's time for Starmer to stand aside, front of the Express, front of the Times. It wasn't the first seats haven't even been declared. Ed Miliband, Prime Minister, urged to set a timeline for leaving. Jonathan Brash, the Firebrand MP for the Labour Party from Hartlepool, saying Sir Keir Starmer needs to resign today. It's all been happening all night. Let's have some debate in the studio. Here's my panel. They're superb. Tom Perskell, former Conservative MP and Minister. Harrison Allman-Varty, Reform Party Councillor. Sam Fisk, Lib Dem's former head of media. Kai Wilshaw, political commentator from the Labour end of the spectrum. And Fahima Mohammed, Green Party Councillor candidate, and could soon be a fully fledged Green Party Councillor when those votes come in later on. Gentlemen, let's start at the beginning. Let's start with the latest Tom Perskell resignation demand, this time John McDonnell. He's a trouble causer, he's a lefty, he does this thing a lot, but nevertheless, the 4th name now saying, Prime Minister, please, please go.
Well, I think, you have to look at it through this prism. You are charged as Prime Minister with that great responsibility of running the country. I do not see, if these results continue to play out as they have to date, how the Prime Minister can credibly reshuffle his cabinet. I don't see how he can credibly deliver a policy agenda that is in line with what the country wants to see. We've already seen U-turn after U-turn after U-turn. Imagine the authority that he will have in the aftermath of this vote. It just doesn't bear thinking about. That is not a credible way to govern the country, because ultimately everybody concerned, the public, your colleagues, your cabinet colleagues, the system, the media, all recognise that you are a here today, gone tomorrow Prime Minister. It is all a matter of when. And from my point of view, it would be far better for the Prime Minister to set out a timetable for his departure and actually leave with a shred of dignity rather than ending up being forced out, which is inevitably where this will end up. OK, if you're just joining us after 5 a.m, here's a few of the highlights from a long night in politics. The Labour Party have lost Oxford, Thameside, Tamworth, Exeter, Hartlepool and Redditch to no overall control, but they've held Chorley, Halton, Lincoln, Plymouth, Salford, Reading and Wigan. But it has to be said, only 1/3 of the seats on some of those councils were up for grabs, and almost all of them going to Reform UK. The Conservatives have held Fareham, Harlow and Broxbourne. The Lib Dems, they've had a cracking night, it's got to be said. They've gained Stockport and Portsmouth from no overall control. Bolton, Basildon, North East Lincolnshire, Hart, Peterborough, Rochford, Brentwood, Hull, Southend-on-Sea, Colchester, Dudley and Oldham all remain no overall control. This is an astonishing figure, historically unprecedented. The Labour Party are losing 87%. 87% of the seats they've declared so far. That surpasses anything they've ever seen. It's more than half as bad as the worst year, and that was last year. It's getting bad for them. 80% of their losses have gone direct to Reform UK. And on average, Labour is down 25% in all seats. The Labour Tories, beg your pardon, so far have lost 65% of their seats, and all but one of them going to Reform UK. Let's speak with Sam Fisk now. Sam Fisk representing tonight the Liberal Democrats. You're having a good night. You're having a good night. In fact, now, Liberal Democrats comfortably in second place, surging now on 192 seats.
I think what's really exciting for the party is that the results that we were looking for the big gains, they're not until tomorrow. you know, in those home counties. So the fact the party's making progress in areas that you might not expect from the Lib Dems, in areas maybe in the north, but also outside of the affluent commuter belt, I think it just shows what Ed Davey's done is that he might not have grabbed the headlines like maybe the Greens and Reforms, but there he is, and people are putting their faith in the party at the ballot box, which is what matters most. So I think he'll be really chuffed with his results tonight. I think it just shows you that maybe the British public are still looking for that kind of decent centrist party that maybe doesn't say the outrageous things on TV, but just frankly delivers for them in local services. And it could be a lesson for other parties maybe that end up struggling, because I think we're into a tumultuous time in British politics. 1 minute you can be up, the next minute you can be down, and that's my war into those firebrand leaders, is they're chasing the votes, is that we saw a little bit with Zach Polanski, is it can go wrong pretty quick for you. Maybe the Ed Davey model's not so bad after all.
Do you think that's what it shows? Because I reckon the Lib Dems ought to be doing much, much better. I mean, obviously, the votes will be cast, we'll get the results, and we'll look at where we are. But you're projected to get, what, like 200 gains? Whereas you look at the Reform Party, what, plus 1,600 in some polls, and then Greens at 900, maybe edging 1,000. Shouldn't you be doing better? Or is the centre of British politics just falling out of the bottom?
I think it's slightly to do with the makeup of these council elections, because the watermark was so high. I was looking at the type of councils that are up this time, like Wokingham, that the party essentially is a one-party state in there now, because they gained so much over the past 3 or 4 years. So just at this very high watermark. But what I would say is that I think we're taking Liberal Democrats' success for granted, because, you know, Ed Davey took the party from 15 seats the last time to 72. I mean, that's an unbelievable result.
Do you think the Liberal Democrats are still seen as a protest vote amongst kind of Conservatives? They're kind of seen as posh Labour, and their radical thing that they will do will be vote Lib Dem, as they discuss it.
I think that
retro salad bar.
That was the thing when I worked the last general election, is trying to make people do something they've never done before, which was to vote Liberal Democrat, which might sound like not a big thing, but it was to lifelong Conservatives. I think at first it felt a bit like a rebellious act for those kind of English countryside places, but now to them, actually, I think the Liberal Democrats represent that centrist, want the secure economy, want fair taxes, but want public services funded.
And high council tax.
It's the centre ground of British politics, I think.
Lads, it's fair to say that the Liberal Democrats did do a lot of things the first time, which we're still trying to unsee, like Ed Davey in a wetsuit. We're still trying to cope with that. On a serious point, Harrison, let's get to you. Nigel Farrell said earlier on that something I think which has resonated. He said there's no right anymore, there's no left anymore. There's just a new choice, and I wonder if that's what we're seeing here. There is definitely a movement, and the Liberal Democrats seem to be benefiting from a Conservative kind of peeling away, but there's a direct replication of both votes from Labour and the Conservatives going to Reform. So what's going on?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Do you know what? What's interesting is there's actual excitement and enthusiasm, unlike something you haven't felt in a while. You know, you've come up to people on the doorstep, they give you a hug and they go, "He's here, Reformer." You know, it's all like that. And the thing is that when you look at where the votes are coming from, a lot of them in where I am in Surrey are coming from the Conservatives, but also a lot of them gave up voting a long time ago because they didn't think there was actually any option that represented them. And there's a few of them. You know, I've had ex-Labour voters who've given up voting Labour in areas like Surrey where they haven't really been a contender. You know, so there's a few areas where we've picked up votes from, but I think what we really tapped into is it just feels like there's finally an option for people, you know, in areas where, particularly in Surrey, where Labour hasn't really performed at all, and where they've been let down by the Conservatives and their vote has been taken for granted year after year, and when they've seen with the Liberal Democrats where the council tax is now the highest increase on average in the UK. So I think we're pulling a decent spread amongst all people. It'll be interesting to see how we perform in Surrey tomorrow.
Can I just add one thing, though, on this policy this week, the detention camps, right? And we talked about it a bit, and you do this act of pretending like, oh, why are the left so angry? Is it a punishment to have migrants in your area? You know it's not about that. And I think voters haven't had time in the last few days to cotton on to this divisive rhetoric, this divisive sort of policy making. I think you'll get in trouble if you do more of this in the future. And the reason why you'll get in trouble is because treating voters entirely differently, regardless of how, based on how they voted, is not the British way. To give you a different example, would you, for instance, say, if you vote Green, we'll demolish your school, we won't build any social housing, we'll build a prison in your constituency, because those are similar enough.
No.
And that's what you're doing.
Local councils have the power, right? As you know, when it comes to things like HMO licenses and things like that, local councils do generally have an impact on when it comes to things like...
You do not have the authority for detention centres. You do not have the authority.
Everybody calm. We've got to get to Will Godley. Will Godley is now at Wandsworth. Been waiting while you've been arguing, you pair, for the last few minutes. Will Godley, let's get to you. You've obviously been spending the night at Reform HQ. Must be in a jubilant mood there.
Well, Martin, yeah, here in Wandsworth, it's slightly different to what Reform was saying. They, of course, were saying earlier the duality of British politics is over. But here in Wandsworth, clearly they didn't get that message. It's very much still a two-party race, a two-horse race between the Labour and the Conservatives here, and this is a key battleground for the Conservatives. They held this council for 44 years, up until 2022. Labour then took control of the council back in 2022. They're hoping to stay in control of this council when counting finishes here today. There are 58 seats up for grabs here, and any one party needs 30 seats in order to get a majority. But where do we stand at the moment? Well, it is on a knife edge. Labour just edging things at the moment. They are on 22 seats here. The Conservatives on 21. It sounds like Labour have just done well in one ward, as more votes are being announced. So a very, very close result emerging at the moment. In order for any one party to get a majority, they need 30. So still about 15 seats left to declare here. But what's interesting is looking at the share of the vote. The Labour Party on 35%, the Tories on 32%, the Green Party on 18%. They've done well in the share of the vote, but not managed to translate that into any seats here in Wandsworth Council. Liberal Democrats on 8% and Reform on 7%, Martin. So that Reform wave that other parts of the country have seen overnight has not been seen here in Wandsworth. It's very much a two-party race, as the Labour Party seemingly doing well in this count here. Very big cheers coming from here, as it's very much a two-horse race between Labour and the Conservatives. Labour seem to be edging it at the moment.
There we go. So that is the key battleground there in London. London starting to declare from about now on in. Obviously, a lot of votes cast, big areas. Big cheer there from the Labour Party. Will Godley, thank you very much. Seeming that Wandsworth, that key battleground between the Labour Party and the Conservatives, looks to be going the Labour Party's way. There hasn't been a great deal of good news for the Conservative Party throughout the night. The Labour Party themselves will be looking for some real crumbs of comfort. It's been a desolate night for Sir Keir Starmer's Labour Party. One final time now, let's get to the king of data. It's the Director of Electoral Calculus, Martin Baxter, who's been here for us throughout the entire night. Martin, this is our final hit with you. Can you try and summarise some of the big movers, the big shakers, the big gains, and the top line tonight? Quite simply, we're seeing a political reset. The two grand old parties falling away. The Reform UK, the direct beneficiaries, Nigel Farage saying that the gains tonight for his party have exceeded even his own expectations.
Yes, outside the cities, it's been a story of big Reform gains and big Labour losses. But if I could keep on with London, what Will Godley was saying from Wandsworth was very interesting, very true. London is different. In Wandsworth, he was seeing Labour and Conservatives in a two-party race, the Conservatives making small gains, and that's also true in the city of Westminster as well. In Ealing, the Lib Dems are making small gains from Labour, and in Sutton, the Lib Dems made big gains from the Conservatives and have kept control of the council there. And one other thing, just a straw in the wind, in Oxford, although only a third of the seats were up for election, Labour held quite a few of them. They lost control of the council but they only lost a few seats to the Greens. So Labour are not hemorrhaging quite as many votes to the left as they seem to be to the right in the north. So it's a complicated story, but the summary, as it was from the beginning, is it's bad for Labour and good for Reform, and not good for the Conservatives either generally.
And one of the Wandsworth Council election results in here. It's incredible. Labour have won it by a tiny margin. 35.1% plays 34.6%. But Labour Party were down 11.8%. The Conservatives down 4.4%. The Green Party on 17%, up 8.5%. Reform up 5.6%. And what we're seeing, Martin Baxter, here is effectively a 4 or even 5-way battle for these seats now. So even though the Labour Party are in free fall, they're still winning because the vote's so fragmented.
Well, remember, London is Labour's last redoubt. That is their stronghold now in the whole of the United Kingdom. If they lose London, they're almost disappeared. So London will be the last place they lose, but even here they're fighting battles against the Conservatives, against the Lib Dems, and we'll see in East and Central London against the Greens and Reform. So London's definitely one to watch, but Labour will not be dead in London.
Martin Baxter, looking ahead to Wales and to Scotland, John McDonnell, the Labour MP, former Chancellor of the Labour Party, he's saying if the Labour Party don't do well in Wales or Scotland, then the Prime Minister needs to go. From your polling, from your looking ahead, do you think there's any chance the Labour Party can do well in Wales or Scotland?
Not on our estimates. On our estimates, Labour Party will be third or worse in Wales, and the SNP will continue in government in Scotland. Which, if that happens, one point to note is that Northern Ireland, Wales and Scotland will all be run by nationalist parties.
Martin Baxter, you began tonight by saying this had all the hallmarks of a rout. Having witnessed what we've seen over these past 6 hours, are you convinced that this is now turning into a rout for Sir Keir Starmer's Labour Party?
It's maybe not quite as routish as it was, actually. Labour are losing over half of their seats, but it's not quite on all the seats that are coming in, the high levels that we saw earlier. So it will remain to see how much they can keep in the cities and urban areas. So it's maybe on the edge of a rout or a mini rout at the moment.
A mini roundabout rout. Thank you very much, Martin Baxter, the CEO of Electoral Calculus. You've been superb throughout the night. Thank you very, very much. You get yourself off, have a nice cup of tea, have a nice bowl of cornflakes and get your head down, my old son. Absolutely superb. Thank you very, very much indeed, Martin Baxter. Now, just a quick reminder on the scores on the doors as they stand right now. Quick update on the seats declared thus far. First position by some margin, Reform UK on 274 seats, and that's up, of course, 274 because they weren't defending any seats. In second place, big good night for Lib Dems, so far on 201 seats. They put on 23, of course, they're defending far more because they have far more seats in the first place. Labour Party, the most spectacular decline of the night by some country mile. 165 seats now, better than it was by some margin, but they've dropped 196 seats. 196, so they've lost more than they've gained. Conservatives doing a little bit better, Tom Purser, we'll be pleased to know. Now on 140 seats, still in fourth place, but they've dropped to 105. The Green Party surge has yet to materialise. Fahima Mohammed on 42 seats, put on 21 over the course. But as we keep saying, London, Birmingham, the bigger metropolitan areas, they're going to be counted later in the day. Independents, 17, they've dropped 12. Independents with the pro-Gaza seats. We thought that might happen, but they're not really coming through. The story of the night, let's be brutally honest. Tom, I'll start with you. The story of the night is Labour Party having a spectacular collapse, bit of a nightmare for the Conservatives, and the beneficiary of both of those declines has been Reform UK.
I think in a nutshell, that's about right. I mean, this was always going to be a very difficult night for the government, but it is extraordinary that the decline that we've seen in Labour support in such a short window of time. I mean, it is extraordinary to think that less than 2 years ago, Keir Starmer became Prime Minister with a huge majority on the back of all of those promises to change the country, on the back of a manifesto, and, you know, came to that task with a clear mandate from the country. The problem he had, and that he continues to have, and that we see this playing out, is that there was just never this overwhelming love, support and admiration for him personally. And, you know, John Curtis has said, for example, that the Labour Party as a brand was always far more popular than Keir Starmer. And I think he's bringing all of that into disrepute.
When you look at some of the particular granular detail, there's some incredible stories tonight, and they'll continue to be picked apart as we get into that detail. In Wigan, there's one ward called Abram, and Reform put on 56% of the votes. Labour Party vote collapsed 32%. Reform gained from Labour by a swing there of some 70%. I mean, astonishing, huge swings. Wigan, Labour, Wigan.
Yeah. And these are standing starts as well. They were coming from nothing.
Yeah, and
with no data.
Sure, and these are wards that map onto, by the way, Lisa Nandy's constituency.
Yes.
That's where they have Reform have about 50% of the vote. I agree with Tom, and I think there's a kernel of good news in there for Labour. Right, bear with me on this. I mean, we had Richard Tice on earlier saying, you know, the red wall is looking very turquoise. It's ours now. He essentially said they own it, right? The red wall, you know, we lost in 2019 to Boris Johnson. 36 of the Brexit voting seats went to the Conservatives, and then we won them back, right? So there are no givens in politics. And yes, Keir Starmer is a uniquely unpopular leader. He comes up on the doorstep. You're getting some Labour commentators and MPs being a bit more honest about that. I'll tell you what they say. They hate him. And it's extraordinary for me, and I found it very odd because I find it quite disconcerting that somebody so sort of middle of the road could be so hated. But it means a change, an urgency, an understanding of the problem. There are quick wins, and there are things that Labour can change if they change the leader and change direction. I think it's not all lost.
Just some fresh analysis in from Mooring Common, Luke Trill, the UK director. He's had a good deep dive into the seats, and the latest scores on the doors in terms of seats lost, it's brutal. 63% Labour have lost of all of their seats. That's better than it was earlier. It was 83% at one point. So 2/3 of all seats Labour stood in tonight, they've lost. 2/3 gone. Labour, Conservative Party, 50%. Half of all seats that the Conservatives stood in have gone. This is like a napalm bomb.
So I think it's interesting as well. We've talked a little bit about some of those voters who've gone to vote Reform. I would argue that a very big share of those voters have been mobile for some time. Because I remember talking, for example, in Corby, in my old constituency, before the 2015 general election, to voters who had always voted Labour, but who actually, on the issues, quite often shared our values. And they moved off often to UKIP. They then voted for us in 2017 and 2019. A lot of them are now voting for Reform. So there has been a lot of mobility with that vote for some time.
OK, we spoke to Richard Tice earlier on the show, the Deputy Leader of Reform UK, about the rout in the red wall. Let's take a listen.
There is nowhere that is safe as the red wall is being completely repainted in a much brighter, more optimistic turquoise. And we are here to stay. And whether it's in Thameside, whether it's in Bolton, where those results were declared a bit earlier, where, you know, with some very close votes, but actually with incredible hard work from our candidates, now councillors, we are performing.
Richard Tice, a short moment ago now. Dan Hodges, of course, the commentator at the Mail, who's a regular on the show, superb commentator. He's just tweeted this: Reform are basically wiping Labour out in the north. It's not a defeat. It's not even a rout. Labour are simply ceasing to exist. And Labour commentators, supporters, let's be frank, people like Lewis Goodall, he's saying, I'm hearing from multiple Labour sources all agreed on one thing now. It's even worse than anybody even feared, he says. When you underperform the lowest of expectations, you're in serious trouble. As the reality sinks in, Guy, Labour themselves, those who are victorious tonight, are staring into the abyss.
Into the abyss,
The party is over for the Labour Party, so long as the Keir Starmer is the gaffer.
Yes, that's the point, isn't it? And I get Labour MPs' concern of looking like the Tories and having this psychodrama, so-called, and having a chaotic election. But that can be avoided, right? If you have a sensible timetable for Keir Starmer leaving, and you have a well-conducted leadership battle, or in fact maybe something much more sort of they sort of do a coronation behind the scenes. I don't really care, but clearly there's something about Keir Starmer specifically. You saw it when they introduced the digital ID policy, or sort of half introduced it before Labour conference, where public support actually is fairly solid for digital ID of some form until Keir Starmer announces it.
That's right.
At which point it crosses over. There is something unique about Keir Starmer, isn't there?
OK, thank you very much indeed. Now, here we go. It's bang on 5:30 in the morning, and it looks like nothing is going to wipe that smile off Nigel Farage's face this morning. It's been a long, hard night, and Patrick and I kicked off our coverage by speaking to the Reform UK chairman, Dr. David Bull.
I mean, the rise of Reform has been nothing short of remarkable, actually. When I look back, we founded it 4 years ago. It's worth remembering it was only 4 years ago. We're now the largest party in this country, we're the fastest growing party in this country, the most talked about. We only have 8 members of parliament, and yet, of course, we're on the tip of everyone's tongue. Going around the country, look, I've seen 30,000 people in the last 10 months. I've spoken in village halls, working men's clubs, in theatres. We put on those big events, and we're building the party from the ground up. And it doesn't matter where I go. I can be in Hull or Liverpool, I can be in the Isle of Wight or Scotland or Wales. Something remarkable is happening.
And that remarkable moment just got more and more incredible as the night went on. We're still trying to get our heads around the fact that Wigan, there's been a political earthquake in Wigan. Lisa Nanley's constituency having the most astonishing 22-point swing from the general election. Labour ministers facing wipeout in their own backyards. Angela Rayner wiped out in her constituency. Andy Burnham, Lisa Nandy, ministers facing down the barrel of a complete reset of the British political landscape, and now the knives seem to be completely drawn for Sir Keir Starmer. Here's that man Richard Tice again, who told us it's time for Starmer to resign.
For the sake of the country, he should do the right thing, and he should announced that he's going to resign over this weekend with an orderly process.
Oh, the defeat of this magnitude is the worst job in politics, being sent out to defend your boss. But of course, those Labour Party MPs, they came our way.
And I don't hear anyone on the doorsteps and the conversations that I have with real people ruminating about a psychodrama of the sort that we saw under the Conservatives, where it seemed that we were changing prime ministers every few months. You know, that is not good for the country. And those calling for it, I think, need to think very carefully about whether they're in tune with the public, because I don't think they are.
Well, in second place tonight, the Liberal Democrats, currently on 218 seats. They've put on 35, comfortably beating Labour into third place. And I spoke with one of their MPs earlier on in the show.
We know people are crying out for change, but there are two different kinds of change. One is the politics of anger, division, and easy answered, pushed by populist extremes, and the other is the Liberal Democrats approach, which is focused on building things up, not burning them down. We don't like division. We don't do division. We do hard work that actually makes people's lives better. Kemi Badenoch, actually during the general election, thought it was an insult to say that if you want your church roof fixed, ask the Liberal Democrats. Well, you know, in these elections, that's exactly the sort of people, the sort of representatives that people are looking for, who will fix local problems.
And as for the Conservatives, well, they're currently languishing in fourth position. They can't even beat the Labour Party tonight. And the Conservative MP, Joe Robertson, spoke of the latest reality check.
not denying the Conservative brand's taken a battering. We also have to accept we are in an era now of multi-party politics, and the fact that the Labour Party is in free fall is that their support at the last election, a lot of people put their faith in Labour for the first time, and they've withdrawn that support and they're looking elsewhere. Yeah, we've got to win them back. We've got to convince people that the elsewhere is to come back and vote Conservative again. But they're voting in all sorts of different ways, and we're seeing that, as you rightly say, we're seeing it in other parties, minor parties doing well, and they will do well, especially in local elections, and we're in between the general election. That's historically where they do well. Look, I'm not arguing that we haven't got a lot of work to do, but the work has started. Kemi is cutting through, and she's been leading a popular, positive campaign.
Well, on a grim night for the Conservatives, joining me now is the Conservative peer and the former MP, Lord Stuart Jackson. Lord Jackson, welcome to the show. It's a pleasure to have your company. Let's start with the Labour Party. Starmageddon doesn't even begin to describe it. It's been an utter annihilation for the Labour Party, especially in the north.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. And I have family in Wigan, and the idea that Labour would fail to win one ward in Wigan is unbelievable. But it's not just there. It's Hartlepool, it's Tameside. I think one of the most notable results was in Halton, which is an area which has historically been hugely Labour, and Reform have cut through there. And I think Labour is on a rolling programme of disastrous results, because London isn't going to be great for them. It's probably going to be slightly better because there are more younger people, graduates, middle-class public sector workers in London, so they may save a few boroughs that hitherto looked dodgy that they would have lost. But obviously they've got Wales and Scotland, both disastrous results. And this obviously is a very, very difficult position for them, given that they won a landslide majority just 2 years ago. And they look as if they're going to lose 3/4 of all their councillors. And even in 1995, which is the absolute low point of the major government, the worst results since the war, I think, you know, the Conservatives were not losing that number of seats. Labour may be edging towards 1,800 losses in local government by the end of the weekend.
And if that happens, it will exceed even the most apocalyptic estimates for the Labour Party. But I'm also duty-bound, Lord Stuart Jackson, to point out, hasn't been the heavenly night for the Conservative Party. You can't even beat this Labour Party. You're in fourth position. You've dropped 114 seats, and the vast majority, if not almost all of them, have gone to Reform UK. You're being outmanoeuvred on the right, aren't you?
Well, we do have some good results that have surprised. In my own area, for instance, in Peterborough, we've gained seats, and Harlow was an outstanding result in Essex, where the Conservatives held all their seats and made significant gains from Labour. But I accept that having lost very heavily in a general election just 2 years ago, you know, it will take time for the Conservative Party to win back the trust. It made some huge mistakes in government. I accept that, not least on immigration, but on other areas, the woke agenda, net zero, and other things that are unpopular and expensive. And that process of trust, it will take some time to rebuild. But I do think, to be fair, Kemi Badenoch has worked hard, as has Nigel Farage. Of course, Farage is a great campaigner and has worked incredibly hard and diligently in this campaign. She has cut through to a certain extent, but I'm not going to pretend it's a great night. We are probably going to lose a few hundred seats. But I think the big picture is that this government is shot to pieces in terms of democratic consent. People are fed up with Starmer in particular. They have a visceral dislike of him, and the government has stumbled from one disastrous policy decision to another, and they are paying the price at the ballot box yesterday and through the weekend.
Lord Stuart Jackson, the knives were already drawn for Sir Keir Starmer after the Mandelson scandal. And tonight, before the first count was even through, Ed Miliband was saying it's time for the Prime Minister to set a timeline for leaving. Front page of the Times, front page of the Daily Express, Barry Gardner. It is time for Starmer to stand aside. Jonathan Brash, the Labour parliamentarian, when his wife lost her seat on Hartlepool Council, saying Sir Keir Starmer should resign today. John McDonnell, the left-wing, of course, Corbynista former Chancellor, saying if the Labour Party fails to make grounds in Wales and in Scotland, which looks certain, then he should go. Do you think, Lord Jackson, it's simply time to put the country out of its misery? It's time for Sir Keir Starmer to go?
No, because I think what will follow will be even worse. And one of the reasons I don't think Starmer will go easily or quickly is the Labour Party. I mean, Starmer's people are not going to take any notice of people like John McDonnell. They're the usual suspects, extreme left of the Labour Party. They frankly, they loathe Starmer because he cleared out Corbyn and his clique 5 or 6 years ago. But I think the fact is, Streeting is not ready. Angela Rayner has had tax issues. Andy Burnham, you know, the king across the water, is not even in Parliament. He's actually not pretty good, really. He has a very left of centre, pretty extreme manifesto, which may appeal to the activists. But the point is, there isn't anyone stepping forward. When you last changed and challenged a prime minister in office, which was Blair in 2007, you did at least have a competent, credible alternative in Gordon Brown, who'd been waiting as Chancellor for many years to take over. That is not the situation now. And I don't think it's as easy as the Labour Party, in the Labour Party, as it is for the Conservatives to defenestrate their leader. And I do think this is a long, drawn-out process. Personally, I can see Starmer limping on until the end of the summer and the Labour conference.
OK, thank you very much for joining us. Lord Stuart Jackson, Conservative peer and former MP, I appreciate your time, especially at 5:40 in the morning. Thank you, sir. Let's get back to my panel now. Tom Purscliffe, former Conservative MP and Minister. Harrison Allman-Varty, the Reform Councillor. Kai Wilshaw, political commentator on the left. And Fahima Mohammed, Green Party Councillor. Candidate and soon to be, perhaps, a Green Party Councillor. I want to talk about the Green Party. We're going to see those votes coming through the rest of the morning and indeed through the rest of the day. Metropolitan areas, particularly in London, particularly in Birmingham, the likes of where you're expected to make decent gains. But it hasn't happened so far tonight. You're presently only on 43 seats. You've put on 22. But a lot of people are saying that the Green Party is like a younger, more vibrant, hasn't got the lycra of the Liberal Democrats. Mercifully.
He's not even here to defend himself.
And yet, there hasn't been that breakthrough yet. It hasn't captured the imagination. Are you concerned that perhaps your leader's recent boo-boos, shall we put it that way, have dented your rise? Or do we just have to wait for the votes to come through and then you're going to be happy?
I'm looking long term, and I always have. And I said that the Green Party is there to hold people accountable, and we have now surged than we've ever done before. And I think it's not just about winning, it's about really making our mark. And I see this a replica of, you know, this being the anger that we had for the Conservatives, and that's why Labour had such a landslide. And I think it's the same with Reform right now. It's a protest, it's an outrage. Labour cannot be trusted like they did before, but now the turnaround is a lot quicker. And I think even if Reform was to come in, they're going to find themselves in the same position as Labour, because they are shouting things that they cannot perform, and they are doing things that are obviously not.
The lowest average.
You never actually delivered anything. You're just putting policies. When you actually have a manifesto, when it actually counts how it's going to be accountable, how it's going to be put in proper terms, then you'll see the difference. And I think right now we are waiting. Our time is now, and it's coming. And I'm not here for right now. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I just know that Reform are going to, you know, probably plummet even faster than Labour if they ever come in, because they will never be able to fulfil all the things that they say that they have and supposed to do.
That's several chess moves ahead.
It doesn't matter. I'm looking. I am looking ahead. But like you said, we still have.
We're peaked. We go higher.
Please. Let's just deal with what we've got in front of us today. There's enough to talk about today without fantasising about the future.
But we don't have the full result right now, and
let's look at this result, because I want to talk about the implications for Labour cabinet ministers. We talked about in Wigan, Lisa Nandy, 24% swing from the general election. Lisa Nandy, with certainty, would lose her seat right now to Reform UK. It's a certainty. Jonathan Reynolds, in his area, this is just coming in Stalebridge and Hyde, there's been a 20-point swing from Labour to Reform. The Greens are also up in double digits in that area. Left-right pincer movement in full swing. Net result, another Labour minister bites the dust. This is terrible. This is the worst-case scenario for the Labour Party. Yeah. They're not only getting nibbled on the right, they're getting nibbled on the left, and they're just ceasing to exist in the middle. And this is ministers. This is like 3 or 4 ministers tonight. If they stood today, they'd be toast.
It matters and it doesn't matter, right? I'll tell you what I think.
Go on, spin this one.
No. I think where it doesn't matter is there's a long time out. Locals are very different. Like, you can give the government a kicking, but if you've got a cabinet minister... You've got a cabinet minister like Lisa Nandy, those voters there are going to be pretty committed to listening to it. That's not to say she won't go. However, where it really matters is I think lots of Labour MPs and ministers as well, they watch every single MRP poll that comes out, you know, that comprehensive seat-by-seat analysis of where the polling is. They watch these things. And so where it matters is for the senior leadership and MPs in Parliament right now and what they will take from those results, not what it tells us about 2029.
Let's have a reality check.
We're still a bit of a way out, and I think it's get-backable for Labour without Keir Starmer, with some urgency, there are ministers doing good jobs, right? There is good work happening. But with a change of leader, with that urgency...
Most of them are going to lose their jobs.
But you say that, but you have no...
What happens is people delude themselves that they will survive when the tide comes for them. Yeah. And what happens is, exactly happened with us, brilliant constituency MPs lost their seats because people had had enough, they wanted to change.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Labour politicians this morning are waking up to.
But it normally takes 10, 12, 14 years. If they can do...
The degradation in 2 years is just unbelievable, frankly. But this is what these cabinet ministers and junior ministers and backbench MPs are waking up to this morning, that reality that they are exceptionally vulnerable in their constituencies. My question for people like Angela Rayner, Andy Burnham, Lisa Nandy is, when is enough enough?
Yeah.
You've got to stop this rot. This is not a sustainable position, and it's most definitely not in the national interest.
Dan Hodges, a moment ago, was saying this is worse than anybody expected. He's just said this. A Labour MP has messaged him, "You were wrong. This is not carnage. It's effing carnage." This is, as you said, Labour Party MPs are peeking through the curtains.
This is existential.
They're coming out from behind the sofa and they're going, "I just want to go back to bed. I want to hide in the wardrobe."
We're watching the Labour Party disappear right now, tonight. And in fact, it's the case, I actually do think, with the Conservative Party too, when you look at the threshold of where they last challenged, they weren't that high. They were actually second to Labour at that point. So the threshold at which they're defending isn't particularly high, and they're still dropping lower. What I think both main parties are actually having an identity crisis, because you've got the Conservatives who are losing left and right, and that is different because left is to Liberals and right is to the Reform, although I would argue Reform is neither left nor right, but right and wrong, but that's me just getting my line in. And then you can say, obviously, Labour is losing to, I don't agree with the Greens, but very successfully to the Greens, and obviously to the right to us. So there is a massive identity crisis happening, going on with the two main parties. And I do think it is one of those...
I think the left-wing parties will definitely see you as being on the right.
Well,
that's what
true, but there is a difference between obviously being socially right-wing and economically right-wing, because there are like socialists who are socially right-wing.
It's worth pointing out that Harry Cole, of course, former political editor of The Sun, editor-at-large of The Sun now, he's just said that Angela Rayner and Andy Burnham have been thumped by Reform in their own backyards. Same with Lisa Nandy, same with Jonathan Reynolds, and I think this will continue to be a trend. Jonathan Brash has just said here again, Keir Starmer needs to resign today. He's a Labour MP for Hartlepool. A lot of people who are saying that the Reform had peaked. We're not seeing a Reform peak tonight. The peak just got higher. Nigel Farage clearly already comparing this to a grand national victory. and they're off and away. And Tom, I have to ask you again about what this means for the Conservative Party, because Kemi Badenoch clearly is a very adept and polished political leader. There's no Kemi bounce tonight. The Tories are being bounced into touch, mate.
Just on the earlier point, and I will come back to that. Prior to today, this was a theoretical exercise for a lot of Labour politicians. This is now very real. This is very emotional. They'll have lost very committed, dedicated community campaigners, very good local councillors, no doubt, as we did. You know, when we were in office, we lost very good Conservative councillors, exactly as is happening tonight. When it comes to Kemi, I genuinely think she is doing a very good job. She inherited an impossibly difficult position. She's trying to build a team. She's trying to build a credible policy platform that deals with the things that went wrong when we were in office last time round. But it's going to take time for us to get a hearing. When you go from 360 seats to 120 seats, you've been hollowed out. There's no other way of describing it. It would be ridiculous of me to pretend it's anything other. This is going to take time. There are those green shoots. I've said, Harlow, for example, where we've gained seats. I've been hearing reports that we're winning seats in Wimbledon and Bexley and places like that, holding on to those seats in very difficult fights. So there is fight in the Conservative Party, but this is going to take time. And I think there is a credible offer that she is developing that speaks to the values of people on the right of politics, and I think that's worth getting in behind.
Do you know, when you look at some of these constituency level results that are coming through, Kai, they're not so much results as crime scenes. Honestly, look at some of these numbers. In Bolton, one of the wards there, Reform hadn't previously stood, won 53% of the vote. The Labour Party lost 50% of the vote. This hasn't happened before. This is Merseyside. These are areas of the country that would have been forever Labour if something radically bad hadn't gone wrong and changed. The swings we're seeing, the resets we're seeing, we've never seen anything like this before.
Yeah, I agree. But I would say, just like Tom mentioned, these are people who have been fairly fluid voters for a while now. They want to give their vote to somebody they believe will change things or actually care about things. And I think this Labour government hasn't yet managed to convince people that they deserve to win their vote.
I think
right?
leadership
But
matters.
I think there is still a way through for the
What
Labour
these
Party.
locals show is we saw in the general election that Reform were able to take away from Conservative voters, right? Really effectively. And what this shows is that they're also just as effective as taking away Labour voters. And that's why I'd say it's not so much left and right, because for a lot of people, there are a lot of people who might be socially right-wing, but socialists. There might be the inverted. For a lot of people, this is a movement of just a fresh start, a new set of hands.
It's just vibes. What do you say then? So you think you're going to be the one facing an identity crisis, aren't you? If you're going to be pulling equally from Tories and from Labour, as you just said.
Because, no,
Sounds a bit Lib Dem-y.
But there is a record. But there is a record to vote on when it comes to things like local government. And when you have the lowest average increase in council tax, people are clearly happy with that record and willing to vote for us. That's why we're winning.
You keep having arguments. We've got loads of results.
We're not arguing.
We've got loads of results. People are tuning in to get the results. Listen to this. Denton South, Thameside, Reform, plus 52.6%. Labour, minus 49.8%. Conservatives, minus 13.6%. This is like, it's a forest fire. This is not an election. This is a forest fire where the electorate are just going, damn you all.
People are really cross. People are really angry. They think that politics has let them down. That's what they feel. And, there was a Labour Party that went into that general election distilling all the country's problems down to being really easy to fix. It'd all just be so easy. Those Tory politicians, they just didn't work hard enough at it. They just didn't get it. But actually, running the country is hard. It involves difficult choices. It involves trade-offs. We often do not get into the detail of policy in the way that we ought to. With voters, we ought to level with people about the choices.
Do people care about detail and bureaucracy and clipboards now, or they just like, do you know what? flamethrower time.
I think the most interesting thing that we'll see will be turnout, I think, to be honest, in this. Because what we will see, if there's an increase in turnout, I actually do think that will be the indication of reform on there. Because the Liberal Democrats, the Conservatives and Labour, right, they know where their vote is and they're very good at turning their votes out, right? The reform didn't, right? That's why we've had to knock on so many doors to speak to people, to identify those voters and try and turn them out. So it'll be interesting to see what we've added onto that, and we'll hopefully be able to see that within the turnout figures by the end of the
But it's interesting, isn't it? Because in that very constituency where that result is from in that local election, tactical voting undoubtedly played a part in stopping a Reform victory. I think you're going to see that play out to a much greater extent. It'll be fascinating to see what these results show at the end of the day in terms of tactical voting to try and stop alternatives that they don't want.
Gentlemen, I can't believe it. Reluctantly, we have to call time. I could just keep going till lunch. But look, I'm going to be back.
Put your money where your mouth.
I'll be back at 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. There's no way I'm letting somebody else do that show because all the results coming in then, all of them, Sunderland, the big ones. We're going to start to see what it looks like across London. The electoral map has been completely and utterly reset. Tom Purscliffe, Harrison, Orman Varty, Kai Wilshaw, Fahima Mohammed, thank you. And I may even say good luck to you in your election.
Yeah.
What a night it has been. More than 30 million Britons have voted in local elections across England, across Scotland and across Wales. It's been a huge night for Nigel Farage as Reform UK has surged across the country. The Liberal Democrats having a handsome night, trailing in second place, and a despondent Labour Party shedding support, hemorrhaging it across all fronts, left, right and centre, to the Greens, to Reform. Coming up next is Stephen and Ellie on Breakfast as they continue to cover these historic developments, the great reset in British politics. Thank you for your company tonight. I'll be back at 3 p.m. I need a bit of sleep, but for now, let's get to Will Godley in Wandsworth. He's got some breaking news for us. Will, over to you, mate. You've been a legend tonight.
Well, Martin, thank you very much. Yes, some breaking news here from Wandsworth because we have had all the results here, every seat declared, and I can tell you that there is no overall control here at Wandsworth Council. That is a loss from Labour. They took the council for the first time in 44 years off the Conservatives in 2022. They were hoping to keep control of that council this year. They have not been able to do that. Now the council falls into no overall control. I can tell you out of 58 seats, the Conservatives end the night with the most number of seats. They are the largest party. They have won 29 seats on the council. Labour just shy of that on 28, and one independent seat won here at Wandsworth Council. So no overall control, but the Conservatives, the largest party, they let off a huge number of cheers to receive that news, but perhaps not the news that they had been hoping for, to become the largest party and retake control of Wandsworth Council. Of course, it was a key battleground for them. So let's now get reaction from the Wandsworth Conservatives Group Leader, Aled Richard Jones. Thanks for joining us on GB News. It's been a long night for you. You finally got your results. What's your reaction?
This is a great result for Wandsworth and great result for us as a local party. It's extremely difficult to regain a council at the first time of asking after losing a council, but we are the largest party now back on Wandsworth Council, and we're confident we can form an administration and run the council again.
The Conservatives, though, did put in a huge amount of resources here into Wandsworth. They really hoped they'd be able to regain this council. The fact they haven't perhaps will be disappointing to the Conservatives when they look at the picture more nationally.
It's a fantastic result locally, it really is. If you look at the trend of Conservative councils that lose control, particularly in London, typically those groups go back. It's very hard to regain ground at the first time of asking. We have done that, we're now the largest party again, and we can form an administration. It's a real credit to the campaign we ran locally that focused on the bread and butter issues that our residents really care about, like keeping council tax low, keeping the weekly bin collection, but also being an honest and transparent group and setting out our agenda, and not like the previous Labour administration that wasn't honest with residents.
Well, this, although it is a local election, many people up and down the country looking at national issues when it comes to who they want to vote for. Up and down the country, we've seen a reform wave so far this evening, overnight, as people have turned to Nigel Farage's party as they've wanted to give him their votes, as opposed to perhaps the Labour Party and the Conservatives. Nigel Farage overnight said the duopoly of British politics is over. That's not been the case here. Both the Tories and the Labour were the two big party winners here. But what would you say to Nigel Farage saying the duopoly of British politics is over? Is it?
I think it's far too early to reach that conclusion. I mean, fundamentally, we won in Wandsworth because we offered a pragmatic centre-right agenda for our residents that spoke to their everyday issues. Things like keeping cost of living down by keeping council tax as low as we can, guaranteeing the services they rely on, like a weekly bin collection, like tough action on graffiti, dog mess and fly tipping. It's not glamorous, but it's what people want from local government, and it's what restores faith in politics, is actually making credible promises that you can deliver on.
And of course, the Labour Party weren't able to keep control of this council. Where do you think this leaves the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer? Will we see a new Prime Minister next week?
It remains to be seen. I mean, there are two components to this. There's obviously the national component going on, and the fact that people are deeply, deeply dissatisfied with Keir Starmer. I think that came up a lot on the doorstep. But equally, it's a thoroughly local verdict on this Labour administration. Time after time, people said, Wandsworth Conservatives ran the council for 44 years. You set the lowest council tax in that time, and you delivered quality services. In the last 4 years under Labour, tax has gone up, even though the Labour council has said it hasn't gone up, and the UK Statistics Authority have called them out for that, and services have gone down. So it's a thoroughly local verdict on a failing Labour council.
OK, well, Aled Richard Jones, Group Leader here at Wandsworth Conservatives, thanks for joining us on GB News. It's been a busy night full of results here at Wandsworth Council. It goes to no overall controller loss from Labour. Lots more results expected throughout the day, and we'll, of course, bring you all of them here on GB News.
Good morning. A historic night as Reform UK surges in the local elections.
Labour loses control of key councils, including Redditch, Hartlepool and Tamworth. Already strong signs that it's the start of a red wall wipeout. And there are still results to come.
With a battering